给一炮，然后打不了了。宁王还是14级，来找17级的 AD 单挑，大爆炸模式走了。 然后瑞兹开车过来了，宁王有草元素，但这个位置得让南风过来贴一下，南风得救驾，能救到吗？还在草元素里面，那汤圆的伤害太爆了，他直接 AOE 把宁王给炸死了，抬到了汤圆，汤圆是没有自保道具了，但是他 AOE 死线是打了出来，萨西来了，闪现一剑1穿2，只剩下了阿乐。 宁王被捆住了，但是推到了墙上，岩雀坐着自己的墙板来到了少爷的脸上，在一个岩土抬到洒身上，女枪一个大招。 扫得不错，把杰斯给扫死了。汤圆过来帮忙挡了一下石川，但是石子儿到了，宁王直接被撞死了。而且南风过来帮忙抬了一下，但是对面是很肉的一个汤圆。
阿乐的一个
林伟翔被粘住了，林伟翔就差一下要被烫死了吗？这10多人太肉了，汤圆已经绕了过来拿下了双杀，这石子儿如战神一般入无人之境。 但是阿乐能不能做到？在出大招压了个起身，汤圆脚手闪吃到伤害，但他没有死，能复活。
就现在边路 Fairness 没有闪现，应该不敢去硬接这个线。现在是 Cube 可以先推，准备看你们靠正面了。可能 Q 几个没有命中。
闪现踩，
哎，
逼出马哥一个闪，不容先举盾，先扛第1轮伤害，原地给一个救赎。
Cube 有焚天了 ，Cube 落的位置很激进，他的亚航呢没事，大招5%的减伤，正面捆到一个，突然一把人给投掉了，自己位置有点小危险，看怎么说后续。大招放下来，大手天被根本就没慢，直接死了。 发育了一整把，团战竟是如此结局，还有后续点2枪about 还要做后续的收割，再点，一的又刷好了吗？差一点，这个位置基哥没有办法做更多了，剩下个瑞兹也被1枪收掉，这不 about 完成了战场的最后打法。
这个闪现在南风这个位置变成了小车，跑得不是很快，得交闪。就是在一吃 TP 了，不管了，知道这波不打，感觉也要走远了，必须得过来尝试一下。
还过得去吗？续了一个海闪过来，
被开了，被
吸
4个人，这边直接开进去，兰博撒了个大招，大招配合的不是很好，但发条反手大招也空掉了。这对面的发条大招拉中了兰博呀，只剩林伟翔了，想想能不能换一个？林伟翔想换掉一个，尽力了，但没用。
哎呦，这一把下来伤害拉闷了，
只要炮打得准，直接掉闪，
又闪没了。
南风想开了。 开到边缘位置的发条，自己被反开3个，开太完美了！再接发条大招，一起飞起来了。对面的大招拉到了，但伤害并不够啊！兰博再撒个大，烤到了阿乐，阿乐是没闪现的，又只剩林伟翔了。林伟翔能背靠防御塔换掉对面1个人。
只要不卡，什么都好说。
不卡了，4分钟绝对上面，不能让他动。
来，看我，
上走。
顶到了。
我下踢了，可以打。
我可能死，我应该死了。
我也死了。
我下踢了，可以打，看位置。
我顶到一个。
随便杀，兄弟。你拉走。
我秒踢了。
我炸去看一下。请就是没下面。看我。我在看。杀完。
我在炮。
他有大法，
没用。
把现在处理完，
你别死。
还有大法。
拉一下，把他封了，先把他封了。就这样吧，别管。
帮他一帽吧。你是不是你刚才好一点？压力好大，我靠。
没事。
他那个赵鑫可能在的。
有闪。
啊，我死了。
交闪就这样吧。
走。我去守。
看。啊，我死了。
没事。
两个闪2个大。
好，没关系。还要死。
赵鑫在哪？能报吗？
这个是Nico。
没闪。
赵鑫没漏。
不闹。
我切后面了，情况看一下。
我有点小远，看我位置。
OK，看到我看一下。
顶峡谷。看一下。
大到了。
不要Nico吧，前看Nico吧，慢慢看。都挺大。看了我，看我。
蓝波没闪，都没闪。
发条守在这。
可以慢，
追往前追一下，慢点。
慢点。
发条没到，追一下行吗？
发条肯定好了，发条有闪了，
结束了。
往地下追啊！踢下吧。
拦一下。
在这打嘛，
我给你拦一下，反正他们开你。
TP 了。
我打完了，拦一下。
变燃了。
拉一下。
拉一下。
我
我去。来看我吗？我在哪？看我 A， 看我 A。
路没血。
哦，杀人放，杀人放。都没技能，看上面看阿卡丽。
来看，我看你，罗的。我没技能，我一秒。什么情况？
我们上单掉了。
我也掉线了，老师。
什么情况？
上面写的重新连接了。
我跟一下。
我来了。啊，翻血。
看吧，这波能压掉。打往前老右往前顶，我能看。
对他。
我能看。
慢点。
没血。
我上坑。
翻血。变羊了，他的变羊了。nice。我跟对。对，一波。
往下走，24，这个先不去。
OK。
看吗？
可以赶。
看。没力没血。
不是没伤。
等我打。先快。先丢线吧。辅助在这里想开，
看，雷子没闪。
辅助想开，辅助有闪。看卢爷。
没闪。这个也没闪。
一下。你们打支援吧。我推他。
这波可以打，
我这辈子还
可以打。
来顶呗。
我去顶。
可以看。啊。
慢。看贴派。
没事。AD 死了，没闪。
往前打呗。
往前顶。是啊，有闪。雷子。
大龙。
我收了小龙吧，你去大龙。我收了小龙。
OK。
看我大。冲。
OK，
看到的。不许没闪。
没有到位。他推他，
一波。
曾经也和你一样，塞纳，游荡于世界之间，害怕迷失在自己过往的汪洋。
杰里祝你择日快乐。
Good morning, everyone. Well, I suppose time zone. If you're an N8, might be early morning for you, won't it? How's everyone doing? I don't know whether Sam will be joining us today. This week. No? Oh, well. And enjoy these games, right? So, against you today. Ooh, starting off with the LPL matchup. US LGD, we have stream teams later on with Team Solo Mid. It doesn't stand for that, it stands for versus OMG, and then FRK. I have no idea what that stands for. What happened to the first series yesterday? So, okay folks, rounding up yesterday. First series. Okay, so first series, game 1 was played. And that was fine. Game 2, there were huge network issues causing delays. LGD ended up forfeiting game 2 and then coming back to play game 3 after the network issues subsided. Series 2 was pretty quick and easy. WE just kind of dispatched FRK. And then the last series, Ultra Prime won game 1 of the series and then network issues hit them. Well, okay, it took about 2 hours for that series to start because they couldn't log in at first. And then they ended up playing game 1, destroying LNG. And then they had to forfeit the rest of the series because they had the network issue. So, third series, we didn't actually play games 2 and 3. They were both forfeit because basically Ultra Prime couldn't get ready in time. Yeah, Mecca's got it. Mecca's got it, exactly. Hey, the streak can build. What I need to do at some point is get back into playing a game after stream. That actually gets people sticking around for some different a little. Well, I'm not really set, and also just these streams will. Any thoughts on the TT roster? Heard about them? TT. Well, we haven't seen them play yet. A few players which I know are Junhao and Feather. Don't really know Ryan 3, Harry, or Feshi. No Name is their coach. He used to be on OMG 23, who was very creative. It's been on TT for summer as well, I didn't realize. Ryan 3 comes from the TT youth team. Nothing incredible in terms of achievement. Will ZSM win against OMG? I don't think the stream teams will, like, legitimately win versus LPL teams. I just don't think they're coordinated enough. Ooh, Ryan 3 is a Neela player. That's interesting. That's interesting. In fact, it's his career most played, I think. Haru, where's he been? BLG, he was a T1 Rookies player. Ooh, that's interesting, back in 23. And then went on to BLG Junior. He's played Swain. He's actually a very good Swain player, 5 and 2. Wow, okay. Everything else seems pretty meta. He's a very prolific Ari player. Most played champion of all time, by far. Fixer. Played Cassante mid. Yeah, the only thing which really stands out in terms of like oddball picks is Wayne, which is like his third most played 7 games of it. Eshi, where have you been? ET Gaming for now. BLD, he's very flower fresh actually. Only started in like midway through 24. ZSM so bad? The individual players aren't bad, they're just not as coordinated as an LPL team that are currently practicing. Yeah, she plays the standard stuff, plays some Camille, I suppose. Interesting. Well, that was a nice little dive into... Yeah, so in terms of the TT names, Ryan plays some Neela. Haru plays a bit of Swain. Feather and Junhao, they're pretty good. Feather's a good Alistar player, good Rakan player. Junhao was on Ultra Prime. And this guy was pretty insane early last year. Junhao was he had a triple kill on Jinzhao earlier last year, which was just absurd. This guy's a very good AD fighter. He was one of the best Neferi players in the LPL. And you know, Feather's he's a newer support, I suppose. Doesn't classify. God, I stood up today. Junhao had the most mixed year ever. Yeah, for sure. Oh, sorry, yes, his first split was awful, and then his second split was awesome. You're right, sorry, I completely thought that his first split was, very good.
应该说是技术、直播、制作的支持，谢谢。
Adoring masses. That's you.
可算到第2天了，第1天算是磨了一整顿。
昨天下班了之后看了一下你们哈，差点干到第2天。
其实我们离开这个场馆已经第2天了，
Okay.
深夜了，11点快，已经12点了。其实我们
battle in, shall we? So first series of the day is our LPL matchup, TT, as we were saying.
看到了吧，也都呈现给大家了。
Oh, warning! They're now playing on the Pacific Korean server now.
队伍都能打出自己的风采，把内容顺利的进行下去。
Hang on, so they're on higher ping now to avoid the network issues they had yesterday. They're playing on a different competitive server. They're playing on the Korean Pacific one. Because presumably there are issues with the other one because of yesterday. Okay, that's interesting. That is... Well, yeah. Can TT win games? Against LGD. How much did we see from them really yesterday? I mean, LGD were actually pretty legit yesterday. I think LGD come in pretty heavy favorites for me, actually. They come in pretty heavy favorites for me, LGD. Although I say this, we haven't seen TT play. So there is every chance that I've got a completely wrong read on these because they've got a different read on the meta. Their scrims have been good going recently. LGD won't disconnect today? Well, we don't think so. Yeah, so it seems like they found a way to make this, yeah, it seems like they've made the change to a different competitive server to, yeah. I think they might be playing on higher ping, actually. It won't be like a LAN environment. Well, not that it'll be a LAN environment anyway, they're playing online, but the ping might be higher because they're playing on Korean/Apex servers, I think. Oh yeah, Lucian Nami shared skin line. Lucian spends more time with Nami than his wife. It's kind of strange that both Lucian and Nami spend more time with a fish than they do with their actual spouse. You know, Senna, Tom Kench, Lucian Nami. I know. Maybe they just need that Omega 3. They just need that Omega 3. Here's the schedules for today. They know their taste. Their required taste. Tom Kench passive. Or it's Gerald.
不要再出现这种不可抗力的因素了，因为其实俱乐部真的就他们也很努力，真的只是网络问题。来吧，看看我们今天的首发选手 ，TT 上单，这个应该是可视，他的原名是李清华啊 ，LQH， 大家在之前看 LDL 应该有印象，打野的君豪，中路的何入，下路的燃三，还有 Feeler 是老选手了，我们看了很久了已经。王天字符4个字 ID 的选手。 另一边是老干爹，首发名单上单的 Sassy 打野的横，中单汤圆，下路的少爷和樱吹雪哦，少爷的 ID 回来了。
Oh yeah, for those of you that don't know, Xiaoye renamed to Savior this year, but was called Xiaoye before, so he's just renamed his old name, effectively.
啊 ，YM 的最后一把德莱文啊，这个选手我们也说，很多人其实都忘了，他是以前是 YM 出身的，同时横以前也是 YM 的打野，那届跟晴天一块打的，
也算是这个。 怎么说？最后一批 YM 羁绊了
啊！来吧，听听选手有什么话想跟我们说的。
Like gonna play? There we go. Hey, Feather.
留下的队员吧，现在主导权更多一点吧，然后4个队友就比较以我为主吧。作为转为期唯一一个留下的队员吧，现在主导权更多一点吧，然后4个队友就比较以我为主吧。
重要事情说2遍，确实是最后一个剩下的队员了。TT 生的兄弟也都走了，
舰队核心啊，但是没想到围绕这个辅助这个点，好吧，但是确实队伍里面的一些成员基本上都是以这种次级联赛或者说2队，对吧
？Oh yeah, for those of you that didn't catch it yesterday, I was on Summoning Insight. It was very cool.
教练也是去年
That video should come out.
还有小吕，刚过去的，也是我今年解说杯的教练。
Think about predicting games and series like this. Very hard until you've seen a game or two from teams.
指挥的也比较多，然后大多数也是正确的指挥，所以我们都会跟着他们玩。
我说概念神训练员今年再来一回。
而且老干爹确实昨天比赛看下来，就整体不管是对线还是配合挺到位的，包括说你看。
Oh yeah, my Uma races went a lot better this time.
看大家也比较熟悉，对吧？
就汤圆是年年都说汤圆很有质感，但是年年在正赛的发挥都不能说是差强人意，是根本就不让人满意。
是的，年年都在期待，好吧？
机会又来了这回。哎呦我。就是以我之前了解到信息，其实汤圆跟恒应该是属于那种象性还不错的，因为他们两个选手都属于是那种大局观很好的选手。就我们说中单有分操作型，就是对线型、边线型，还有团战型，但汤圆是那种大局型中单。就是相传啊，就训练员的故事还能更细致一点啊。相传训练赛的汤圆可以一个人就是在操作的同时看3条路的情况，一个人看全盘，就上帝视角员。相传啊，训练赛夸张到这个地步。
正好这次前半段对吧？线上赛感觉更接近这种训练赛的一个状况。
就训练室里，我跟你说，现在我跟大家说啊，就是这10个选手里面，可能有4个到5个下半身是那个毛裤，然后脚下穿个拖鞋。
你这毛裤有点搞了。
真的有，就是因为我印象里特别深，之前 OMG 有个选手叫那个夏洛特小辉，他特别喜欢穿那种睡裤打比赛，有的时候。
我只能说，咱们现在这个有形象管理的，好吧？你这万一到时候出镜了，
不是线下比赛还是要注意的，
对吧？
肯定是穿成套的。在俱乐部里面，就是你披个那个外套就完事儿了。但我不知道有没有那个规定啊，也可能有这个线上赛规定，就是你得穿全套队服，这个也不好说，对吧？但这种细节我们一般解说这边不好这个。但确实很多选手在俱乐部里面的时候，会以就是自己最舒服、最松弛的方式来打这个比赛，他们发挥也更好一点。像这种就是比较松弛的。
很松弛
啊，然后我们刚才说到一半，就说完汤圆，其实还有恒，因为恒是经验很丰富的选手，而且今年是恒在转会期的时候，他不仅是试训。
So for those of you that don't know, we're in stage 1 of the tournament right now. I will get hydrated. So we're in stage 1 of the tournament. Yeah, I'm also a resident sleeper a little bit. I need to get ready for early days and 3 series days. But yes. Yes. Stage 1 of the tournament, and as the stages progress, effectively more of the LPL teams will end up getting put into the format. Cool. Into the draft. I am somewhat shrimping. Okay, let's get up. Let's have a think. So LGDTT, Aatrox, Jace, Kiana have all been really scary junglers, and yes, that is Jace jungle. You did hear that right. Has been very popular in the off-season tournaments like Demacia Cup and Casper. Yeah, so yesterday I had an 8-hour stream, like an hour break, and then a 5-hour podcast on Summoning Insects. It was a long one. It was really good. Like I enjoyed it. It was good. Yesterday. Long ass day yesterday, folks. I'm hoping for a short one today. Varus band away, some Nico Rumble. We're gonna have one of the crazy junglers, I think, left open. We should have Aatrox Kiana open, I think, one of the two. Zahen, as well, was played twice yesterday. It was banned a handful of other games too, of course with Fearless. It was open in another game or two as well. Oh, sorry, I have to update Onions too, because there's obviously day 2 of Demacia Cup. But if it goes to the last game of a series, so game 3 in a best of 3 or game 5 in a best of 5, it's blind pick. So we have completely ban-free blind pick for the last game of a series, which is quite intense. Both the crazy priority mid laners are gone in terms of Orianna and Azir. Yunara very high priority, chosen over something like Kiana, which should likely be locked in for something like Hung now. Stuff like the Aatrox as well, as you're saying, just feels very powerful right now. Who's going to win? I'd imagine LGD come in as favourites. I think Tung Yuan is really quite good actually. The mid jungle from LGD changed, and I think they are an upgrade. Thank you. Running. Yeah, the thing about something like Summoning Insight is it allows me to kind of talk about like holistic esports issues or like topics, right, in a way which I don't do on other podcasts, which is cool. Less kind of region lock. Are these the main rosters for both of these teams? I believe these are the main rosters for both of these teams, yeah. Not a fan of early Yunara. The thing about Yunara is that she pretty much wins every lane. There's very few things which push Yunara about in lanes. Sometimes you can do with Misfortune. So that Aatrox can be flexed between top lane and jungle. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised to just see it go jungle. Giving over Kiana Rise, though, is nasty. Kiana Rise is a strong combination, because the Rise is point and click and allows the Kiana to have kind of like a bulky mid laner that can walk up, shrug off a bit of damage, and set up for her very effectively. Whereas TT's 0 setup right now, they've got, you know, the Aatrox Q knockup, but that's the only setup which they have. You really want something similar for the Aatrox, really, someone to kind of pin people in place for the Aatrox to go wild. Sion can do that, going in with the ult, gets good amount. It's not as follow-up. Okay. And because Kiana's been locked in, there's no threat of a Trundle removing the tank stats from the Sion. You've only played against Nymaera once, and it was weighed down by Mordekaiser's support. Damn. Ooh, now the thing is, if you go Ambassador, then suddenly you have, like, Rise Realm Warping, pinning someone in place, and then you have, like, a point-and-click Ambassador ult. Kiana going wild. That's a really nasty single target kind of obliteration comp. Exodia, obliterate! You know there was a competitive Yu-Gi-Oh player that was really successful with Exodia deck for the first time in, like, ages? A few years back, I think it was. Watched a video on it, it was really cool. Leah banned away from Heru. What else do you want to ban away from the Rise? I don't know if Heru is a Cassiopeia player. Kind of dangerous to play that into something like Ambessa Yana, but you know, pretty good into the Rise. This is Misfortune banned away from Shaya. We were saying that there isn't much which pushes a Nymaera around in lane. That's one of the things. Mel banned away from Heru. Alright. Another kind of long range artillery mage. I think Mel went something like 1 in 9. Aatrox line. Yeah, Angie, Aatrox is being played jungle right now. And he's very successful actually. Casper Cup, and I think we one game of it. Games of it in no, we haven't seen any games of it in Demacia Cup right now. Did they switch champions already? No. Fox is Widowly jungling, right? Alright, bot lane's to be locked in for LGD. Solo lane support for TT. Ooh, Shaya going Smolder. That's giving you that over-the-top damage of that. If you get like one Q splash and then an ult, typically Smolder is added enough into a fight when it goes aggressive. Smolder's weird like that because typically when you think of scaling AD carries, a lot of the time you think of them as like backline threats, you have to dive into them. A lot of the time, right? You think about that with Xayah a little bit, or maybe a little bit less with something like Aphelios. Smolder can, because of his ultimate, can kind of always just throw his ult into the play, and if, you know, Ryze is gunning someone down, Smolder's quite good at going into that. The Lulu does mean that the Nymaera has good... Well, actually, it's not even just the Nymaera. Nymaera Aatrox both have this extra kind of stat stick behind them now. Heru is a big Ahri player. Quite safe against his top side, comparative to most top laners. I'm sorry, mid laners. Yeah, that should be fine. There's no one on this team which Ahri can't kill. But you can go for a very bursty build here. In fact, there's no one that can shrug off that damage. Maybe you go towards like a tank support, like... I guess you don't really want to go Braum here. You need something tanky from Y6. It might just be a Slam and Alistar angle, but then the lane is so hard. What do? You pick something tankier. It struggles in lane versus Nymaera Lulu, and not that you were going to win that lane anyway. Yeah, you go for a hook support. Okay, Nautilus is kind of the happy medium, because you're tanky-ish. You're not going to survive a full burst combo, but you shrug off a bit of damage. But at least you can throw a hook out towards the double ranged. Nautilus is quite good versus double ranged bot lanes. It's a happy medium. My problem is, if you fall behind as that Nautilus, you're just a free kill. Okay, so TT, TT have a much better front line. You have Sion, Aatrox buffed up by Lulu ultimates and shields. And then... Oh, Ambassador moved after the Rise Kiana pick? Oh, I actually didn't realize that. Huh, that's interesting. Funnily enough, I think it's something similar. Maybe it was a graphical error. But in terms of the overall team compositions, I'm going to have to put on 1 minute of adverts first, by the way, because the pre-roll aim is a little bit earlier. If you'd like to avoid adverts, please drop a subscription. I like the juxtaposition of Kiana having the most lovely hair and then Ryze's bald ass. Like compare, for some reason there was a conversation about me and Northern Lion yesterday. And, you know, after 8 hours and 4 hours of pauses, it was like, well, you know, if only you had less hair, you'd probably find more stuff to talk about. I was about to say, you know, your verbal creativity is stored in the hair, but clearly for Northern Lion it's not. Anything interesting there from the Ahri? Not going towards something like bone plating? I guess against Ryze you don't really care anyway. Really want to do that against yeah, you do that against matchups you brawl more into. Ryze is a little bit more up and down in terms of that. Tangyuan has been a good Ryze player in the past. Okay, alright. Oh my god. Horrible Poro train on the new Winter Rift. Yeah, I actually think that Ryze is like the Northern Lion of League of Legends. You know, the famous League of Legends player and aficionado, Northern Lion. I stopped watching Northern Lion for a while, because I watched him a lot in university, like a lot. I used to watch him with like certain people and I kind of fell out of touch with them. I stopped doing that. And I came back to watching him because I don't know, I just saw him playing Binding of Isaac again. I'm like, okay, alright. Alright, we're back in this. Okay, so laning strength. This is the first time that we've seen TT, this iteration of them. Ooh, hook at level 1. This is why you pick something like the Nautilus, because you there's actually pretty good versus the double ranged, and because he lands that hook, the actual minions end up aggroing them a little bit. Good extra thing there too is that Feather and Round 3 end up damaging some extra minions in there. Means that Xiaoyan and Y6, they're not looking to get the early wave push. You're not really able to. You just want to get some extra HP. Oh, hang on, this is a really early invade. Really early invade. Does he get it? He does! Oh my god, Hunk, that's so mean! You dick! He actually just goes up and straight up steals it. 2 minutes in, he takes Raptors, goes over, ends up stealing Grom because the Aatrox smites on first camp, I guess. I guess the Aatrox smites on first camp. I didn't realize that. Maybe that's a thing about the Aatrox clear which is exploitable. Both junglers are going top to bot, so Hung's gone Raptors, gone over, stolen one camp, gonna go for his bot camps. What's Junhao's plan? He did his full top side. They're both 2 camps to 2 camps because Hung's obviously spent a lot of time walking about the place. But if he does end up getting access to all of his camps, he will, you know, be 1 camp up, Junhao will be 1 camp down, so it's a 2 camp difference, 2 camp swim. Gaio YCX, again doing completely fine here. That early trade was really good from YCX actually, landing that hook to by a little bit of a HP advantage. What's Hung's plan now? Does he end up ooh, this could be a bit close. Ends up smiting. Good damage there actually as well. All camps are gone. Junhao, I don't think there's much he can do. Reminder folks that Junhao did have some incredible highs last year. Of course, I am... Oh yeah, by the way, it was Ahri's birthday the other day. 2 days ago. Ahri's release day. The anniversary of it was then. Released back in 2012, I want to say. December 2012. With 13 years of Ahri on the Rift. Don't have spot on the bot side of the Rift. But yeah, Harry, big player of the Ahri. I have not watched him before, so but I'll be watching him with a weather eye, being the Ahri main I am. This is a good game for an Ahri. This is the kind of game where an Ahri can actually carry. There's no one here that you can't kill. Ooh, stops the recall there. Interesting, Yunara didn't go teleport to answer Smolders. Yunara always wants to go combat some issues, such as brawling AD carry. Glazzy have just such power in lane. Especially later on as well, stuff like the barrier really changed the way that you can play team fights. Not be commenting on that. no crazy advantages coming out of lanes in early game. It really is this. Ah, I say that just. Hang on, that's getting really, really close. Very, very close indeed. And the barrier doesn't save him. Barrier doesn't save him. First blood goes over towards the Smolder. I think it's going to be a 2-for-1, but it's the Smolder, the scaling lane, which gets the kills. Are you kidding me? Even gets the last hit with the Q. It gives you the extra stack for getting the kill, the last hit, and then also damaging a champion. So Shaya walks out with 30 stacks from the early trades, and then also gets 2 kills. That is absurdly bad for TT. You've just given a scaling Smolder 2 kills and a bunch of stacks early. That is not it. Sorry, the barrier. No, I think the barrier was just used. I'm looking at the cooldown. I think it was. Or was it used in whatever? Okay, the barrier was used at some point from Ryan. My bad if it wasn't used in that trade. Oh my god, YCX really getting some value there. He ends up going down. The kill even goes towards Feather and not towards Ryan 3, so it's a 2-kill differential between 80 carries. That is hell for TT. That's really bad because they don't have a consistent way onto the Smolder. I mean, I guess the consistent way onto the Smolder is doing. Oh bloody hell! Good damage coming out from that. The hook flashed away from this bot lane of TT. Very much struggling. You know, Feather's had some good moments before. I've actually quite liked his upper level. Might see if there's a combo coming through from the jungle here. Just out of range, I think. Really. Hungman and Harry both flashes down. I can't remember if we saw that trade on screen. I don't know if we did. Aatrox. Now he's used the flash. Tungyuan doesn't have flash to follow himself. By the way, Tungyuan is a kind of dumpling, I think it is, in China. Like a sticky dumpling. Quite a popular food stuff. I think it's used for certain festivals. Tungyuan kind of... There's like a spring festival where a lot of people eat Tungyuan. Is it the Dragon Boat Festival where that's... Fun little cultural note for you. Don't know if anyone can correct me on that, but I believe that's the case. Very popular in certain regions of China. There's also a player called, there was a player called Xiaolongbao, which is another kind of dumpling. So we had Tungyuan versus Xiaolongbao, I think, for one bit, which is quite funny because the battle of the dumplings. Hang on a second, that's a flash. Let's Aatrox, and there's a roll more top of it too. It's a ream display of talent, a realm whoop, and a dead Aatrox. I don't think Ari's gonna be able to help much here. That is, oh my god, this is a sad day for Janhao, hey. Hung walking in, getting a nasty old trade. Funnily enough, yesterday too, Hung, in his game 2 versus the stream team before they forfeit it, ended up playing Zyra, getting like 5 camps over his opponent in the first 2 clears. Absolutely insane. Ended up walking from, he ended up doing, you know, 2 camps into enemy side of the jungle, stealing Krugs and red buff. Ain't good old over the Q there from Sassy. I'm not too sure how much kill threat there is here. He needs his cooldowns to come back up. The early cooldowns from Ambessa are really quite high, like 10-second cooldowns. So there's no actual threat to finish off the kill there, but does end up, you know, escaping the Aatrox Q, the Scion Q damage. You know, low health trades both players there, pushes the wave in. Why is that Aatrox jungle? Funnily enough, Aatrox jungle was played a fair amount towards rework release. Like Season 8, Season 9, there was a fair amount of it. I think that was it anyway. It's cropped up occasionally from now and then. You want Nautilus jungle? That was buffed, actually, in the last year. Not really seen play and pro play. There was like 1 or 2 games. I think Stevie Lol played a bit of it. TT's main roster for LPL this season? I believe so. Yeah, they've had a lot of changes. Was 1XN, ended up moving to LNG. We'll see them play later. They're playing against the stream team. They did play yesterday against Ultra Prime. It was a, that was the series which went really weird. LNG were getting a bit blasted before they, you know, the network issues hit. Okay. Grub's taken by TT. Contest for the last one? Don't think so. Dragon was taken by LGD. A little bit before that. So Dragon for Grub's trade. 3 Grubs, so there's no even no trade of any Grubs actually to LGD. So there's going to be a clean sweep for TT though. More people moving around the map. Collecting the wave top side. Smolder free stacking on bot side has 70. He's doing completely fine. He has teleport up as well. Cole stacking in. Xiaoya is so happy. I only just realized that the player titles are in Chinese on the server. Mid lane very even. Good farming numbers for both of them. Just haven't had that much fighting to do. Alder's got to be pretty close to first item, you know, even though it's only 10 minutes in.
AD 在换中，然后少爷有踢啊，这样好处是泰坦可以一直在中路靠上或者靠下。你上路把线推进来的话，你也是有压力的。万一我野辅来了，这波你不一定打得过。
Yeah, for those of you that didn't catch the games yesterday, when LNG played later today, LNG did play a game versus Ultra. Well, they played a game versus Ultra Prime yesterday before the series was. I'd say it's abandoned. It wasn't. It was forfeit by Ultra Prime, but it was due to network issues, which I'm not entirely sure were in their control. Actually, feels very bad for Ultra Prime. It felt like, you know, maybe you could reschedule it, but I think the schedule of the tournament with so many best of threes back to back every day meant that they didn't elect to do that. Bit of a mess, really, so that's just added context for what's happening there, which is a little strange because LNG are a team which I'd like LNG to do well. I just not like that, you know. That's not the way you prove it. Polymorph trying to deny some farm hit. Open up a little trade if they can. Really end up doing that much. First items coming in. Well, first, the big leaders in jungle, right? Was in gold lead already. The propane Hydra and propane accessories. Locked in. Junhao going towards what I assume is the Sundered Sky first. Just every AD jungler. They're more towards the fighter archetype than an assassin goes towards that. I have been enjoying watching the Jace jungle. Jace jungle has been really cool. Hung had a game of that yesterday in game 3. It was a game 1 and game 3 actually from LG. I think he might have played 2 games of it actually, which looked really, really good. Jace jungle can kind of go full lethality because he doesn't have to interact with laners and he doesn't need any extra kind of beefy stats to survive a laning matchup or something. Means you just get full lethality. Jace just nuking.
老干爹这边处理是，既然已经到了朗姆星矢的这个优势区，干脆线也就不换回来了。朗姆继续对塞恩，瑞兹去对狐狸。
Oh, this is a Blackfire Torch Ari build. Okay. So he doesn't go towards the Malignance. I suppose the game's been a little bit slower. Blackfire Torch has been nerfed a fair amount. I wouldn't have gone Blackfire this game. I think this is the kind of game where your sole AP, you can be like major damage threat. Typically, Blackfire Torch is good if you're going towards something like Bloodletters later, because it ends up giving you the magic resist shred in a way that Malignance doesn't consistently give you. I'm not a big fan of Bloodletters and Ari in general, actually. I know that Faker likes going and a couple of others do. It's just not... I much prefer Void Staff. I think it's just a much better kind of set of stats for you a lot of the time. Interested to see what his full build has gone. It's gone for the Inspiration Rune secondary. I don't go for triple tonic that often on Ari. Harry is a big Ari player though. I want to see what his logic is. Especially against teams like this too, where, you know, the Realm Warp and stuff like the Ambessa ult or Nautilus can really threaten you. I think not having max ult cooldown can be quite problematic. I guess you have a front line to stand behind, so maybe Harry's thought is, I don't need my personal safety. I've got a Lulu and a Scion. I'll be fine for God's sake. Not. Well, see if Harry makes it work in his playstyle, really. Scion walking down towards mid lane. Dragon's up now. How many stacks he got? 109. Not bad damage from Hung, you know. It takes half the HP off the Aatrox. 2-level lead. Okay, this fight has to be on Scion. Scion's gonna have to do some work. That's a really good display of talent. Flash away from the Lulu. Needs to get out of danger, but Ambessa puts them right back into it. Managed to peel back. How much work can they do there? The front line needs to start getting set up. The Wild Growth goes onto the Ari, and I'm not sure that's what they wanted. The Charm cooldown is down. The Hook cooldown is back up, and LGD will claim themselves the Dragon TT. I think they're lucky to walk away with no casualties there. I think they're very lucky indeed. No, Hang starting proceedings off with a big chunk of damage. Junhao completely put into the hot seat very early in. Very surprised that TT didn't lose a kill there. Feather ended up getting hooked out. Getting hit by that Kiana ultimate. That was really dangerous from TT. They really did group up for that. They were spoiling for a fight. They really wanted something like that. He doubly misses there. Hasty double stack. Stacking's been completely fine from Shaya. One of these TT carries really needs to step up. They do have a Scion to stand behind, they do, but they need to get some value out of that, because the Aatrox is not going to be valuable this game. Not really. Eru or Ryan needs to have a good game here, folks, for TT. Their first games for TT as an organization. TT draft good, but play not so good. Yeah, I mean, I don't mind this draft. They had a winning lane and bot lane, of course, that got thrown under the bus a little bit by giving the double kill over to Shaya, who's been completely fine now. Just free scaling game. They have a Scion and a Lulu. You have a carry in the Nymaera, which can use that platform well. Meta pick in the Aatrox in the jungle. At least it seems to be from this playstyle. It's a comfort pick for Heru in the mid lane from everything I can see. I don't know the player, but it's most played by far. Cooldown boots after the Blackfire. Again, I guess you're into the Merc Treads of Tongyuan. I don't know exactly how many Merc Treads there'll be. There was obviously quite a lot of auto attack damage on TT. First strike from Hung. Always scary when you hear that sound effect and like, ah, someone's taking damage. You've missed the cannon there, Sassy. Sassy had a good series yesterday, you know, versus Arla. She was actually pretty good there. Ooh, hook away from the Aatrox W. I was wondering if he timed that wrong, actually. He was a little bit close to getting bot back. Yes, the smaller stacks start to explode from this point because you get your AoE clear, and also you've built up some cooldown reduction from Essence Reaver as well. So, and also just the base cooldown from leveling up your Q more. Aatrox jumping forwards. Smolder sat in the brush again. Smolder just sits in that little pocket there, hides out of vision and says, okay, well, you need to walk towards me, I'll get some stacks, and I can hop over the wall if things get really spooky. Hung's gone for the second item, Serpent's Fang. Serpent's Fang has been so popular on these lethality junglers in the last couple of days. I noticed it at Casper, noticed it here, well, obviously yesterday at Demacia Cup as well. Very cheap for... Oh, hang on. I was timing it so he can jump up towards top lane. Hungman's Rise is one of those picks which I remember more fondly from him, even when he was not great on RNG, which, you know, was a lot of his starting point of his career. After Xiaohu was replaced by him. His Rise was one of the better ones. Ari was another one too. Who's his Annie, which really struggled at? Up there from all the Q. Scion going in! I think that's going to be a dead Nautilus. We'll die very, very quickly. This is why... Hang on a second, Ari. Does he have this cool charm? The charm cooldown? No! Misses it. Shea had no flash. That is a big miss. Is it going to lead to the kill? It's really close. The Lulu saves him. No extra damage to come in. Heru survives despite missing the skill shot. LGD lose two, including their Fed Kiana. I think YCX was a little bit... I think he was actually a little bit greedy there. I think he should have just taken the loss and choose to step forwards into the Scion ult so the Smolder didn't take any damage. I think there was a world in which you just give up one, maybe turn something around. Like, watch this again, right? I think at this point, like, maybe here. I mean, okay, not here, but right here, like, Smolder needs to not be there. I think that the Nautilus actually needs to walk forwards a little bit so the Smolder doesn't get hit by the damage there. There's no kill threat if the Ari's walking forwards alone. Not a great charm angle, hiding behind the Raptors there. Good wild growth to ignore some of the combo there from the Kiana. Not quite in range for the Profane Hydra to proc damage. Don't think it would have killed anyway. And yes, of course, Serpent's Fang very good into Lulu as well, mentioned in the chat. And I was talking about it being just, you know, cost efficient and lethality junglers liking it anyway. I think if there's any reason to build Serpent's Fang, it just feels like a very efficient item, very cheap item. Okay, Dragon up now would be third Dragon for LGD. Gold gap is still in their favor. It doesn't have flash for this fight. Harry does have ult necessary. Ult 2 goes into the wall. Where's the charm? Doesn't land onto anyone. Walks out of the Scion Q to Xiaoya. I think this is probably a dead Nautilus. Yeah, they're really struggling to use a frontline, really. Where's the flap? Flap gets over the wall. Once again, 1 for none. How many ults do they use today? Use 3. Use Ryan, Junhao, and Keshi's ultimates. Do you think Keshi has a castle? I think we can make a TV show about that. Like, Keshi's dungeon. Yeah, that sounds like a TV show which exists. Would never call it Keshi's castle. That would feel like it was, you know, bad marketing. Dragon being taken down by LGD. Aatrox could fly over the wall, close some of that XP gap. Of course, it gets harder to do that. Keep that level up as it goes through. It's under half HP now. Coming over. Pulled outside the wall. Soul point achieved by LGD. 1 more and they get that Mountain Soul. I haven't really seen Ambessa impact the games too much so far. Xiaoya does hit 225. There you go. That's the final upgrade for Xiaoya. 20 minutes, 35 seconds. That's a good timer. Good timer. And now they have the dragons. There's an Atacant to fight over. This is a very, very scary Smolder. Goes towards the Mortal Reminder second as well for the anti-heal against Aatrox. Now, I can't remember exactly what Lulu's ult classifies as, because it adds maximum HP to a target. I don't think it counts as a heal, though I don't think anti-heal applies to Lulu Ultimate. It does for stuff like Redemption, but it isn't even a Redemption, it's the Ardent Sensor for buffing the auto-attack damage of the Nymaera. By the way, if you're enjoying the stream here, please like or one of those like subscription-y thingies, regardless of the platform you're on. It helps us keep doing what we're doing. Been casting the LPL since 2023. I've cast like 1,500 LPL games, maybe more. I've cast a lot. A lot of League of Legends here, folks. Both on the official LPL broadcast when it existed, and then here on my own stream. And you know, getting to chill here with you all, enjoying some League of Legends, Demacia Cup LPL, what have you. It's very fun. Privileged to be able to do this for a living. And if you'd like to support the stream and myself and my brother who do this together, well, you know, goes a long way. Potential pick onto the rise. There's a flash available. Does manage to get a little bit of damage denied from that. So Redemption comes down. Flash away from Tong Yuan, who just walked into 4 members of TT. The only one not there was the Ari. Atacant started up now. Tong Yuan could recall and teleport back in. In fact, that's exactly what he's going to do. I don't know, taking a fight here against the Smolder, who's getting the splash damage over. The problem, because the Atacant has stood between you and him. He gets the splash damage from that Q flying over. Atacant's also taking damage off you as well. Yeah, the longer that lasts, the more problematic it is. Yana pushing in the mid lane. Do they restart the Atacant knowing that? I mean, it's quite hard to force it down before Kiana gets into range. Quite slow to kill the Atacant. Alright, so they look for a pick opportunity on Tong Yuan. Can't quite get to him. Ooh. Not the best damage. Horizon Focus second for Heru, who really, I guess he just really wants to go for cooldown reduction, man. 2 cooldown reduction items, has the boots, hasn't gone for the Malignant, so he doesn't have the ult cooldown specifically. Not that high damage Ari build. There's no Dark Seal. Like, for those of you who've not heard one of my great many rants, I've literally been doing this since like, I don't know, 3-4 years at this point. If you're an Ari player, get Dark Seal first back every single game. It is the most important item on Ari by far. The best item on Ari in the game is weirdly not Malignance. It is Medjai's Soul Stealer. Medjai's is the best Ari item in the game. If you get Dark Seal and you get one good early fight, it gives you just a few extra stacks to transfer it into a Medjai's later, and it changes the way that you play the game like nothing else. Level advantage for the Rise over the Scion, actually. Often don't see that between top laners and mid laners, but then again, Rod of Ages tends to help you a little bit with that. Starting up this again, where is that Kiana coming down? Will be in range to smite. How much damage can this Smolder end up doing? Hook onto the Scion, the Lulu. Oh my god! Nautilus is just gone! Nautilus is gone! But how much damage can come out from the side of it? Atacant is taken down. Good damage on on to Sassy. I think there'll be a dead ambassador as well. It is flash forward charm on to the rise. The ultimate from the counter, not fantastic, but the Smolder starts to burn and execute. Smolder tapped by that Nymaera. What, 2 for 1 right now? LGD walk away with the Atakan, losing the extra member. Bit of a damage check there from both sides. Bloody hell, my CX just evaporated. Oof. Tongyuan, potential mid laner. For a while, Tongyuan was potential man of mid lane in LPL because he's meant to be like the guy, which was meant to replace Xiaohu a little bit. Didn't really end up in the way that they wanted to. This was a lot of damage in a very short amount of time. Sion ends up going down to the Smolder burn, I suppose. Does he get hit by... How does Sion die? Does he get hit by splash damage? Yeah, he gets hit by splash damage. Hang on a second. Hang on. Hang on, did Ryan just kill his top laner? Did he just dash the Smolder splash damage into him? Hang on. Did I see that right? Did Ryan just dash back and the Q damage from Smolder hit the Sion who had just survived? No, Ryan. Oh, God. Well. Oh, well. Oh, well. Okay, this would be Mountain Soul for LGD. Took away from the W pullback. And there you go. Mountain Soul. Easy as you like. Extra shield, extra resists. Flamed by LGD. 2 Mountain Dragons. The shield is off it, which regens over time. Or refreshes over time. Hey, Sam. How's it going? Hey, Smolder damage coming through again. Bit of a disengaging Nautilus ult as well, forcing the Aatrox back. Ooh, charm. It does land onto the Nautilus. The hook not landing onto the Ahri forces the ult out, so that'll be on cooldown. Not the longest cooldown with so many cooldown reduction items and the level 2 of the ultimate. Cool, Sam, we'll get you in for the next game then, because I don't want to be fiddling around with that right now. But yes, cool, we'll get a Brothers cast for a little bit. We'll be chilling a bit. Oh, we're getting the good old Realm Warp up towards the top side to get towards that Baron. How quickly can they do this, though? Smolder, you know, does get a decent amount of burn damage onto the objective. Rise pretty good at taking it too. ET walking up towards top side. Well, there is a potential of a hook out of the bush. He is way too far away. He's way too far away. Nautilus, my dude. Okay, that's a very close chance of a steal. Doesn't quite get it. Baron goes down. Aatrox goes down. No steal achieved. LGD, do they find the follow-up fight? They don't have an Ambassador ult to follow up with. They're running out of a few cooldowns. She does have flash. Will that be enough? So, oh my god, Kiana damage. Kiana just removes Lulu from the equation, and I think that's the fight which they now are looking for. They have the Mountain Shield, giving them a little bit of brawn as well. Hang trying to get that combo going forwards, and I think it'll be enough. Sion goes down. TT lose another member. 2 kills on the retreat from the Baron. LGD get Baron. They get 2 kills, and that should really be the death knell for this game. Wait, hang on. Is Junhao still using his Ultra Prime Tournament Realm account? Because there was a pop-up on screen which said Ultra Prime Junhao. That was his old team. I think they're using his Ultra Prime Tournament Realm account. Yeah, they're all using their older Tournament Realm accounts, I guess. Might be the worst macro game I've seen in a while. Well, I think that LGD have been fine for it. I mean, TT tried to pull some quick plays. Look, around the Atakan, they were trying to say, look, we're behind the game. Let's try and force an Atakan while they're out of position, or hope they're out of position. Right here, this is a good realm up onto the Baron itself. And it did just feel like TT were kind of scrambling to do that. Very close to a steal there. You know what? That was a little bit dicey. You know, I think that the actual realm warps have been pretty good from Tongyuan. He's been using it to get people back into position. They haven't left objectives in a position where TT could rush them down in time. That is an Ambassador ult. Why are you ulting into 4 people? What happened? Why did he just ult into 4 people? It wasn't even like he got Sion ulted or something. Sassy, my dude. Okay, alright. That's stance ain't gonna salve you for that, buddy. Alright, well, MS is dead. 1 Baron buff down. That's going to change the way that they siege, presumably. 30 seconds till he's back up and available. Can't teleport in because, you know, he's dead. Damage from Smolder. Does have the Infinity Edge. The extra Q damage going to really sting now. Doesn't have the Fire Cannon for ease of access. Not bad. The Nautilus ult, not a hook, not going to land at the wall. But Smolder is still alive. It's a really good Kiana ult. Gets the splash damage onto 2. Tongyuan flashes forwards. And that's suddenly 2 kills back. Realm up to try and get towards mid lane. Tongyuan really wants to push that in now. Now they realize, okay, all right. We've got ourselves that numbers advantage which we need. Sassy can teleport back in. They just won the 4v5 there. Kashi tried to hit the clump, but Smolder was stood away from it. And, you know, Y6 pretty happy to die and just give the space for Smolder to do something. Going forwards is Ari. There's a flash from the Smolder. Use it pretty effectively. Ari Q. It's going to land on target, though, and it's going to be dead anyway. I mean, Sassy just teleports to the wrong part of the map. He just... Why didn't you teleport in towards your Smolder? They wanted to push all 3 lanes at once. That's quite greedy, actually. Now, Tongyuan's coming around the back. Does have a Mountain Shield to work with. Kiana's there, too. Doesn't have the ultimate cooldown available, but they're quite low HP, and that potentially leaves them a room for that Earth the Blade. Execute like that! Oh, my God! The extra damage from being below 50% HP is absolutely insane. Sassy misses the ultimate. Not been the best investor game for him. Okay, now we're getting into a little bit of silly territory, folks. Wait, Tongyuan is on XQW's account? Oh my god, really? Yeah, because LGD's old mid laner was XQW. They had a climber in XQW. The little green frog is what XQW translates to, I think it was. I missed the little green frog. I'm gonna miss that guy. But Tongyuan is, I think, quite clearly a better mid laner. And he's also quite clearly at 4 items, which is terrifying. 405. I think there's a world in which Tongyuan walks away with MVP here, you know. Very solid game from him. It is Kiana, but there's like an honorable shout out to Tongyuan.
但我怕的是老干爹不给 TT 抢龙的机会啊！而且有瑞兹在，其实赢游戏的方式很多啊。就你出来跟我打团，我瑞兹一个车过去把你家偷了，还真能偷。上路线先整理。
Guy is pretty close to Fire Cannon now. Wasn't a bad pick off by Haru in that bot lane. Gone for the Crypto Boom as well now. Another cooldown item. This is such a high cooldown build, Ari. I don't know, just no Dark Seal, no real ability to one-shot anyone else. Besides, you know, an occasional first target. I really don't like overloading cooldown reduction on Ari at the expense of more damaging stats. You see there, just like, you know, where's the actual damage? Nautilus walks out of it. For a high damage build, Nautilus does just explode if you have like a death cap, you know? Oh well, Redemption comes down and Nautilus is high enough HP to flash forwards and miss a hook. Alright, okay, fine, whatever. Smolder getting McHale'd actually. Maybe afraid of a Scion ultimate coming through. Inhib goes down. That's all 3 inhibs, so double super minions will be spawning in every lane from this point. First strike. Very satisfying sound effect. Not exactly sure. Well, I guess TT can look for just a miracle Scion blasting age. There is a 4-item Nymaera with an Infedge and a Lulu backing them up. Does have 1,000 gold lead now, actually. And fed a fair amount of farm and had a couple of shutdowns, I presume, as well. Elders up. Oh my god, we're a little bit split here. Investor going in. And, well, okay, well, I guess the Nymaera can't do damage if they're dead. The Lulu ult doesn't save them. And that'll be it. Double kill towards the Smolder. Flashing forwards. ET try to find the split fight. Credit to them. It wasn't a bad angle. If you're going to hit them while they're split. Doesn't work out. The Nymaera goes down. Dies with barrier. And Dotler. What? What happened to the Chinese caster audio? What happened to the Chinese caster audio? Why did they just, like, Mike just... Okay, alright, GG, LGD will take game 1. I hope the Chinese casters are fine. Where did they go? The mics just turned off. Did they just unplug the mic? What happened to the Chinese casters? Guys, the Chinese caster audio died. Guys... Your mics aren't working. Alright, okay, LGD, they won game 1. Hello, I'll turn my camera on instead. What is happening? What is happening? Hello, everyone, how's it going? You know what, we're gonna get Sam in. Sam, you around? Oh, you're around, Sam. There you go, cool. Yeah, I'm gonna just call Sam and see if Sam picks up. We can see if we can get a camera from Sam as well. So you're gonna have us say, hey, Sam, how's it going? Hello, I can't hear you, Sam. Still can't hear you, Sam. Sam, you said you had a functional stream, Sam. Hello, how's it going?
Hello. It took a second to get the connection in.
Good to see you. How are you doing?
How are you doing, mate? Yeah, I'm doing good. I'm sorry it was a little bit late getting started this morning. I was doing the whole shenanigans with setup.
You seeing that Smolder damage? 50,000 damage in 32 minutes.
What? Shall yeah. They've had to move on to Ryan 4 after that one.
Yeah. Oh my god. Oh my god, that's funny. Oh Jesus. Well, Caster Audio is now back from the Chinese side of things. I'm gonna have to change your volume a little bit.
That's fine. So yeah, I've so to say the setup as it is. I am in the basement.
Right.
And I'm routing through the box in the wall in the basement to the garage.
Right.
To use the compressors and preamps in the garage, then routing it back through to the basement where my microphone is then plugged in. Without turning the computer on in the garage, so theoretically, the computer and everything else in the garage can be used simultaneously while I'm using this.
That is really, really cool. Do you have a camera, Sam?
I can do, yes. 1 second. How do you want it? Video?
Video Ninja, yeah, if that's alright.
Yeah, not a problem. Give me but a second.
A butter second?
Video
not, like
Ninja.
Not an oil second or a ghee setting?
No.
Cream setting?
Get there, but no. No. Cream is an entertaining. Do you want microphone? I'm assuming not.
No. Easier for me to control through Discord anyway, really.
Yeah, no worries. Apologies, lighting will be a little bit janky. So
yeah.
I can get some more.
I think it just looks better.
It
just looks better to have it the way
it's.
And hopefully it's I just the caster audio dying at the end of the game was so funny. I just heard like the mic just and then it's just like after a huge fight, I'm just like, did they just rage quit? why did the caster IX just die? Oh man.
You're welcome. Need anything else from me? You good?
Yeah, that's alright. You can see the stream when I stream it to you.
Can't see it right now.
Oh, it's because I'm clicked off. It's because
the application.
Yeah, it's because I've clicked off it. That'll be why I've clicked off it for now. Where it is. That should be fine. Okay, it's a little bit scuffed in terms of the video, but it is what yeah, that's alright. Let me just check that this thing's... Han gets the MVP. Actually, yeah, not crazy surprising, actually. Well, oh, there we go. Alright, so we got double caster here. Castle cam here. Cool, nice. Right, so let me
I'm going to get myself very quickly a coffee, because I don't have one yet.
Cool.
And that'll be that. Just so you know, I still can't see the stream.
That's no, because I'm clicked off it. If I click here, it's fine.
Which is just making sure that was that was low quality.
We learned this the hard way a while ago. Basically, if you click off the preview, if you tab out the stream, even though I can see the stream, you can't. Basically, so I need to make sure that I don't like minimize. So if I click here, is it fine? By the way, is it blank now or is it? No, it's okay though. I can actually see it streaming too. That's fine.
No, it's not blank now.
Well, yeah, okay. So basically, if okay, all right. I know. Yeah. Why are the casters talking about driving analogies? Probably because of Scion ult, right? How did Shaya not get it? Because this game was kind of ran over by the Kiana going world. Right. Well, we're gonna match the ad break here. We're gonna put some adverts on, and then we'll come back when we're well. Hey, folks. See you in a minute. That was over a 1.5 thousand DPM game. That's insane. No worries, Darkworld. Thanks for stopping in. Is Essence Reaver important to Smolder? Yes, because it gives you crit and cooldown, and also means that you don't have any mana sustain issues, because he's a caster AD carry. Are any teams playing with their full LPL roster? I know this from a while ago, Sparky Slips, but yes, most of them are. Yeah, because Smolder would kind of have to go for something like a tier, like for Manamune, in some points in his past. You need some kind of mana sustain. My god, we've got 67 subscribers. That sounds like a perfectly reasonable number. I'm doing a vodka campaign on Uma in the back. By the way, I made my Group A finals for this CM. I had to rebuild my Nymaera Top Gun like mid-event to do it though. I was missing long ass aptitude. So that has now been. Oh, and voice is getting cut off on more quiet. Okay, so I need to like, okay, I need to actually like speak into my mic. Good to know. Thank you, Andrew. Appreciate it.
I return. I have coffee.
Yay!
Brush my teeth.
Good timing.
Got a working microphone.
Yeah, it sounds pretty good, Sam. Actually, it does. It's the audio quality is good.
We did quite a lot of work. We were on I was on phone with Dad while he was in the garage yesterday, setting things up.
I mean, it sounds good to me.
Yeah.
Obviously, like
we've done all the work on it.
The funniest thing is like when you put all this work in, and then Discord just completely destroys the quality.
Yeah,
yeah. Oh man.
I did double check that I was going through the mic and not my headphones, so I was actually sending you good audio.
Yeah, yeah.
Because that would have been horrifying.
No, it sounds good for now, honestly, man. Yeah.
We love it. We love it.
Can TT win this? I mean, I think LGD. I don't know. That was not a pretty game, folks. That was pretty not great.
The things that we loved about Thunder Talk coming into last year, and obviously things didn't turn out the way I think they were hoping for.
Hello, how's it going?
Things like 1XM being on a roster, always deciding an issue. Depending on your pronunciation, I'm sure we've been over that shenanigans enough times at this point. Having Bejuan be a really good sort of like tip of the spear for the team, getting things rolling on Sejuani and Lilia and a few of those choice picks of his. They lost a lot of those key elements that made the jigsaw fit together, and I think it really is back to ground zero in a lot of ways for Thunder Talk, and I think there will be some work to do. I think it will be a rough start to the year at the very least.
Yeah. Folks, just another quick thing as well. How is audio between like the stream and us, by the way? And so like how Sam and I together, I'm gonna try and be a little bit more quiet today. One, because my voice is. Folks, I had an 8-hour stream and then a 5-hour podcast yesterday.
That's a big Summoning Insight episode.
Yeah, we just kept yapping. There was just more to talk about, you know.
That's good fun. Did you enjoy it, by the way?
Yeah,
How was
good.
your first
It was good. Yeah, because the thing about Summoning Insight is like, because it's more like a holistic league thing, I can yap about bigger topics which aren't related to like a single region in League of Legends, like you know, the economics of, you know, paywalls and stuff like that, or philosophically.
What is your take? Are you pro or against paywalls?
I think it should have been trialed. I think that it's very important to have data for stuff like that, and I think doing it on a tournament which is off-season, that was the time to do it. So I'm actually like, I think that was the time to do it, if any, really.
I think it's a bit of a shame that the region locking issues weren't resolved straight
And that's
away.
why I separated the two. You have to separate the two. The problem wasn't the fact that it was behind a paywall. The problem was that people wanted to pay for it and weren't able to because it wasn't available to them. That was the problem, really.
And like, especially if you can get attached to a streaming service or whatever, one of the things that League and a lot of esports in general has not had is broadcasting rights in the same way that, like, in terms of like towards television stations or whatever, or radio stations or whatever it may be. You just haven't had that really for League.
No.
Potentially there's some cool stuff there. I think we've been on the BBC before. There is that.
Yeah, there was like one of, I think it was UK Premiership.
D-Man trying to explain to some.
No, there was
BBC
UKLC was on
It's
BBC
great.
briefly for like a split.
It was, wasn't it, as well? Yeah.
I don't think that was when we were on there. I think it was like the year before. I think it was like 2020 maybe. Yeah, maybe 2020. I think that I really do think that I'm actually somewhat surprised that BBC didn't buy it, like, or like national broadcasters haven't put a little bit more emphasis into like having like a feeder stream to, because I do think it's quite cool for, you know, for there to be like tacit recognition that actually esports are quite a big power within like younger generations and stuff. I'm pro paywall if they give me 4K and player preview. Same. This is the thing. If you give a good experience through a paywall and it's something additive, I think that's good. But yeah, that was one of the topics.
I agree. If you can get pro view, if you can get those kind of really in-depth like extra bits that go on, I think you start getting a lot more value immediately from a paywall to begin with.
Yeah. So that was. I
am so surprised that pro view wasn't indexed on harder, honestly.
I think it's because there was the hardware needed to do it was a pain to set up during COVID. I think basically the problem was you need a second PC to provide pro view in the way that they wanted it, and doing that to remote locations because everyone was playing from their team houses during COVID was just not possible, I think, at that point, which was really a shame, because I think pro view was a great addition to the scene. You can get player POVs for stuff like LPL, interestingly. They always kept it around, but you have to go fish them out from
that makes sense.
From like here or Bilibili or whatever. That's the one, Bilibili. Yeah, so that's one thing. And then what the other topics? Quite an interesting talk about, you know, why is there so much kind of like random hatred for a player like Upset? And actually that was quite an interesting talk, because I think I was mulling about it on the spot because I hadn't thought about it before. But I actually think because Upset set, and sometimes players like him have set very clear personal boundaries when they're actually like, look, I don't really want to like have, you know, my personal life on front and center like this. And he's not someone that, you know, openly has like friendship showing on stream and on socials and stuff like that, as opposed to, you know, some teams which are like all buddy all the time on socials. Some people just display friendships and relationships very differently, you know. I wonder, because he's set more firm boundaries, which I think is very important in an ever increasingly more parasocial world with players. You know, let's be honest, a lot of players at the top end of the game, you know, players like to, you know, really latch onto them. I think it's actually quite nice to. I think it's quite an important thing for people to set boundaries quite clearly, and that was a that was an interesting topic.
And I really do feel for the guy after the world.
Yeah, the world's
situation such as
22, was it, or 21?
And I think a lot of fans, and frankly, a lot of his teammates, did not handle the situation very well. And I get how frustrating it is to lose one of your star pieces the night before your games or whatever it was, but it wasn't done on a whim.
Yeah, for sure. 1 second, I'm just going to tab out real quick. It's taking a little while to get into it.
It is a second. Are they trying to keep it on a timer? Surely not. If not, Alex, I'm just going to start playing Kingmaker again in the background. I've started the Pathfinder game, Al.
Oh, Kingmaker. I thought, for some reason, I was like, going to start playing, like, Bring Me the Horizons, hit song, Kingslayer, with featuring Baby Metal. Dude, we actually had to have, like, a musical break yesterday. I started noodling on the guitar because we had 2 hours
I've seen some of the clips coming up.
We had 2 hours of pause, Sam.
Jesus.
Wait, what do you mean the clips? What do you mean the clips? Wait, there were the clips of it? What clips?
No, I don't know. I think I was... I conflated your recent real spree of cool covers with the musical break.
No, that was different. Yeah, no, I occasionally post some, like, me and a guitar clips on my Instagram. I have a
quite good, guys. You should watch it.
Yeah, occasionally. I'm just really bad at recording. I don't know. Every time I record, I'm like, well, that wasn't very well timed, or you know, I'm like, I need a metronome, or wow, that didn't come across, and like that tone was not as good. I don't know. I just get in my own head when I start recording. Sam, is that your Evolve T-shirt?
It is actually, yes.
Or is that hit asymmetrical multiplayer PvP game Evolve from 2014 or whatever it was?
It is not. Like I own. This is not an esports share, and I know we're into draft, so this will have to be a very brief tangent. However, I feel like at this point I ought to offer some additional insight into some of the t-shirts I own. Namely, that I have, in fact, won a Tekken t-shirt from Tekken.
That's pretty cool. Damn,
from yelling in a microphone.
I have no idea why, but Zyra's really been creeping up in terms of band pick pro. It's been picked a bunch of times. Hung played it. So Hung was playing it in the game.
Playing it in. Sorry,
okay, fine. I won't finish my point then, Sam.
Sorry, Al. Sorry.
Yeah, you should be sorry. Hung played it yesterday.
Okay.
Hung played it yesterday.
Was it?
Hung played it yesterday before the game was abandoned. Notice how he didn't interrupt me that time because he knows I'm actually getting annoyed now. Nico first locked in. I guess you can lock that in with something like the Kaiser's probably quite obvious lock in there at some point. Wukong fallen down a little bit in priority. I think because of the priority of stuff like the Kiana, Aatrox, Jace, which seem to have taken like the top string of jungle roles right now, the Wukong's actually fallen down a little bit. Pretty generalist pick though.
I mean, we've seen a little bit of Yasuo here and there, actually. You know, I saw Faker was playing it over in Kesper Cup. The Misfortune coming in, it's always a nice pairing with the Wukong. You've got lots of big, deadly circles. The Slurkles, as they were.
Yeah.
I suppose they're not quite slow circles.
No, this really is the Nymaera W, which is the Slurkle thing, which is the circle which flies at you, which does that. Well, I mean, technically, Misfortune E... It does feel like it is a circle on the ground, which we'll have to ask Atlas, you know, the designator of Slurkles.
Again, I don't have his mastery over the Slurkle understanding, really.
Xin
Zhao, he's a big Jin Hao player. Of course, officially dead in the lore.
Yeah, Zahin. But he's now the kind of like he's now the host for Zahin. So, which is why Zahin has a lot of similarities. Like Zahin Q is basically Shinzao Q. What? I guess, yeah. I mean, well, I don't know. I think it's more like Zahin is a tenant and that Shinzao's a landlord. Eat the rich.
Yeah. Literally though, like, that's it. Kai'Sa Nico is a crazy pairing. We know how it works. Actually, Shinzao's always been surprisingly good with Kai'Sa.
Do you think Shinzao can issue like no-fault evictions for Darkins within his premises?
I don't. How does one evict a Darkin? Because I assume you can't really go through the legal system. You just have to go through sort of black magic and karma.
With great problems, I'd imagine. Sam, with great difficulty. Kai'Sa Nico was the obvious lock-in. Like, whenever you see the Nico, you expect the Kai'Sa is not too far around the corner. It just depends, like, how lane dominant you want to be, or how much you want to carry another champion through the lane. And Kai'Sa's somewhere in between the two extremes of that, really.
So I don't really know Heru particularly well.
Yeah, I mean,
have we got any or Keshi for that matter? Have we got any insight on these players as is? Chat, if you guys know anything about these guys, give us a heads up. Cause I have to say they're a bit of an unknown for me.
I skimmed through Leaguepedia. Heru is like mega Ari player, played in game 1, so that's already out of the pool. He does actually play a bit of Swain, interestingly. I just don't think this is a meta for it. I'm trying to remember if Heru was on E1 challenges back in 23 or something like that. Keshi, and obviously Ryan 3 is also a newer player as well. Ryan 3 is actually, I mean, obviously locked in the Kaiser here, but he's played bits and pieces of Neela, actually, interestingly. But this is a very much a learning experience for these players. I don't know these players names as well, although I believe this is still full of roster.
Yeah. Ryan 3 I know a little better. And again, as you mentioned, there's a few interesting picks in the back pocket occasionally as well. So if it were LDL, you know, as I said multiple times, if this was LDL, it'd be Nymaera. And sometimes that's just sometimes the way it works down there. It is an LPL solo queue special. A lot of the AD carries come from that knife fighting school of AD carry with your Kaisers, your Sameiras, your Neelas, and right now it's neither of those things. It's a Karma. I'm assuming that's support.
Yeah. YCX plays it a fair amount. Yeah, YCX has actually occasionally dipped into mid supports because Xiaoya YCX were actually one of the lanes that were playing stuff like the Seraphine bot lanes, like Ashe Seraphine. They played some of the Karma stuff there too. YCX does dip into mage supports a fair amount. I'll go on. Yes, we get ourselves a Syndra. I really like Syndra. I think she's a fun champion. Now, in terms of her actual power level, that does go up and down quite a lot based on like how items are strong and how her matchups are and stuff. But you know, in a comp like this,
and how good you are as a player, honestly, because I think people joke about Syndra's outplay button, but to get to that point as a Syndra player, often
the
takes
hard
a
work's
lot of
done
skill
before
to
the zero
yeah.
skill one shot.
It's the same things with like LeBlancs and Akalis and stuff. Like actually, the art of getting to the point where you one-shot someone is a very difficult thing. But it's looking like we're going back to a very different time in the top lane where K'Sante versus Udyr from 2023
winter, it
feels like
2020 spring. Or no, it would have been 24 winter, I think. Start of 24. Yeah, because that was when the lane swap meta started to come around as well. Yeah, I think that was the time, 24 winter. Sassy played a game of this yesterday. I'm trying to remember if that was in the game that was forfeit
Sassy's always been one of our Udyr players, to be fair. So I'm not entirely surprised to see him pull it out, especially into something like the K'Sante, which is a matchup he knows and it's always been a pocket pick for him into that particular lane state and lane matchup.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't say that Udyr is like mega strong right now. But it does, the thing about Udyr, which he's always had over other tanks, is he's a tank with a pushing lane. Very few tanks have that. He can just brute force and just say, alright, I'm just going to put my ult on the wave.
And to clarify on that one, Udyr has a shoving wave into pretty much everyone, not just other tanks. Like there are very few matchups that Udyr can't at least contest shove, just because of the insane amount of AoE he has.
Yeah, and right away from level 1 is the big thing too. You can go for stuff like the Iron Mantle to like go very defensive at the level 1 if you want to survive dives. That's one of the reasons he kind of thrived in the lane swap meta. But the Wingborn Storm, just kind of putting that, you know, the Slurkle on the ground.
It's the circle of life.
No.
And it moves so slow.
No.
In the top lane.
Sam. Oh my god. Oh god.
Clip it.
Oh Jesus. No. That's
the game is starting.
Sam, okay, Sam, your voice is clipping too. Sam, your voice is actually clipping at high volumes. Like it's starting to get the. I'm obligated to tell you, Sam, that the audio quality goes down when you start shouting like that. Oh god, that's inspired though, Sam. Yeah, you probably do need to keep an eye on that high. That was clipping a bit. It's getting a little bit crispy at the high end. Don't know why that was, but yeah. Fine for now though. Alrighty, anything at the level 1? Well, Uda did that thing when he walked in and bullied people around, forced Shins out of back. That means they have vision on both sides of the start.
Yeah, probably does. So, with that in mind as well, look where the Udyr's gone and thrown down that ward. You can, as an Udyr, be one of the most obnoxious level 1 anti-jungle start champions in the game. So you could just sort of see that Sassy was just hanging around in case the Shinzao was starting topside to play towards the Kai'Sa and the Nico, which would have made some sense. You could have gone and just bullied him off his blue.
I'm kind of surprised that Junhao is not pathing towards bot lane. I guess because he knew that there was a ward on topside there. I think it's the point that you were mentioning before. If you do end up going towards topside, you there's a chance that Udyr just comes in.
Yeah.
Udyr ruins your day. Yeah. In fact, actually, Hung, I'm not sure you saw this in game 1 because it was right at the start of the game. But Hung took Raptors as Kiana, walked over to the other side, immediately stole Grump.
Oh no!
Because I don't know whether I don't know whether it's just a known thing about Aatrox jungle clear or whether it's just something which has been picked up from Junhao in scrims or whatever in terms of he used his smite on blue buff, I think it was, but he didn't have it available for. Hang on, there's actually health right here. I mean,
yeah, I know. Doesn't quite have cooldowns, I think, but I think the second level 3 comes on through. Tang Yuan probably needs to back now, because I think he's at lethal. Yeah, I don't think you can be there. Ooh.
Okay, that should be safe now. I think now at that point, your pot's ticking, and the cooldowns... Yeah. One of the big things that Syndra had removed from her was just her crazy early game lane power. Now, there is a... There is a... yeah, Talia, famous poke champion.
You know what? If I have to fight you on this again...
For those of you that did not catch any of our, I don't know, I can't remember if it was playoffs or worlds. Effectively, Sam was making
straight sibling bickering.
Sam was making the argument that Talia was a poke champion, which I just took real umbrage with. I'm not really sure why. To that level, maybe it was just maybe I just had enough of you for that day, Sam. Like, what's this guy saying? There's a poacher. Yeah. Anyway, so that was a thing, which we will. I guess it will just continue to live on in infamy now. Like Sam, I'm not going to lie. I lost my train of thought from where it was beforehand.
That's unfortunate. What track is it on?
Well, not this one. That's the problem.
Yeah,
we've lost the train.
Changed tracks.
There was a very funny clip of a German train somewhere where the announcer comes on and says, like, well, they say we do not exist, but we do exist, so we're trying to figure this out. Basically, train operator had completely lost.
German humor as well.
Yeah, for those of you who have never had to deal with Deutschbahn in Germany before, I pray you don't have to. It's quite an experience, I'll tell you.
I used to have an acquaintance who used to run a Deutschbahn hate account, literally. hated it so much. Had a whole Twitter account with like a band symbol over Deutschbahn. It was just like, just become so infuriated.
Do I know them? Do I know this person?
Possibly, actually, but I won't out them.
Yeah,
so,
okay. Maybe
but
best for the, yeah. Best for their own, continued, anonymity. Yeah, maybe don't dox the person behind that.
Good for the prawn.
District 9 reference in 2025.
I don't know why I went for the District 9 reference. It's not really
it's a damn good
relevant, but here we are.
I heard something about that film the other day. Apparently, it was a rejected. It was a rejected or unused Halo script. So they were actually a lot of the tech for that movie was potentially actually meant to be for a Halo project in the early 2000s.
Well, I mean, it could have been New Mombasa, couldn't it?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Oh, the things we could have had instead of Jimmy Rings and his Master Cheeks,
Yeah, Master Cheeks. Yeah,
that Halo series was not good.
Yeah, you know they're doing all the lore in an audiobook again.
Are you kidding?
They're doing a new audiobook. Yeah, no, Joe Kicks are like Cortana is or whatever the weapon is choosing her name in the book.
Yeah, I did hear that. I thought that was actually an infinite though. I thought that was an infinite.
No, she didn't choose a name. She just said, "I want to choose this," and he goes,
"Oh, okay, okay."
They didn't actually hear what it was, so we should actually. This is what we actually know officially. Theoretically, it's Cortana, but we'll see.
Is there anything that's worth talking about in laning phase here? The only thing is that there's a bot lane lead because Misfortune Karma is a really disgusting combo. I think later on, I mean, this is the thing about Misfortune. Like, you can bully lane like this. Misfortune is one of the most lane dominant champions in the AD carry role. You have very little setup for your ult. One thing which I'll say for LGD. So LGD, I don't think they have the easiest comp to play.
I don't know. What's the pronunciation? Is it Heng? Is that the correct pronunciation?
Yeah.
Hung, yeah. Because I know obviously we've got Hung, who is a different pronunciation. So if people do have
Sam, just wing it.
Vocal notes. Give me
Fine. If
I'm
you
not
make an
doing that.
effort, we'll consider it a victory.
I know. It's just one of those ones. Always nice to double check where and when possible. And I'm kind of agreeing with you. I think Xiaoye, for all he has been a misfortune player his entire career, is going to have to do a lot of his own stunts. You've got the dream of a really good Wukong ultimate and maybe a little bit of incidental CC from Sassy, from Tangun with a good flick, but it's not exactly a Sejuani ult, is it?
No, or something like a Nautilus combo, which would be more kind of common in the meta. Obviously, Leona Misfortune was the one which was huge for forever, but you know, there's no one with like that extended combo. Same kind of stuff. You can make similar arguments for something like a Ziggs, right, where you need a CC champion which has a combo long enough to buy, you know, probably like a full second of your ultimate. That's not easily going to happen with this comp, so... And you've also got stuff like a lot of cancels in K'Sante W, Syndra stun, the Nico ult as well. It's gonna be a hard game for Xiaoye, and you know, credit to Xiaoye, I think that he's become better at executing in those late game scenarios than he was, particularly at the start of his career. When he first came into LPL, he was a guy which... Unfortunately, he would consistently throw in late game. He would consistently throw in late game in a way that very few LPL AD carries do to that level. Because actually, LPL AD carry has been a really good role here, right? He's gotten better at that point, though.
Yeah, and like initially we was like, oh my days, if you put too much pressure on bot lane, he cracks, and then he becomes a bit useless. So they put a lot of effort in, and then he wasn't carrying when it mattered, having put so much effort in. And I do think he's largely stable, which is great news. Not that LGD are the best teamer right now. But they are certainly, with some players who've managed to put their hours in, put their games in, have come out to be a relatively solid team all in all. Again, a little bit sad to have lost people like Climber, of course, was a big part of the squad for a long time.
He was, but Climber's one of those players who I don't think really grew at the level which he needed to. And like Hung, he kind of had a year out in the cold because he was ended up being replaced on WE by Monkey.
Yeah.
Then Hung...
Who was phenomenal.
Yeah, I can't remember where Hung went after that, 'cause I think he did have a game or two at the start of the year, but then I think he ended up being left out in the cold. But hang on, this teleport towards the Groves. Probably need to talk about this. Stun, escaping.
Warrior Trickster, okay. A little bit of a dash forwards there from Shin Zhao. Lose about half the HP, but we'll still be able to secure this last grub just fine. Still 2 secured by LGD. Nicely done. And again, as a Wukong, one of your great abilities is just be able to press W on things, and that's the stun down. I think this Sage Rush will be enough. Of course, just about there with move speed. A little bit of footwork and path makering required from Keshi. But gets on out there. It's not a Nunu because it's not Kesha.
Shut up. Shut up. That's actually pretty good. You know, I can't even fault that too much. So LGD walk away with 2 grubs and they come away with the early dragon as well.
Playing top.
What?
It's Kesha's TikTok.
What? I have no context. I need the like.
There
I need
is a
additional.
very famous artist called Kesha.
Oh, right. And you're trying to conflate
TikTok.
that with the G2 content creator /streamer Kesha.
Yeah, exactly. So I
went
for
Sam,
like the
I'm sat here in that
part.
like reaction image of I require additional context hat. I've just got this little hat on right now. Yeah.
But I'm here to vague post.
Right.
Offer unusual tangents.
Normalize giving context,
Sam.
Yeah. Normalize giving context.
Then you kill it with context. I just can't do that. You just got to understand it.
Yeah. Sam, there's a level. Yeah, no, starter last year, Dracos made like in one of our LEC meetings, Dracos made a very salient point. Like, you can't kill your points with context, because at the end of the day, if you have to sit there giving all your citations, you will be sat there for a very long time. However, Sam, there are points where someone also does need to actually be feasibly able to understand what you're saying. I'm not sat here like giving smoke signals to say, ooh, you know, Udyr might not be the most powerful champion in mid and late game because of X, Y, Z.
Come on, give me some citations. Why is he not the most powerful in late game, huh?
Because he doesn't...
I'm seeing this man is like able to channel the gods of the Freljord.
Sam, well,
he's just into a man with some big sticks. Why is he not?
It is way too... Sam, the hour on the clock is not double digits, Sam. It is too early for this.
It's an hour earlier for me, mate. I've been up since...
Exactly, Sam. It's a problem.
The Hysteria horizon has been breached. Ooh, that double up stung.
Yeah.
Shot there from Xiaoye. It's one of the problems with Kaiser. You're just not the longest range, and if you want to get a range for your Acathian Rain, Misfortune goes back and presses Q.
And then also...
rough time with it.
it's been a very long time since Kai'Sa built early sustain Hinner kit. It's one of the big problems with Kai'Sa late game as well. A lot of people consider high... hang on, is there a stun here? No, so that's safety. That stun and hit. Might have been a dead guy, actually. Yeah, hit movie by Ryan Johnson. Wake Up Dead Man. I was about to say Dead Man Walking. I'm like, no, that's actually not the name of the film. it's just not that. Sadly, Hideo Kojima ended up watching that film. And he said, he did his classic, like, I watched this movie, and then said nothing else. And that's when you know that Hideo Kojima is being very polite, but he probably didn't like the film.
Yeah, that's fair. A little bit note bot side as well. Did see the bullet time get popped there with things like the Mantra Q coming on through. Heal force from Feather, Ryan 3 forced off the wave, and it is getting towards a fairly significant CS lead bot now. For a while, there was a thing where Kai'Sa would drop 20 CS, but they'd have Cull, they'd come into mid-game with that deficit and be able to recover it because their Kai'Sa's hit the 2-item breakpoint.
On the other side of
this is a little different too.
Yeah, on the other side of things, you know, you've picked MF Palmer, we talked about this earlier. It's not a heavy CC combo. You need this CS lead because you're going to struggle to play out the game later as MF without a significant lead, really. Your bullet time's going to be quite easily cancelled. Potential of a steal. It's a hop over the wall.
Oh, he does it early! 20 HP on the smite remains. Flashes on out, and John Howe just says thank you and see you, nerds, and does his due diligence. And that stifles that LGD early game we've been talking about.
You see, it is the dragon, not the Atakan. He has a type advantage into this one.
Yes.
The problem is, you know, Shinzao, the Atakan, that's the insta-death. Yeah, for lore reasons, you know, he just taps you once and you die for some reason. You look at your Nymaera going like, my dude, Nymaera, buddy, come help me with this. That's what happens here. Oh my god, 20 HP early.
20 HP.
Well, that's why you combo your smite with an ability or something. I guess they just didn't track where Shunhao was. They didn't expect it coming over. This is why Stealer's advantage is a thing, because you know you're planning to go in. The enemy doesn't always know you are. Sometimes it's obvious. In that case, it wasn't. Until you lose the dragon, which is such a shame for them, because they had the early dragon. They ended up getting early drugs. Not drugs. They did not do early drugs, folks. That, please do not take that slip with a tongue.
That's what's going on in the dragon pit.
No.
Illicit deals.
Yeah, do not take.
by the FBI. John Howe's there.
Okay, folks.
Stop police.
Folks. That was a do not take me. You know, slurring syllables. Early grubs and the dragon. Oh my god. Hang on. Cyclone?
Oh, Cyclone. That's pretty good damage. Oh man. Well, there's a Trinity Force on Wukong, and Heru has definitely discovered that firsthand.
Jeez, that's a really good kill combo. I realize there's no flash on the Syndra, and yeah, Cyclone is a hell of a good amount of damage. Your voice is clipping towards the higher energy, Sam. Do you need to tell you that? So I'm not sure if there's anything you can do about that. But yeah, when you start going to modes like that, it's a little all good. Just thought I'd let you know. Mention now, we'll figure it out in the break. But basically, once you get towards higher energy, it starts to clip at the start of your sentences. A little bit crispy audio there. But all good. Right, so LGD, look, LGD is still in the event. I know we've been riffing a lot this game, folks. It's been a fair, look, folks, that's actually our first blood at 14 minutes. It's been a slow game. 1,000 gold lead in the jungle. Hung's had a good tournament so far. I say that he's only seen, you know, 8 games versus the streamer team, and this is the first game versus an LPL team. But in terms of individual decision-making and impact on the game, very quick to punish people out of position, playing well through his individual jungle advantage. The guy's actually been playing pretty well. And I felt like he was a little hard done by in the past, getting kicked off of WE. Understand that team was going through some renovations and trying to figure that stuff anyway. And I think obviously Monkey's coming and been excellent for the team now. But yeah, I mean, I think this guy has had some great moments before. He was like the Mundo jungle player in the LPL before anyone else was. He's had a couple of really good moments. And I'm glad to see him back on a team. And I think for LGD, it was an upgrade. And I'm glad to see him find a place here.
Agreed. And then also looking at Xiaoye, who's cashed in that cult. Now 2,000 gold ahead on the Misfortune. It's going to be the easiest game, as we said, to get just raw ult value off the MF. But it's still very scary here. Don't have the ult quite yet for Hung, and half the HP down on your Wukong. Not necessarily the best place to be, actually, around this Herald. I think this could be a bit of a bold contest here, LGD. But they're coming into the river nonetheless. Watch the Cassante here, who could definitely cause a lot of problems on that flank. Herald secured. And it is just a little bit Safari League of Legends as over finally comes Sassy, warding TT out of the river a little bit, getting shoved through mid lane as LGD actually do a fairly decent job of protecting and, well, preventing TT from protecting their mid lane tier 1.
Exactly, that was their objective there. That's their objective there. LG realized, okay, we can't really walk in, and as you said, quite hard to get like max bullet time value out of this kind of team comp. We talked about that a fair amount. What they do is just shield the retreat towards mid lane, and they get a chunk off of it. They lose the Herald, but realistically, the amount of damage they get on mid lane turret is not incomparable to a Herald charge anyway. It does, I guess, count towards the feats of strength markers. Because now that's 1 apiece would end up giving that. LGD go towards this top lane. They have an inside track.
Should be able to escape there just fine. Worth noting as well, as it's sometimes a question for Udis how they want to build it. It will be the Fimbulwinter to build, basically, because you get so many shields anyway. You just end up getting so much extra value from that transformation once it gets there. And that mid lane tier 1 does go down, and that is not a great space now for Ryan3 and Feather, who have been struggling to get a lot of value at this lane. I've not really seen many Nika routes. Ryan3 in particular has just ended up being chunked every time he so much as sniffs at a minion wave. That CS lead has grown again, by the way. We're now at more towards 50 CS, which is a very big breakpoint. 2.2k ahead for this Misfortune. Yeah, maybe there are some concerns about how easy it will be to wield that gold lead, but it is certainly a significant one.
Yeah, exactly. What happened to the other Ryan, Sam? Well, after last game where he... Okay, folks, in game 1, Ryan3 and Feather picked Nymaera Lulu. Now, I don't know if you know much about League of Legends.
Lane, right?
I don't know if you know much about League of Legends. It's pretty good in 2v2. They got double killed by a Smolder Nautilus at level 4. So, I think what we found is that... yeah, so what happened was, you know, Ryan 2 has left the building. We have now, you know, moved on to Ryan 3. After this series, maybe we'll be at Ryan 4. Maybe we should keep an active tracker of that. Like, how many Ryans do we go through? In fact, actually, for every death, we should just count the number up 1.
That's fantastic. Bullet time? Ooh. Out comes the Shin's out ult. Does clear the wave. I don't know whether you actually, to be
Sam,
fair,
that was entirely too hyped for an ultimate going into a Shin's out Crescent guard.
Very true. I wondered whether it might have been a mistake with Dragon being up, but actually Hung was soloing it out there, so it's not going to be too much of an issue. Back for the Spirit Cowl. Top side, out comes the Weaver's Wall as well, looking to punish. Cyclone stacking, decent damage, all out. As Cassante tries to run away, but there's so much slow, so much consistent DPS that the flash will be forced as well.
Collapse.
Void Seeker goes wide, and actually Sassy's here as well, preventing the Syndra from getting on in. Still going to have the Xin Sao try and jump on forwards with the Audacious Charge, and that's a kill onto XQW. The little frog is in the frying pan after the fire.
No, Sam, it's a kill onto Tong Yuan, who's using XQW's sword on the couch. Because
like, what? I was so confused that XQW's in this game. Why have I not talked about this and realized, yeah, okay, that explains a lot. I got baited by the popper.
Yeah, that's XQW was LGD's old mid laner. I think basically because of like production issues. Yesterday there were a lot of issues with networks. They've changed, I believe, over to another tournament realm. I don't know even if it's on like a slightly different region actually, but yeah. So really good escape here from Cassante, just doing Cassante things, having just infinite dashes, the Omnivamp coming through from that mode as well, and there's just a crazy collapse. You were saying on the other side, you know, like we were talking about that top lane fight. Well, they had stuck around top lane a little bit too long, and even with Karma Shields helping you move about a bit quicker and strut, still way out of position. Good collapse by TT.
And Ryan3 is the one who picks up the kill credit as well, which is great news for this guy who has been saying is really being on struggle street, which turns out is found in the bot lane of Summoner's Rift, by the way. That's the real name. It's got a little plaque, little street sign.
Yeah, I think probably until we figure out audio stuff, probably need to keep the audio down a little bit, by the way, just because, again, the crispness is doing that. The spectator...
Is it? Okay.
Yes, it is. A little bit. It's all good. We're deep frying audio here, folks. You want anything from the fryer? Don't put water. Don't put ice in the fryer, though, folks. Don't do it. You know, if you're in your last day of work in your fast food chain, don't put ice in the deep fry. Don't do it. You ever done that, Sam? Would you be the kind of person to put ice in the deep fryer?
I hope not.
You hope not.
Sounds
Well,
like
I mean,
a bad
we've never actually seen you in such a moral dilemma situation before. Who are we to tell the difference there?
I might do it just to be chaotic. I'd like look you dead in the eyes while I did it. You know, like Isildur with the ring.
Isildur!
No! Initialize! Don't do it!
Sam, I have a really fun fact about that scene. You know that scene where he's like, throw it into the fire, Isildur! No.
Yeah.
You know, Isildur's voice is also done by Hugo Weaving, so he's speaking to himself there. He did the voiceover for Isildur. I don't know why, but he ended up doing the voiceover for it. So, yeah, Hugo Weaving.
Half-elf, right? He chose his elven side. So, you know, there's a world here where
yeah, but it's not the same bloke.
Elrond are in fact just alter egos, you know? That's what it is.
Elrond's half-brother. Wasn't he the first king of the Numenoreans or whatever? Or the Dunedain? That's a really good stun again. A couple have landed onto him.
Ooh, that's a lot of damage. Out comes the redemption, and YCX will survive the option as the Weaver's Wall will force the flash as the bullet time kept them in a dangerous position. Tower goes down. Feather trying to find the Pop Blossom escape angle. It's not bad, but I don't know whether it'll be enough. John Howe finally falls. It's a decent amount of CC coming on through as the mantles begin to come on down. Wingborn Storm scour the weak flash on forward for the shove. Wonderful flick back from Tang Yuan having bopped the flash. And it is a teamfight win for LGD.
That's Tang Yuan really taking the things into his own hands, flashes forwards, and what started off with a really good pick. Attempt by Heru ends up turning around. If Syndra was one level higher to get the extra 5 stacks needed for his passive, the ult would have executed. He was on 95 stacks. You can see he's on 99 stacks now. If he'd had 100 stacks for that to get the ult execute, that would have been a clean pick and out. Didn't quite have the stacks, didn't quite have the damage. Heru left literally just inches short of getting that kill. Leads to the tower and the kills going over. Atakan to them as well. LGD, we thought they might be coming in as favorites to this series. We didn't see anything from TT. You know, there's always room for an upset and for players to surprise us. But LGD, I think they're starting to prove that they're a little bit more coordinated, a little better at moving around the map, and just a little bit better in pound for pound across roles. And yeah, LGD, credit to him, managed to really just rip off the whole arm there.
Completely agree. 15 seconds on Dragon. This would be sole point for LGD. Worth noting. I'll note, however, that Heru and Ryan 3 have now hit 2 items. There's that flash forced off the bullet time Weaver's Wall combo. And then at this point, you just get to keep running at people. Feather tries to body block on the way out, and they just get run down eventually. And they can't get more than the Wukong on the way back.
Yeah, and I think it really doesn't help the fact that just the Kai'Sa is just not that strong. No, the Kai'Sa is down 2,000 gold. They're down, what, 60 CS or something like that. Dragon's now up, and this one could be quite important. Be third Dragon for LGD. Yeah, the approach goes, watch out for those Syndra stuns. Maybe TT can work their way in somewhere like that. However, they are walking into enemy vision and are flanking Wukong.
Watch out for those wrist rockets, by which I mean bullet times. And, of course, the Wukong is dangerous! Cyclone comes on through! Category 5 danger as Thundertalk unfortunately meet the Hurricane and have a significantly worse time of it. Cassante tries to flash on forwards, can't find the Indomitable Strike flick back, but Tang Yuan certainly can before going on down. It's 2 dead actually for LGD, despite the health bars from Thundertalk being significantly worse. Scout of the Week prevents Sassy getting the kill onto the Syndra. Heru escapes, ends up being the 2 for 2, but health bars being so critically low means LGD in the end still come out on top. Credit to Thundertalk though, they got more than I thought they would.
I mean, especially given that flank right onto the backline. The Syndra, you know, like, I just thought it was going to be unplayable. But LGD end up somehow not quite getting everything in place. And at the end of that fight, LGD don't have the members to take the Dragon afterwards. LGD will have to return out of base to go try again. It's not a bad attempt by TT, given the point in the game. We'll go to a replay again. Off of vision, you know, the Wukong had a very good approach to this. The Udyr just goes in like a bat out of hell. What happens here then? Cyclone goes forwards. The clone had already been used, and just the Wukong just gets obliterated. Because he doesn't get that defensive clone, the Cyclone doesn't get to be reactivated. Syndra just presses the R button, and that's the, you know, that's the outplay button. Good drag back by the Cassante. That's your second kill of the fight. What looked like a very good kill angle gets turned around by a very quick and a very concise turnaround with so much damage onto the flanking member.
I will give real credit to Xiaoye there for actually come back to life, and that's just a kill onto Heru, who doesn't have a flash still. That's a dead mid laner. Baron's up. You can certainly tank your way through this. You've got an Udyr with 2 items. This will disappear.
Yeah, I mean, Sassy has been a real threat on this Udyr. I have to say, I'm not the biggest fan of Udyr. It is like a tank generally. It feels like he doesn't scale like the others, but Sassy's playing him well and just running at people on cooldown. Double root stops the play happening there, but, well, Junhao, he's kind of left out to dry here. Flick back, he has his Crescent Guard, but I think this Moon is somewhat waning. Jinzhao will die just like his Law counterpart.
Does. Out comes the focused resolve. Tether broken by the footwork, but jungler dead for 35 seconds. Harry with no TP, only spawning another 5. I think that's likely going to be the Baron start, and indeed it is.
This would probably be, again, the death knell. You lose the Baron like this, and I'm just not sure you have the wave clear to survive through LGD. I think there'll be, yeah, the siege with stuff like a bullet time, the threat of a flick back. A 5-man Baron like this, which it won't quite last them into the next dragon, but they can just full shove across the map. This is the kind of thing which will just completely lose you the game at this point. The Atakan's already gone over. You're already down in objectives like those dragons. TT, they're really hoping for like a miracle pick situation at this point. You hope that LGD mess up in a macro sense. You can pick people off when they're isolated.
Third item picked up for Xiaoye, who has also got the... I forget the name of the upgraded boots. They never stick in my brain.
The upgraded boots, we'll call them that. Sam, they're going in like a patch anyway.
Something Vanguard-y. Anyway.
Vanguard's Advance or something like that?
Something like that. That sounds about correct. Shove back. A bit of damage coming on forwards. Good poke, as you might say, from Talia.
Shut up.
Half the HP bar has disappeared from Junhao, who has just got to back away. And again, without Keshi, then really great front line, it has to be said. Decent stun there, but doesn't really lead to all that much. Again, the Syndra with this build in particular, yeah, lots of cooldowns that you can get your way through, but really that high DPS as it stands. And talk outside of one or two moments have really struggled to find proactive moments. Now the wall is there, and I think Misfortune might just throw down the firing squad. Not quite executed. Swift escape with the press of the flash button, but the turret falls nonetheless. And you know what, Al? That's twice now I've seen that Weaver's Wall bullet time combo. And maybe you don't need CC if you can just put terrain in the way.
Well, normally it'd be fine if Syndra just held on to E so they could cancel it. I think that Harry's trying to use everything he can to just wave clear on cooldown, but then you don't have a cancel for the bullet time. No, and it is about the same range as the bullet time itself. Yeah, exactly. If you land that stun, you're safe, but you need to kind of use that E to start wave clearing through the Baron up minions. 2 minutes till the dragon now, a minute left of the Baron. Sassy's going to push in that bot side. 3-item Udyr now. Hasn't died the entire game, and yeah, you know, making me a bit more of a believer in the Udyr. Yeah, I don't think he scales as well as something like a Scion or an Ornn or whatever, but in this game where he can just run at Mach 5 at you, yeah, actually quite a problem for some of these less mobile champions like Shinzao and Syndra, who don't always deal that well with it. It's one inhibitor turret going to full hit. The helping hands of the cannon minion. Massive push in the bot lane as well. Yeah, base broken.
It's looking pretty difficult to stop. I think at this point, Thunder Talk, you've got any last gas, last Hail Marys, now is the time. Pull out the rosaries and pray for something, because it's looking like this game is all but over. Ingo LGD onto the inhibitor. Will likely go down. Brief Zonya's moment as the arm guard is procced by Tanguan, preventing the attempted kill combo from Harry. Still has the ult, I'll note, from Harry, so can potentially unleash the power. Into the mid lane we look instead. That inhibitor falls as well. Waves continue to crash, and at this point I'm hoping Thunderdog got some surfboards, because it's looking like some mighty tall waves coming in.
Even ended up forcing out the Kaiser ult in part of that play too, as the Udyr jumped in. Ryan 3, not having the best time this series. 2v2 killed by a Smolder at early levels, and then in this game, yeah, this one was a bit more of a draft thing. Typically, you think you're safe with a Kaiser Nico. You come up against an MF Misfortune, like, okay, we're losing lane, but hopefully we'll just be a better combo later. Sadly, that's not even been the case in this game. And now we have 30 seconds for TT to come up with a miracle, which is, you know, looking less and less likely. You have a GA on someone like Hung as well, so you can't exactly just nuke him before the smite fights come through. Almost full build from well, we're getting towards the point where Xiaoye might actually towards full build on his next back. He's got himself Phantom Dancer for the extra move speed, actually. Very hard to keep him down. So with TT, yep, what do they got? I mean, you don't have Flash on Nico. Very hard for them to force fights in the way that they need.
You've at least got 3 items on Hero and Ryan 3. If one or both of them can get some value onto, say, Sassy, as we said, doesn't scale that well. Gets enough shields off. Thimble into value is still pretty good. That's a clone that ends up tanking up some of the damage, but LGD in the river, in control, with the better range, and this Udyr just saying, yeah, you just can't get past me for free, and they pick up the Dragon Soul. Decent damage back, but unfortunately, Feather is blown away.
Oh.
They pick up another. They pick up 2 more on top of that. It's 4 down, and Syndra is running. But unfortunately, the Dark Sovereign is deposed. A triple kill from the Bounty Hunter from Bilgewater, who turns out a rival Sovereign has got a little bit more in her armada and will help the team walk into the base and secure the 2-0. LGD do it in style.
Yeah, Ryan 5 will not be seen in this series. LGD will clean things up 2-0, and TT will have to look back for a win sometime later into the group. LGD, I think, clearly the best team in their group so far.
Ryan 5 is not standing by. Lock S foils to retreat position. TT don't have what it takes this time around. As LGD, on the other hand, you know, it's against TT, not the highest caliber opposition. But it's nice to see some of the players that have stuck around, turning up when it matters in games like this. Sassy, really solid game on the Udyr, took the win conditions that were there and made value out of them. For bot lane, you're drafting MF Karma for lane domination. Guess what? We got lane domination. There's not that much to talk about in that game, aside from just relatively solid game plan executed without too much of a hitch.
Go and look at this post-game thing. Okay, cool. We're going to go check on some ads when we get through this as well, and we'll try and sort out... Sorry, folks, for the audio in that game. We're going to try and figure that out for the next one. Because, yeah, every time you go even, like, slightly loud, Sam, it goes very, very crispy. I'd really suggest listening back to see where it comes through. Obviously, we're trying out new setups, folks. It happens, but, yeah. Crispy.
I'll go try and resolve that now.
All good. And appreciate you coming in, Sam, and I know it's a new setup and whatever. We haven't tested all of it. Sounds great when it's at low volume. It's just that, you know, whenever any kind of energy gets put in, it goes... Bzzzt. Dude, Hung has had a great series. Games yesterday were good too. Am I running from the Ari ad? I mean, yeah, do you want to hear KDA's Pop Stars again? I hear that was being played a lot yesterday. Again, happy birthday to Ari from 2 days ago. Well, a lot to be built on from TT, sadly, or rather, a lot to build up to. Is this the right way? Am I being too diplomatic about it? Yeah, TT. I don't know. Their laning phase wasn't fantastic. They didn't feel like they approached objectives particularly well. Haru, I guess, had some moments where he felt alright when you could see he was making aggressive plays, but he felt a little bit frustrated at some moments, I think. Hey, Roma, how's it going? Oh, yeah, KDA Popstars, hit song from the last, you know, recent memory. Definitely not released in 2018. God, it was released in 2018. What do you mean 7 years ago? Ridiculous. And of course, the most important thing I can do now is, you know, play Musume in the break. I kind of ended up saving my CM. I had to rebuild 2 different runners for this CM. Ended up rebuilding my debuffer and then having to rebuild one of my aces as well. I should probably get myself another coffee. That sounds like a good use of my time. I'm rebuilding a vodka right now for team trials. I know there was a comment way earlier, but did you watch any of Casper? I watched what I could. I watched through Jamada's stream for some of the replays as well. So I watched, you know, the last couple of series. I should have watched more of the NA games because they're actually quite significant for that region. I probably should have paid more attention to them, really.
那主要今天没出现那种情况呀，对吧？而且也希望最好后续都不要再有了。对。就其实当解说最怕出现4个字叫网络波动。
它没有任何道理，就意味着暂停跟等待。
还真是，就一般小波动一下还行，还能承受得住。
他一来，哇，3点干到10点，这谁顶得住？那挺好的，今天一切看起来挺顺利的啊。
这把也是结束的比较快啊，这2局，而且这2把就感觉打的没有想象中那么激烈，对吧？没有爆发那种比较激情的团战，就是打起来都是老玩家比较一边倒的。
其实几乎是平推，然后我们现在也接到消息了，我们采访准备去嘲讽是少爷选手，我们把他请出来吧。少爷你好，跟大家打个招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好，我是 LGD 少爷
啊。首先非常恭喜老干爹赢下了今天的比赛。其实从游戏进程上来看是比较轻松的。对于今天这样运营式的胜利，你们队内有什么感觉吗？或者怎么评价今天队伍的表现？
我觉得这样运营的胜利，我觉得非常满意吧，就是打得很爽。
I have one Akali skin, and it's a KDA one. I don't know which one. I have a lot of Akali skins. I used to play a lot of Akali, in fairness. Like a fair time ago now, but I did used to play a lot of Akali at points. I used to play old Akali. That was fun. I used to enjoy old Crimson Akali, and then they changed it into Infernal, and it just completely changed the design of the skin, which I think is a complete no-no in redesigns. You shouldn't really change the design of skins if it came from one thing to another. It feels kind of like just a bit meh for How's it going?
Right, fine. Al,
yes.
Before we get to the next game, do you mind if I yell briefly? Chat, you down if I yell briefly?
Okay, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna turn your volume down on Discord, and then you can yell. Okay, do you want to yell?
I'm excited!
No, Crispy.
Okay, yeah, no, it is still, isn't it? Oh, right, let me have a look at the
We're good, we're good.
Is it better or worse?
Try again.
I'm excited!
It's like a little better, but then again, Sam, like you were crispy on everything, even when you were, like even slightly loud. So it's better than it was, yeah.
也没问题了，那我们恭喜老干爹拿下今天的胜利，谢谢少爷来到我们的采访台，感谢，后续继续加油。
OK。
Yeah, let me know if you want to shout again, because I've turned your volume back up, okay?
啊，确实，每个队伍的理解不一样，确实真的不一样。CK 那边是没有觉得奇亚娜厉害，比剑魔厉害的这个想法。
这游戏理解差异确实是大家比较大的
啊，有差异，我只能说它不是差距啊，只是单纯的风格理解不同。
对，而确实游戏里面的效果看上来，这个奇亚娜的这种做事能力、机动性。 确实还是领先于剑魔，
哎，
就是剑魔如果没有那种能够一直打架，对吧？一直在就是跟你干起来那种画面的话，就感觉这个英雄就比较无力了。
哎，甚至说我觉得2级的设计一般是奇亚娜来设计，因为剑魔这英雄如果你不是 Q3，其实斩压线没那么高。
对，而且这2个英雄其实它有个比较大的差距，就是奇亚娜是属于那种他能给队友创造输出环境，
是，
但剑魔是属于那种需要队友给他创造输出环境。
Okay, I'm gonna go get myself a coffee real quick. I'm gonna have to run some adverts as well, so I'm gonna leave you in Sam's very capable hands.
奇亚娜优先更高也有理，也是有道理的。
阵容还得再看看，是吧？而且就是有点像之前那个世界赛一样，就是你前面那个瑞士轮跟后面那个淘汰赛，大家玩的英雄的效果感觉是不一样的，
真不一样。
对
啊，好，我们的第1场 BO3 已经结束了，我们12休息，马上为大家带来的是 你看装什么啊 ？ZSM 对阵 OMG 的比赛，我们12休息马上回来。
Joking, I ain't been 100, how do you sound now, yeah? You better focus, I'm locked and loaded. This ain't a game, you can forfeit. We back your trophies, better not get cold. We starving, the other team was dinner, now they garbage. We mobbing, y'all really goofy.
这维鲁斯射还杰斯给1炮，然后打不了了。
宁王还是14级，来找17级的 AD 单挑，大爆炸果实走了， 然后瑞兹开车过来了，宁王有草元素，但这个位置得让南风过来贴一下，南风得救驾，能救到吗？还在草元素里面，那汤圆的伤害太爆了，这直接 AOE 把宁王给炸死了，抬到了汤圆，汤圆是没有自保道具了，但是 AOE 死线是打了出来，萨西来了，闪现一剑一穿二，只剩下了阿乐。 宁王被捆住了，但是推到了墙上。岩雀坐着自己的墙板来到了少爷的脸上，在一个沿途抬到了洒身上，女枪一个大招，扫的不错，
I return.
扫死了。汤圆过来帮忙挡了一下石川，但是
Hello, how are we doing?
宁王直接被撞死了，而且南风吃。
Is Alex still there? Is he gone?
抬了一下，但是对面是很肉的一个。
I'm hoping this is a bit better now.
被碾住了，林伟翔就差一下要被烫死了吗？这10多人太肉了，汤圆已经绕了过来，拿下了双杀，这10子如战神一般，入无人之境。 但是阿乐能不能做到？大招压了个
He's gone, isn't he? I know it. He's abandoned us.
就现在边路 Fairness 没有闪现，应该不敢去应接这个线。现在是 Q 不可以先推，准备看情况。
You know what? Chap, I can't see you, so I have no idea what you're talking about. But I do I need more coffee? I might not. Might wait on my second coffee. I'm looking at my audio interface. Looks a lot less difficult than it was before.
这个位置基哥没有办法做更多了，剩下个瑞兹也被一枪收掉，这不 About 完成了战场的最后打法。
这个闪现在南风这个位置变成了小车，跑的不是很快，得交闪。就是在一吃 TP 了，不管了，知道这波不打，感觉也要走远了，必须得过来尝试一下。
还过得去吗？续了一个海闪过来，
被吸满了4个人，这边直接开进去，兰博撒了个大招，大招配合的不是很好，但发条反手大招也空掉了。这对面的发条大招拉中了兰博呀，只剩林伟翔了，想想能不能换一个？林伟翔想换掉一个，尽力了但没用。
哎呦，这一把下来伤害拉闷了，
只要炮打得准，直接掉闪，
又闪没了。
南风想开。 开到边缘位置的发条，自己被反开3个，开太完美了！再接发条大招一起飞起来了，对面的大招拉到了，但是伤害并不够啊！兰博再撒个大烤到了阿乐，阿乐是没闪现的，又只剩林伟翔了。林伟翔能背靠防御塔换上对面1个人。
只要不卡，什么都好出。
不卡了，4分钟前才能卡到你，不打2分钟。
哎，上手！顶到了！
我下踢了，可以的。
我可能死，我应该死了。
我也死了。我下踢了，可以的，看位置。我顶到地了。随便杀，兄弟。你拉走。我不要。踢了。我炸去看一下。
What up? Your homeboy's back. How's it going?
I am. How's my audio as well?
I mean, I can't tell. If you would like to shout now. Yeah, sounds better. Yep, cool. Try it again.
Fabulous.
Try it again. Like, the problem is like when you're doing the problem is when you're doing spiky stuff, right? Like blah 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 blah. You know, like you like I don't know, like blah blah. Because it was happening even when they were like laughing, or it happened when you were like singing and stuff too. It's like more when it's spiky audio when you have a sudden jump in volume rather than just like a consistent high level volume. Okay, cool. Well, it sounded okay there. I just don't know. Again, like.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, and again, you can check that through Discord audio, I think, by the way, so you can do like your Discord preview. Unless you don't have headphones, I'm not sure.
But I do, but my issue is to change things, I have to go out to the garage.
Oh, okay, right.
So that's what I'm doing, is I'm having to leave to go to the garage to come and do
right. Yeah, it'll take a while for us to zero in on that stuff. That's fine, cool. It's all very worthwhile doing, right? Because we're going to be using this in the future.
看，我看你，有个的，我没技能，我5秒。
Thoughts or feelings about ZSM and OMG? ZSM are a streamer team. They didn't look very coordinated, is the big thing. Also, I believe they were meant to be playing with Iwandi, and now there were some rumors that he ended up like having something like a fall in the shower or something like that, and that's obviously not great to hear. But yeah, effectively he's not playing with the team anymore, and I think Southwind did not look great in his series the other day. They don't look that coordinated, which means that when they're going for aggressive competitions and stuff, it just feels like it's fighting an uphill battle at that point.
OK。可以赶。不是没什么，等我打。先派。先丢线吧。辅助在这里想开，辅助在这里。雷子没闪。辅助想开，辅助有闪。看卢人。没闪。这个也没闪。一下。你们打支援吧。我推他。这波可以打，我这位置还可以打。我去顶。可以看。啊！慢。看天派。没事。AD 死了，我先打呗。往前顶。是啊，有闪。
First time here, excited about it as well. Thank you for joining us on this stream. So, yeah, Sam and I, we cast a lot of LPL. Not that we know all of these players, because this is kind of the fringe where this is where new players start coming into it, so we start learning more about them. And these are also the first days of the tournament as well. So this is one of the hardest times to actually get a proper read on these teams, really. This will be our first time seeing OMG at the tournament. Yeah, typically, if you see a streamer team, which is ZSM or FRK, I would imagine they're coming in as actually quite significant underdog. Even if their players used to be quite good, or, you know, were even playing in LPL this year, they're just less coordinated teams as a whole. Finally some League. Yeah, well, yesterday we didn't have much of that, did we? So I'm glad we get some of that back, you know? I'm also getting hooked on LPL's playstyle. Feels more of how people really play League. Unpredictable, lots of fights happening. For sure, at this kind of level, there's a lot of like very scrappy skirmishes, which is very fun to watch. Like, I'm a big fan of watching LPL. Of course I am, otherwise I wouldn't be doing it most days of the week. Almost all days of the week, actually. Yeah, we do a lot of it, folks. We do a lot of it. LPL is boring compared to LCK? I think that's a personal choice thing. I don't think that everyone would agree with you on that. You know, I love the LPL playstyle. I like LCK too. You know, I'm not picky in this one, right? Hey, Kiwi, good to see you. Hey, Duo as well. I know you put the hello in chat. Is AL and BLG already in qualifiers / bracket? Yeah, I can't remember exactly where they slot in, but yes, the teams which went to World, so IG, Top Esports, BLG, and Anyone's Legend, they're all later into the bracket. I can't remember if they're in the basic. Basically, there are 2 group stages, folks. We have like this. We have this single round robin, best of 3s for these groups of 4, and then we slot into groups of 5, and then we go into a bracket stage, single elimination, best of 5. Did I run Everton? Anything interesting to react to on Reddit? There's on the T1H transfer drama. After the transfer, I went through a tough time. These days, with short-form content like shorts, so many false stories spread around. When I see that, I want to correct it, and there are definitely parts that feel unfair, and I often felt like I wanted to talk. Ooh.
Oof, that's a big statement, actually.
Yeah. I I think yeah. In fact, we talked a little bit about this on yeah, we talked a little bit about this on Summoning Insight. Effectively, like, you know, I mean, there's obviously like there are a whole bunch of reasons. It basically you can never really assume stuff around these deals, right? Because yeah, like at the end of the day, if you start winning stuff, your price goes up, which means that after you win a Worlds or something like that, it is actually very hard to keep a hold of players. That's one thing. But then basically, you know, it's I swear I've heard Popstar so many times over the 2 out like 4 hours of breaks yesterday. I'm actually just done with that song. But what was I gonna say? I've lost my track. I've been trying to thought. Long day yesterday. Yeah, basically, it's quite easy to like for negotiations to fall apart after you win Worlds, something like that. I think that ZOFGK is kind of like made people forget how hard it was to. It's made people forget quite easily that most rosters would change after every Worlds. Very rare for World Championship rosters to stick around together for yeah. Yeah, it was quite hard for them to stick around for a long time. You know, like Samson White immediately just dissolved because of the Korean Exodus. And even then, like Season 5, SKT, Marin left. Season 6, like Duke left. Season 7, Sangsum. Pretty sure, well, Ambition retired after Season 7. Season 8, from IG going into Season 9, and I'm pretty sure that, well, didn't... I can't remember when they started changing, but I think like Ning and Baolang, they started like... I can't remember if it's Season 9 if they kept the same roster together. Maybe they were one of the ones which actually kept things together. Yeah. Oh, Ambition was in Season 8. Right, okay, my bad. Yeah, I mean, some teams will stick together for a little bit, but on the whole, it's quite hard for World Championship teams to keep together. Like, and also just on another level too, even if you're very loyal to an org, you still want to be treated right, you know, and, you know, be paid what you're worth. On the other side, you know, organizations will try and get their best deal for themselves as well. You know, there is a certain, like, cutthroatness to it where, you know, business is business. And you can't blame people for wanting to go find their value if they think they can get, you know, literally, like, life-changing money slash whatever. Gumayushi actually made a statement as well. They haven't made a statement. He made a comment in an interview saying, he talked about leaving T1. Honestly, I realized at some point, I think at some point, if my goal is to be the best player in the world, I realized I couldn't stay at T1 forever. It's not because anything was wrong with T1. Rather, I felt for a long time that I needed to build my own career, and I think now is the right time. People have been saying that for years. Realistically, we've all been saying it. It's like, Gumayushi is sadly in a point where, yes, he's definitely one of the greatest AD carries of all time. But when you're playing with, I think, definitively the best support of all time, how clear is it really? You know, is it going to be the case where a lot of what Gumayushi does will be attributed to Carrier? Almost certainly a lot of it, right? Because Carrier is you know, very visibly the best support of all time, just because, you know, of his playstyle and the quality of his playstyle, right? So, yeah, I mean, I think actually, yeah, in terms of his legacy, if he achieves victory off of T1, obviously it changes the North. Of course it does. So I can understand the logic there. I think Zeus is in a bit of a different spot. I mean, I guess he's also in a point too where, like, I think in 23 Zeus was like the special part. Like, he was like the crazy part of that roster, really. Although Carrier was too, but I think across the whole year, I mean, Carrier's been crazy part of it. Yeah, almost every time that T1 have been doing well. So now we have like these split pieces of T1. Regionally, LCK is going to be excellent next year because we've got Gen G sticking together as their roster. Will they keep their dominance together? Then you've got kind of like the split pieces of this triple Worlds winning lineup now. Although Zeus obviously wasn't part of the 3-peat, he was there for the 2-peat, right? The only issue I have with ZOFGK was that it was incredibly... I mean, yeah, I mean... Again, like, things get a little strange, right? Because obviously Zeus is like, you know, things felt like they were unfair, blah, 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 and there was misinformation. Reminder, folks, that, you know, like, you had a bunch of people, like, making statements and interviews and whatever. Right, I say a bunch of people. Like, Joe Marsh definitely put his, probably put himself into the ring there with that one. Yeah, and that's the kind of danger of kind of, like... That's the danger of kind of putting yourself into the equation without it being very easy to, like, definitively say what happened, right? And at the end of the day, both parties want to make themselves look good. So, yeah. But yeah, the Beryl hasn't. Wait, hasn't Beryl not retired? I thought he was still. Wait, is Beryl retired or is he just not got a team? Oh my god, guys, why is it taking so long to get into this game?
Oh no, Alex, I'm worried.
Guys, I've realized we've been on break for a while. Guys, why? Guys, why is it taking so long? Oh, sorry, they have to go get Ryan 6, right, yeah.
Right, yeah, sorry, should have known.
Yeah, check the league channel, I've left something for you. What do you leave for me? It's a Rise edit of Northern Lion.
Oh no.
That's really good. That's genuinely fantastic.
Was he ever really an enjoyer?
No, absolutely not. Absolutely not, Sam. So funnily enough, his wife is. And because Worlds was in, the MSI was in Vancouver, she was like watching MSI. So he occasionally mentioned that and whatever. But no, he was never like a League player, but his wife is.
That's funny. That is funny.
Yesterday, 2 teams had network. Yeah, we were streaming it yesterday, and it was 4 hours of pauses, folks. I swear to God, if we go through like an extended pause again.
Gonna start screaming.
Why is your brother not in chat? Fake fam exactly. Why is my brother not in chat? I don't know. Like, I just think he's very supportive. No, yeah. Sam is actually allowed to do whatever he wants. So.
That's true.
In fact, actually, maybe it's better for mental health that he's not in chat. You know.
That's true. You could be saying awful things about me, chat. It's true.
What's the what was the Viserys thing in Game of Thrones? People drink secret toasts to your health. Oh,
that's
dude, I started watching The Expanse again with Angie because we've already watched like the first season.
It's so good, isn't it?
Yeah, but apparently I saw a thing just a day or two ago. Like literally, like within this week, it's been 10 years since the first episode. What? 10 years ago, but if you want a really good like hard sci-fi show to watch, go watch The Expanse. Very good show. Really enjoyed that.
Also, we're not that far off getting The Expanse video game.
Yes, which is also why I want to watch this because it's based like a Mass Effect style game. By the way, like this is an easy sitter.
One of their RPGs.
Like I know that Dawn of War and Total War Warhammer 40k are coming out. You know, people are going to say, oh, it's Total War Warhammer. Well, which one? Fantasy or 40k? And now people are actually going to have to realize when they talk about Warhammer, they're going to have to differentiate, finally, because I've always differentiated, because I play both fucking games. Yeah.
That sounds like audio to me, Alex.
Sam, it's just the advert.
I was hoping it would be... Oh.
Sam, it's the same advert role we've had the entire time. This is just the Wild Rift advert, Sam. Sam, okay.
Oh.
What did you notice, Sam?
Oh, don't worry about it.
Sam, what happened? What was different, Sam? What noticeable difference was there in the advert?
The answer is Alex, I was tabbed out. So I just heard audio and went, oh, that's exciting.
I didn't know Warhammer and 40k were different things until last week. Yes, there is Warhammer 40,000, Warhammer Fantasy / Old World. There's Age of Sigmar, and there's Lord of the Rings Warhammer as well. And technically there's also offshoots like there's a lot of other board games. I mean, there's also Horus Heresy, which is a precursor to 40k as well. Yeah. The thing is, basically, in terms of modern pop culture, in the last, like, decade or so, it's probably been way more 40k. You go back, like, 15, 20 years, it was a lot more even. Fantasy had some... Yeah, the Fantasy was actually pretty up there for a while. In, like, the 90s it was. Obviously, 40k is... And then the problem is, basically, Space Marines were such a hit that they only supported Space Marines for such a long time that now they're the only relevant faction within 40k. So now the problem, in fact, I actually mentioned this on Summoning Inside too. Basically, the problem is when you have like one faction you want everyone to play in to be really cool, you need to have like adversaries that is worth playing against. Otherwise, every tabletop store will just have Marines versus Marines, and every lore battle will just be Marines against people you don't care about. And there's an even bigger problem. Like, I always preferred Fantasy. Then people talk about, oh, I love Warhammer. Okay, well, you're talking about 40k because you don't know what this other fucking game is because you've never looked into this shit. Nymaera, can you tell Sam his name is initialized and he casts? Sam, you're initialized and you cast.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, we're going through the same ad roll a lot, folks. So I think we're delayed. In fact, let me put some text on screen. I swear to God, if this is another like lengthy delay.
Not gonna lie, Alex. I've loaded up Pathfinder in the background.
We've got text on screen. The second series is delayed, I think. Total War Warhammer will be free on December 20th on Epic Games if you haven't bought it already. It's an excellent game. It's an excellent game. Now, the recent releases for Warhammer, some of the recent DLC releases have not been very well managed or like marketed, I suppose. But the actual experience of Total War Warhammer has been fantastic. And again, that's fantasy, worth noting. Yeah, I really like how they portrayed every single faction, because one of the problems with Games Workshop is, again, they're really bad at supporting their more niche factions. Creative Assembly were much better at that. God, they gave a really cool DLC to, like I say, really cool. This is one of the ones which is better, like, well, less good managed. But the actual design of, like, Chaos Dwarves, which were actually a race which were just, like, completely removed from fantasy after all, because they weren't selling well / well supported. They were just, you know, evil dwarves with big hats. And now they're actually just very, very cool. Right?
They are indeed.
I was introduced to Warhammer Fantasy through Boris Todbringer. Oh, Toddy, what a guy.
What a great.
Hang on, he's one of the main characters around the Warhammer Fantasy roleplay campaign, right? Boris Todbringer? Isn't he the Elector Count? Elector Count.
He's an Elector Count of, where did we end up going? What's the city?
It's
the Uberwald Forest.
It wasn't Nuln. That's not Nuln, was it?
No, that's the cannons. It was, what's the one?
Middenheim?
Middenheim. It was Middenheim.
Yeah,
was it Middenheim? No.
I can't remember. I can't remember because it's such a long time ago.
Look it up.
I'm actually not great at Empire lore of all things. Like, again, I was a Wood Elves player. I like my elf shit.
Oh, what's the one that begins with O?
Not Ubersreich. The Ubersreich 5. You're gonna have to Google it, Sam.
Yeah, we'll do.
I don't know if I can take another. I don't know if I can take another day of heavy delays, man. Ogrimmar. There's Herion. I don't know whether that's a... Oh, you're just saying shit. Okay. Well, you know, add a disclaimer in. Remember that Civilization 6 mod I posted that added BLG League team to the game? Yeah, so, yeah, Duo found a Civilization 6 mod which adds BLG as a faction to the game, Sam?
Wow, that's actually cool. Wait, I did.
I think, so what's happening, folks, is we do this a lot. Because, you know, we have to zone out and conserve energy. Sometimes you say something which you actually need, like, some engagement from, and it's just
yeah, there's
not
there.
I do this too.
I heard faction being added to something.
So, Duo found a Civilization 6 mod which adds BLG as a faction to Civilization 6.
Oh, that is fun. Wait, what? Oh, fantastic. Who's
Sam,
the leader?
let me finish. Sam, let me fucking...
Okay, I was engaging! You asked me to engage!
Engage in the right way, Sam. I thought that went without saying. Whatever. The faction special unit for BLG. Do you want to guess what the faction special unit for BLG is?
It's a swimmer, so they can swim back home.
No, it's the BLG junglers, Sam. Yeah. Yeah, BLG jungle has a unique trait. Yeah.
Wow.
Like, I mean, folks, this game is just going on for. I mean, unless there's a rolling schedule or something. Like, what? Presumably, this is. I mean, yeah, it should have started at 10 a.m. if it like. I don't know. It should be a rolling schedule. And there's no timer on screen. Has anyone got any information on this? What a god, man. How is Pathfinder, Sam?
Very good, actually. I'm enjoying it. It's hard. Really hard.
Really? Right. Because Pathfinder's like D&D, like, right?
Yeah, but this is like... I've got it on a very hard difficulty, and oh my god. It's...
I think basically the rule of thumb with Pathfinder is everything is more powerful than D&D, but that also applies to the enemies.
You also have... It is a lot harder to play for flavor.
Right.
You specialize very heavily. Your builds are very well optimized, especially if you're playing on harder difficulties. And if you don't, you get your ass handed to you. Right. Like I spent 2 hours on a 20-second fight.
Wow.
Because it was sort of like I was going into a 225 AC fighters and couldn't damn well touch it.
Okay, folks, I'm getting to the point where this damn KDA Popstars advert in the background is actually going to give me PTSD again from yesterday. I might have to silence the stream for a bit, but then what are we gonna do? Do you want? I don't know. What do you want to do on stream, Sam? Is there anything you want? Anything? You're doing. Well, you're doing Pathfinder.
I can show you my Pathfinder stream if you want.
I don't know if I can window capture that without my PC feeling unhappy.
Yeah, it would have been fun.
well, we're at, I don't know, we're in like whatever, I'll put on some like chill music in the background. I find Sessions Diana, that's my go-to. Problem is, when I put on like so many chill tracks like that, they end up going into all of my Spotify Wrapped, and it kind of ruins my Spotify Wrapped.
Yeah, Jamie, my Spotify Wrapped is horrific. As a result, well, it's not horrific, but it's like it's all video game soundtracks as a result of.
Yeah. And now we wait. Like folks, I don't know what to do. Like, I mean, it's just delayed for forever again, I guess. I prefer Space Marines because I prefer Fantasy because Space Marines just drown everything out. There was a post I saved on Reddit the other day because basically 60% of Warhammer models are Space Marines in terms of sprues, which is just ridiculous, really. Where is it? Because people are posting about this on the because basically Total War have realized, okay, if people are gonna do like DLC and stuff for Warhammer 40k, it's just gonna be like a million Space Marine factions. Because the problem is, basically every single notable Space Marine chapter has its own faction at this point, and it's like, and yet you can't add on like any extra like coalition races to the Tau. There's no Exodites for Eldar. I mean, Eldar are actually one of the ones which have got it a little better because you have Drukhari and you have Harlequins, which are actually fleshed out into their own book. I mean, credit to them, they actually do have their own stuff. Eldar have got it a little better than others. You know, Necrons have basically no extra stuff. Tau, I guess they have the Farsight enclaves, but it's not meaningfully different. They haven't added too many of the other races to them. Yeah, and it's not like, put it this way, it's not like Eldar Craft Worlds have books. Not really. They have like a couple of different factions. Whereas like every single slightly different shade of red and or blue with a horseshoe has its own book in 40k. And it becomes a real issue. Now, some of them obviously do deserve their own book. Like, for instance, Grey Knights are so different and they look different. Whereas, you know, let's be honest, folks, a lot of people wouldn't really be able to tell the difference between a lot of different Space Marines. They're just like they're the same models in a different color. And that was basically what it used to be. It's like, wow, these are the red ones. They are the Blood Angels. These are the blue ones. They are the Ultramarines. These are the green ones. They are Salamanders. These are the black ones. These are, like, Black Templars. Stay away from them. You know?
And the thing is, like, the most fun I've had with the 40k universe was playing Rogue Trader, which
Rogue Trader's
an
fantastic.
Incredible game. Incredible game. Especially because you were playing... You kind of got to experience the Imperium as the Imperium was, not how it is presented from a Space Marines book or from an Imperial Guard book. You got an idea of how the cities worked, how the bureaucracy was a mess, and all of the superstition and religious ossification of everything. And then the rare times you did see a Space Marine, it was like, oh my god, they're not a myth, they're real.
Yeah.
Because people don't know about these things.
Or like they're spoken about in whispered tones and like reverential kind of, like, it's almost religious, really.
Yeah, big time. It's an angel of the Emperor. Oh my god, it's here.
Yeah.
And that was really awesome. And so one of the first big fights you have is this Chaos Space Marine turns up, and you've got an Inquisitor in your party, and he just goes, "It's been an honor."
Yeah, it's like, okay, well, there's literally like one Chaos Space Marine. It's like, okay, well, that's it. You know, like, what do you do against that, basically? Yeah. And that to me kind of like it kind of returns the mythos of things, because let's be honest, 40k's sense of scale can sometimes be all out of whack. And you know, because every story includes Space Marines, it's like the same thing. Star Wars has the same issue, actually. Like Star Wars has the same issue, and I think Andor did a great job with this. Andor didn't need lightsabers, and it means that when you do use lightsabers and you see Jedi, like, they mean something. The fact that Andor is a story about like regular people, it means that the stories about like the special people outside of that mean more. One of the problems I have with, say, you know, it's one of the problems I have with like Asuka making Sabine into a Jedi is like, well, she didn't need to be, and I feel like you're oversaturating it now. Mandalorian was going the right way and then it didn't. Yeah, I think that Mandalorian would have been a much better show if they just allowed Grogu to go off on his own and that kind of story completed itself.
Yeah, and part of the problem is with how the sequels went, you needed Luke's school to fail. And that meant that someone like Grogu couldn't really have been there, because they didn't want to kill him off like that. I think the way...
They weren't going to kill Grogu, it's just like they'll just, you know, write him off into a different storyline, you know?
But they needed that whole storyline to kind of tie itself up. But I think it's a real shame, because again, it's another one of like, okay, so Luke's turned up and done this cool thing, and actually they've wrapped it quite well. Honestly, The Mandalorian could have ended there if they wanted it to. But we'll see, and then the movie's coming, so they've kind of janked it in. It's been, the thing is, it's very comic book writing, if you know what I mean. It's like, well, I need an arsehole to get these people back together.
Yeah, but then basically the problem with The Mandalorian, the thing is basically The Mandalorian is not about Din Djarin anymore, really. It's not really about the Mandalorian that started the show. It's about a Mandalorian, and most of the time that's actually towards the later part of it. The guy just becomes a side character in Bo-Katan's story, which is fine. It's just not what the story was set up to do for a long time. And that gets a bit, you know, messy, basically. Well, sit in for the long haul, folks. I don't know, anyone out there got any particular niche interests you want to talk about? I mean, I can always talk about Warhammer. I have so much. I am so jaded on Warhammer because there are a few companies I have like as much random contempt for as Games Workshop for what they've done to the game, which like I grew up with, you know. And some of my criticisms are fair. Some of them are just me being, you know, nostalgic and salty, you know. Yeah. Someone was asking in the Total War subreddit as well. It's like, do you think like 40k Warhammer lords should be able to just like kill a Doomstack themselves? Because that's basically what happens in fantasy with like Colex Sun Eater and, you know, like a bunch of these other people. Like, mate, it depends on which book you're in. But there was like Malgan Ra, one of the Eldar Phoenix Lords. He punches a Biotitan to death and kills an entire hive ship, which is like a mini hive fleet. Like, he just like solos a he just melees a Biotitan and kills it. I was like, mate, it depends on what book you're in. Sometimes you have like the Avatar of Cain just slipping on an egg and, you know, dying, despite it being, you know, a shard of a god. And other times you have like a guy who's removed his helmet becomes, you know, the next coming of Jesus. So, yeah. So, yeah, there are definitely canonical examples of characters that can kill a Doomstack. Yeah. Seems like every Star Wars show except Andor has a side gimmick that hijacks the show. Sabine being a Jedi, Bo-Katan being the protagonist, Din Djarin hijacking the frankly terrible Boba Fett show. Oh, the Boba Fett one sucks. And I feel so bad for the actor because he didn't want that show to be that it was the way that it was either. And I feel like he has a lot more to give. Yeah, that one really, really hurt. And Kenobi was, yeah. Someone did a supercut of Kenobi where they kind of removed some of the filler bits and it flows a lot better, basically. Like, I also just don't think the Leia sections worked the way that they wanted them to. I just don't think the Leia sections worked in the way that they wanted to. And I'm not going to lie, it kind of undermines a lot of A New Hope, the way that it worked there. So, Hayden Christensen said that he wanted to do a Vader series too, and that one I actually do agree with because the comics for Vader were really, really good.
Excellent, yeah.
There were some very good comics where effectively there are some things which happen after, well, between the two trilogies, and then there's some stuff which happens that a lot of the Vader comics take place after the destruction of the Death Star. And effectively, Vader is put in the fucking doghouse, and the Emperor is like, "You think you're special? I will have you replaced." As in, like, I'm gonna have like, you know, a dozen people all fighting for the spot of like my right hand. You're just one of them. So if they kill you, I'm not helping you. And there were some really, really good moments in that. One of the hardest lines ever dropped in like any media. Legitimately, this is like in the top 10 list of all time. Up there is like one of the hardest lines ever dropped. Is there's a point where effectively the Rebel Alliance lays a trap for Vader, and Luke ends up dogfighting Vader over a planet and shooting down his TIE fighter, and he ends up crash landing on this planet. Comes out of the wreckage, and there's just an entire Rebel battalion there. And the line is, Rebel soldier says to him, "Give up, Vader, you're surrounded. All I am surrounded by is fear and dead men."
So
and he kills the entire battalion.
It's so good.
Like, whoa, crap. That's one of those moments where you're like, okay, that's why he has the reputation he has. I am glad that on the whole, Star Wars media has kept... I actually think the games of Star Wars and the multimedia experience of Star Wars have ended up retaining this ethos and this aura of, oh my god, this guy's powerful. You know, I think that the Jedi Survivor games did a very good job of basically giving Vader a patience bar. He has like an annoyance bar rather than an HP bar. Like, you're never realistically beating him. It's just like game mechanics to help you survive and advance the story, right? I miss Kyle Katarn so much. Same, but I understand that Andor has taken that a similar narrative space to what Kyle Katarn did. I really enjoyed the Jedi Knight, Jedi Academy games, then Jedi Outcast as well. Kyle Katarn's games were really, really good. And I think on the whole, the Star Wars games have been very, very good. In fact, so I've been doing some general video game content with Last Nation, you know, Monty Rich, Wolf Doer. It's been really cool, by the way. It's been very, very cool. But one of the things I was chatting with them recently was how one of the things which I think is really underrated about the prequel era of Star Wars is that Sam, do you know how many tie-in games there were to Attack of the Clones? Just guess
10?
a number.
So can we think? There was the Bounty Hunter one. There was Republic Commando. There was Battlefront 1. There was Jedi Starfighter. That's 4. There was Racer Revenge. That was episode 3.
Well,
I'm going to guess about 10.
12. You're not too far off.
Really?
12 tie-in games to Attack of the Clones. And between stuff like that, it made it a very kind of like cultural multimedia experience. Because you had like Game Boy Advance games, stuff like that. And they were like, I guess there were even stuff like Lego games too, if you count them. Although I don't think they were counted in that list. But I think that back then, because it was also in kind of like the Game Boy Advance, PlayStation 2 era as well. And also kind of like, you know, obviously PC gaming too. Because there was also stuff like Battle for Naboo, Sam, which was also very... Well, that was episode 1, but prequel era.
You're right.
Yeah, and like, don't get me wrong. You can don't get me wrong. You can criticize like Attack of the Clones for me. I think Attack of the Clones is one of the weaker movies in terms of, you know, the dialogue is quite poor in some ways, and some of the CGI in that one actually hasn't held up as well. I actually think Phantom Menace has held up very well, for instance. I think
very well.
Like the actual set pieces they have in those films are really, really good. And of course, Revenge of the Sith. That one's what I think. Even if you're not like a prequel enjoyer, people are like, okay, Revenge of the Sith it's a good movie.
It's a good movie. Yeah, it's a good movie.
Yeah, but yes, I think that the actual experience around the movies in terms of the extra media and stuff like that was really, really good. And the prequel games were really good. You know, episode 1 Racer is fantastic. By the way, the Racer game, the Galactic Racer, which they announced at the Game Awards, I'm a little bit worried that they haven't shown any pod races in the footage so far.
They did have Sebulba at the end.
Yes,
with
I know.
Big sounds, I think.
Yeah. So they'll have at least one pod racer. I'm like, motherfucker, if you've waited like 20 years more than that, 25 years to, you know, release another racer game, and you're not gonna have my damn bring me Gascano, and that would actually be a glup shitter. That would genuinely count as a glup shitter.
Yes.
But give me my pod racers, you know. Well, this is... How long have we been paused for now? Long time. We've been live for 3 hours and we've done 2 games, folks. I swear to God. I think if you show many people any frame of Attack of the Clones, I could probably tell you the lines. True. Yeah. Why is it taking so long? No idea. No idea why it's taking so long. Well, whatever. We'll keep on until something better happens. What are LPL English gonna do during this time?
I don't actually know. Hopefully, just have fun with it, guys.
Yeah. Anything else you want to yap about? I could always put more 40k or Star Wars, but...
That's true. Game Awards, how you feel about them?
Look, Game of the Year, it had to be Expedition 33. Look, okay, I think it was, for me, actually between Expedition 33, Hades, or KCD2, which I think was overlooked a little bit. Expedition 33, you know, I'm glad it got the recognition it did. I don't think it should have won all of the awards it did, though. There was so much, I think it was just, it kind of got in on reputation of just overall reputation of it being a good game, rather than it being specifically good in some of the categories.
Which ones do you think you would you not have given it?
I think it should have lost Best Direction to either, I mean, I think that in terms of stylistic choices, I think Death Stranding 2 genuinely should have had an option to that, because I mean, it is just so visually out there, and I know it's very good, but there are and obviously things like Hades 2 as well. I think the direction of that game is fantastic as well. Yeah, I think that direction is one which it maybe should have lost out on. And actually the big one, I think, is RPG. Because I don't think Expedition 33 was as advanced as an RPG in terms of the RPG specifics compared to something like KCD2, which I think is one of the most complete, well thought out, and most connected between gameplay and kind of narrative experience of an RPG that I've ever seen. For instance, one of the things which there was a streamer I was watching about it, and it wasn't Co-Carnage for once, but basically everything which Henry learns in KCD2 as an RPG mechanic, you see him physically learn, and you actually physically partake in him learning those skills, which I really, really, really like. If he learns how to do alchemy, you learn it alongside him. And like, when you learn how to read and stuff like that in the first game, which is a similar thing, like, you actually don't get to see the words on the paper first, and you learn, and then you get to read it more proficiently later.
And it's definitely it's very intricate. I sometimes find it gets a little bit lost in the weeds and gets a bit too sim-like for me.
Yes, which is why I didn't have his Game of the Year. But I think in terms of an RPG, very, very advanced.
It was. I think I would still give it to Expedition 33 because I think on the whole it was the better RPG. Your team building and the experience. Yes, it's a JRPG. It's not a CRPG or a like a sandbox RPG in the way that, say, a Skyrim or a KCD2 is. But I think people going, oh, it's not an RPG, don't really get what RPG
No, I'm not saying it's not an RPG. I'm just saying in terms of RPG element, I don't think that the RPG elements are the best things about Expedition 33, whereas I think they are the best things about KCD2.
Yeah, I can see that.
And like, put it this way, like, I think Expedition 33, very valid choice to be like best game of the year and like considerable for all of these. The fact that it's won the most awards of any game at the Video Game Awards ever in such a very stacked year for games, that I think is not an accurate reflection of how many good games were released this year and how many games were very close in those categories. Like, for instance, when Baldur's Gate won all of its awards, I think it was clearly best in so many of those categories. Whereas this year, when Expedition 30, I'm like, it's like 5% difference between some of these categories, and it won all of them, but but I think it was like went 9 and 2. I think
there were some very competitive games like Hades 2, Death Stranding. There were some phenomenal games this year. The thing is, nearly every category it won, I went, you know what, I would probably have voted for that. Which it's like, which is I played or watched all of the games of the year.
Yeah.
So at least I have some context for all of them. And I still think I probably would have gone with...
Gone with what?
With Expedition 33 winning... Sorry, I realised I dropped the sentence off there.
Winning what? Winning an individual award? Winning all of the awards?
Winning pretty much all the awards it won, yeah.
Yeah, but the thing is, though, like, I put it in context, and I think this is a stronger year for gaming than, I think, the Baldur's Gate 3 year, and Baldur's Gate 3 won less awards. I think Elden Ring, when it won all of its awards too, I thought it was a better game than Expedition 33 was compared to the field. And I think Expedition 33 is like, when I think of like games of the decade, I think you've got a short list of like Expedition 33, Baldur's Gate, Elden Ring, and I understand that Elden Ring, some people it's not some people's cup of tea or whatever, but like if that's your kind of short list, but I wouldn't have Expedition 33 winning game of the decade despite it being record-breaking amounts of wins in awards. I do think that the voice acting, for sure, definitely it deserves a shout-out. However, that's another thing, too. Voice acting, this is my hot take, I actually think that Troy Baker should have won it, because he did an inimitable... Like, he imitated Harrison... He ended up imitating Harrison Ford... He imitated Harrison Ford to the point where Harrison Ford was like, what the fuck? How did you do that? And imitation, I understand that some people would view that as a less valuable skill set or whatever, but imitating one of the most iconic voices of all time to the point where the original actor is like, what the hell, I don't think I've ever seen a voice actor in a game do that before. So I think that Troy Baker actually could have won voice actor of the year. Not that it was a bad choice for Jennifer English. I personally feel very sad that Ben Starr lost out on for Clive for Final Fantasy 16, having like a generational performance there, and then also losing out to Jennifer English in this one too, from being from the same game. It's like, again, like, Are these valid choices? Absolutely yes. It's just that Ben Starr has put out some like generational voice acting performances and just fallen short, like in 2 of his best performances ever, which is crazy. Funnily enough, I actually think on the Baldur's Gate 3 year, I actually would have voted, if I was part of that panel, I would have voted for Amelia Tyler. So I think that the narration of Baldur's Gate 3 was actually the most, I think that was the most intricate, high-level skill set shown in terms of voice acting, because what Amelia Tyler did was a very slightly different nuance of the narration for every single origin story and character in that game. So if you played any of the different origin characters or different kind of like moral roots and stuff, the narrator would change with you, and the narrator is not always, you know, a reliable narrator. So she's very different if you're Dark Urge compared to if you're like your own custom origin character, stuff like that, which was, I thought that was just very, very good. It's a ton of voice work, but the nuance, the control to deliver that kind of nuance is fantastic. It's like, I think that is maybe my second favorite narration performance ever, behind Disco Elysium, which I think is the greatest like narration performance of all time. That game is so special.
Yeah. I think that's not an unreasonable take.
Elden Ring made me have hope that open world games can actually use their worlds rather than being big for big's sake. Completely agree. The game which actually showed that for me, weirdly, was Genshin Impact. Genshin Impact's open world is very, very populated, and I really enjoyed spending time in the world of Genshin Impact in a way that I didn't do with Breath of the Wild. I'm gonna throw this out there. I'm a Breath of the Wild doubter / hater. I'm not a fan of Breath of the Wild. For me, it felt like a tedious romp through what was, you know, a very beautifully rendered open world in a lot of ways, but I did enjoy Breath of the Wild. It wasn't my game. I felt like it coasted quite a lot off of Zelda nostalgia in a way a lot of Nintendo games do. There were some cool things, like, I know there's a lot of in-depth lore about the divine beasts and the warriors that went to go fight them, and there's some cool stuff about that, but realistically, I just didn't enjoy the narrative line of Breath of the Wild that much, and I just found the game quite tedious, sadly. Yeah, which is why, you know, Genshin is like anime Breath of the Wild in terms of like anime waifu Breath of the Wild. And in fairness, it kind of is. I actually get it better for me in terms of making me interact with the world. I enjoyed that. I enjoyed interacting with the world more. I enjoyed the world puzzles. Stuff like Economia and Tatsunomia. What's the Thunderbird Island, Sam? Tatsu.
What is it called?
There's a timer! There's a timer!
Oh, timer!
Okay, Sam, voice does clip a little bit when you shout like that, by the way.
That was a bit close, possibly. It might be my bad.
But yeah, it gets a bit crispy when you do that. Sorry, this is just the first time I said it, so I noticed it, so yeah. We have a timer! Let's go! Gonna be starting at 11 instead, I guess. That will maybe less than... Okay, cool. Alright, well, we take those, I guess. Nice. Okay. I'm gonna turn the... back on this then. But yes, it did go a little bit crispy there when you shouted.
Oh, that's unfortunate. I'll try not to do that. That'll be good to know.
Yeah, so I think if you're close to your mic or you're like jumping up in volume with like very spiky shouts, it will probably flip a little bit. It's better than it was, but yeah.
Yeah, that's good to know actually.
Okay. This might be an announcement. I don't see an announcement at the bottom of the screen yet, but... So we'll wait to see if there's an announcement at the bottom of the screen. What is this? That's the stream, so that's not anything. This is just adverts. I'd imagine we're going into the second series then. I need to run some adverts again now, folks. Otherwise we're not going to be able to get through drafting stuff, so I'm going to do it now.
Yeah.
Elden Ring made me hate open world games. Ooh, that's an interesting one. Well, I guess we hope that it carries on as normal now. But these delays just make the game, it just makes the days longer, you know. I haven't seen any notifications on screen, so I guess we're going into the second series, so... Well, LNG have tweeted out their own tweet. Wait, are they up next? Or wait, what's the next one? There's OMG's next. So, well, I guess, yeah. Hey, Reserve, thanks to the resub for Prime. Oh, Sam, Mecha dropped a Kofi for us, by the way, which was, you know, like 1,000, Sam.
What?
That's like
loud. Jesus, Mecha!
Yeah, Mecha Fanboy is, yeah, he is our patron.
Fanboy.
You know, we are actually warlocks. We are actually the warlocks of casting.
Yeah, literally. But like, that's the question. What kind of warlocks would we be? What Mecha? What being?
Yeah, what? Yeah, this actually depends. This is actually on Mecha. Yeah, Mecha has to decide
what exactly is the price. Yeah, exactly. It's like we're gonna start getting like little sulfur-smelling letters.
This is another thing, by the way.
You must go and do this thing.
So this is the thing which will happen in the next year at some point, folks. I am actually setting up to run a D&D campaign with a voice actor friend of ours. Sam will be involved as a player for once. He won't be the forever DM. But yeah, we have a friend who is the voice of the main companion in Wuthering Waves, amongst other things. Spheringa. We and her go like way back, so we're gonna set up a D&D campaign for that. I'm making a whole homebrew world. It is somewhat Dark Soulsy in terms of like a dying world-ish kind of, you know, cool stuff there. So stay tuned for that. I think we will be streaming it. I think we will be streaming it. That's my plan really. But yeah, stay tuned for that. Keep an eye on Discords and whatever. Should be really cool. Make me an NPC. You sell Zeals. If you want to guest in for a session. I have Zeals if you have coin. Yeah, we'll figure that out. And, I need to figure out who the full party is going to be. We haven't decided on who everyone's going to... Well, Sam's going to be in, Saf's going to be in. I think Saf's bringing one other person. I think they've got player they want to play with. And then I guess I want it to be a party size of 4 or 5. Tends to be the classic one. And then guesting in outside of that. So we'll... Who wants to go in outside of that? Right. I think because players are on screen, I guess we're... Close,
now.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
Now, my problem is, folks... Oh, we got up. Oh, hi, Cho. Hello, hi, Cho. Hi, Cho was actually alright, you know. He outplays himself sometimes, but yeah. Is ZSM a legit org? It's a streamer cup. It's a streamer team, so they're not really a legit or quote-unquote legit org. Like, I don't think they have a coach and stuff like that, put it that way.
打野R10这小子阿扎，今年刚刚18，应该是今年年初时候刚刚18岁的，这是中级新人 ，LPO 自己产的这种新人打野。
这也是我在那个今年年中的时候看那个亚洲之星看到过的选手，他当时好像是和那个吧夏洛特
对
打中野
小辉。
对，我就说这个当时我们那个二路。
Did you see that Korean LCK is not going to be on YouTube anymore? So English LCK will be on, but yeah, they've done the things that they have actually done this before. I don't think people, like, I don't know if people realize this, but it has actually happened a couple of times before where the LCK Korean feed has not been on YouTube because they've been on, like, Neva or Afrika or something like that, or Soup at SOOP. Do you really need a coach? More teams that have coaches don't win worlds every year than coaches that do have them and win it. I mean, yeah, there's some arguments that, like, you know, T1 is actually coached by Faker. Which is actually, I mean, then basically the coach is there to, you know, book scrims.
Facilitate them.
They're to book scrims, Sam. Yeah. Get those eye drops in.
I mean, that was the running joke for the longest time there, wasn't it?
Oh, hang on, I need to sort out your volume again, don't I? Because I turn you down for the shouting.
Yes.
What did you end up changing, by the way, in terms of audio settings?
I dropped the preamp game down a little bit.
Right.
And something else.
Compressor stuff, presumably.
Yeah, I dropped the compressor drive a little bit, and yeah, just pulled everything down a little bit, basically.
What I've started doing is, like, I've started pushing the preamp harder, but then putting the compressor way more harsh, and that's worked better for me, actually, on the whole.
Yeah, so the problem is you end up with the volume getting ducked with that.
Yeah, it does
compressor setting.
Sorry, go.
In compressor settings, the idea is that actually when you get loud, the volume still actually stays overall the same. And that's why you've got like that.
We have a draft!
Oh my god, it's happening.
We have a draft. Are you guys siblings? Oh my god, someone actually who realizes we're siblings. Yes, we are actually real-life brothers.
It's true.
This is my brother Sam. I understand there'll be a lot of people coming in for the first time. My name's Alex. This is Sam. We are actual brothers. We cast together, so... Yeah.
Hey Al.
Hello.
Can I get the stream back?
Why is the stream not back?
Actually, what? Why can't I see it?
The stream is...
That's a good question. Why can't I see it? No, I found out how to do it. Because I put the little menu down at the bottom of the screen.
Okay. Okay, so we're going to have one of something...
We're in.
So,
It's all right.
we have big picks up. We have Nymaera, Orianna, Kiana, Aatrox. I don't know whether these teams will be Zahen pickers. ZSM have Arla as a top laner. He did play Zahen. He might go towards that.
Yeah, I actually know nothing about Zahen's kit. I know.
Okay, so the easiest way to do it is like, yes, if he can ever get his passive by constantly auto attacking and doing damage, very, very good. He doesn't get his passive, kind of ass. He's kind of like...
Was that an animated cat background?
Yeah, Sam, they have like green screen stuff. Yeah. So Orianna first pick, no surprises there. Hai Chao's pretty good at that point. Fofo playing for ZFM. This is like a streamer team, folks. Obviously, you will recognize a lot of these players. They have literally like two Worlds winners from IG and FPX, Ning and LWX. Fofo and Arla have both been around. They've been journeyman LPL players for a long time. Both have been to Worlds on LPL. Southwind... It was meant to be Iwandi playing support. He's ended up being subbed out now. Someone said that he ended up falling in the shower or something like that. I'm not sure how true that is, but I hope he gets well if he has been fallen ill or had an injury or something. Southwind's been playing. Didn't play very well yesterday, but hey, last minute substitution happens. Nymaera, as we said, a high pick champion. If they pick the Aatrox, I'm surprised they'd be picked over the Kiana, but it's been very powerful in jungle, weirdly, not top lane.
Yeah, it feels like the jungle Aatrox, even the jungle Jace have been really dangerous if you're playing right. We've seen, like, I don't know whoever was watching Casper Cup, but Kanavi put out some obscene performances on the Aatrox across that tournament. And there'll be the Zahen instead for the side of OMG. Wukong and Zahen sounds like a pretty nice combo. I think Zahen having the Orianna ball and a Cyclone to work around should give him enough disruption to get enough of his passive off to get some value. Are we just Garaning this?
That would be really fun.
Allah's always been a bit of a chef.
Thing is, I have no idea what the matchups are for Zahen, but Arla played it already, so obviously he's been trying it out. So the thing about Zahen's kit, Sam, is that he has like a lot of random healing in his kit. Like his Q is... So it's going to be the Camille versus the Zahen, which is it basically... I think this works quite well for Camille if you take short trades. If it's like a W and a Q2, you win. Or if you stun and you walk off, that's fine. If it goes longer and Zahen gets his passive, then you lose. I'd imagine that's how it works. So, his kit, Sam, if you haven't seen it, is basically his Q is a double reactivation. It's an auto attack buff. The first one is like a double hit, and it gives him healing and extra damage. So his Q is kind of like, imagine it kind of like a Sundered Sky auto, and then he often builds Sundered Sky as well, but occasionally it'll be Triforce as well. Well, actually, I think it is Sundered Sky, sorry, it's Triforce in top lane right now. And then the second one is like a Xin Zhao Q3. So you reactivate it for a knock-up on your second kind of reactivation of it. So it's heal, then knock-up, so kind of Xin Zhao. Your W is kind of like a line skill shot pike Q, so it'll just kind of like pull people back like a skewer. Your E is somewhat like Kane Q. Your E is like a Kane Q where you dash and have like a sweet spot Q around you. Although actually Kane doesn't have a sweet spot. But yes, it's basically like a Kane Q but with a sweet spot. And then his ult is fly to a location.
Old Aatrox Q.
No, it's not like that. It's you fly to a location.
You jump up into the air and went down.
You do, but you're unstoppable when you heal when you do that.
Okay.
So in fairness, like it's not a great comparison really.
I was thinking aesthetically it felt very similar.
It's much slower. It doesn't look the same. Like if you show the two side by side, I wouldn't say they were the same. It also doesn't have a knock-up or anything like that either. So really, like I understand it, like it's a Darkin flying about the place, but it's not really the same. But yeah, so basically Zahen, very good if you can get him into like extended flank angles. I know we're talking a lot about this pick, but this is what people want to hear about, right? So Zahen kind of going crazy. Interested to see this top lane matchup. He's been quite lane dominant in some matchups. Apparently he's like quite good in some points against like Gwen at points too. I've been hearing from some of the Gwen mains. And we're looking to finish off the draft.
Ryze would be a very good additional side laner here between the Like, so the Rise and the Camille, ability to play those lanes in some combinations are quite dangerous. Instead, we're going to go towards a Syndra. Just say, you know what, Control Mage versus Control Mage, I can get more pick. Syndra E into Camille combo. You can just pop someone would be the concept. I'm just looking at the side for OMG. That team fight wombo combo, the Slurkles are real.
Yeah, and the Aphelios for Starry. Starry is a very good hyper carry player. I think, like, in terms of our AD carry new talent in LPL, we have, like, Leave and 1xN at the top, but Starry's not crazy far off them. Starry's actually very talented. I like this guy quite a lot. He's got the Aphelios, the Alistair for Moem. Moem, of course, went to Worlds on D plus Kier in 24. Kinda shat the bed. He wasn't great. Came over to LPL and wasn't awesome in LPL. He's on the Alistair. It's a champion which he's a little better on. Seem to remember the difference between him. There was another player he was switching in and out for. He was better in lane, worse out on the map. The Alistair here kind of needs to be better out on the map, really, because you're not exactly going to do as much versus Nymaera Lulu, very lane dominant combo from LWX and Southwind. But yeah, on the whole, folks, the LPL teams are unsurprisingly better practiced, better coordinated, and they feel like they're a little bit more in tune with the meta. ZSM, they're coming in as the streamer team.
What does ZSM stand for?
It's a Chinese phrase which is something like, what do you think you're doing, basically. Yeah, it's quite a common phrase. Or like, who do you think you are, or something like that. They drafted quite well yesterday. They just didn't have the coordination to pull it off. And that's my worry with the stuff like this, where I'm like, okay, you've got like a Syndra needs to look for picks. You've got to, you know, somehow peel for this Yunara. Yes, you have the tools to do it, but will you be coordinated to do it, you know? So yeah, I'm looking forward to this game. We get to see whether they are the match of a team like OMG, who are one of our bottom tier teams in 2025. Of course, they ended up getting somewhat relegated in Split 2 and didn't play in Split 3. So we'll see if OMG have actually leveled up at all. I'm trying to remember who the new members are for this team, actually. Because, yeah, this is... I mean, most of this team is quite similar. New jungler, of course, though.
Alright, Al, pop quiz me. Zahen abilities.
Yeah?
Pop quiz me.
Well, what's his Q?
Dark Englaive.
What's his E?
Aureate Rush.
Wow, I didn't know that. What's his W?
It's
rotating.
Dead. Forgotten. No, Dreaded Return. Dreaded Return. That's what I was going to go.
What's the ult? What's the ult?
Grim Deliverance.
What's his passive?
Cultivation of War.
Wonderful.
Yeah.
Good. By the way, I did realize where Hung was playing last year. He was actually playing on OMG, so while I was saying, oh, you know, like, blah, 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 was he hard done by? He did play on OMG, and it wasn't great for him, actually, so maybe I was... Yeah. He's been playing well at this tournament, by the way. So, yeah, there's some changes did come into OMG. Of course, they were playing in LDL, weirdly.
Yep.
They had Linfong as their mid laner before, and Charlotte, so Hai Chao's actually come in. I think, I'm trying to remember if he was on... he was on a different team at some point. He was on LNG, I believe he was on. Last year was sort of, which he did struggle, but the same bot lane, same top jungle. So it's basically mid lane is the big change here.
We saw a Haicha in particular, someone who just said basically he's a bit of an Azir merchant, would get Azir and then not actually win with Azir either. And he was always very volatile. He'd have these great
Haicha had
ridiculously bad ones.
one excellent game on Vladimir last year, where I was like, oh my god, he's going to be riding this high for the whole year, and he somewhat did.
That's a good amount of damage onto Southwind there, actually. I mean, of course, it is the support. Got a few more pops to work with. And again, you are just Aphelios and Alistair at level 1. Namely, you don't have one. But somehow Aphelios
switches weapons aggressively at you.
Yeah, it switches with not Moonshot, with Calibrum. Still pretty good poke, which is good value. There's the headbutt away. Prevents the easy auto Glitterlance trades.
This is a pretty good game for an Aphelios too, because you can build full lethality and you don't really care about it. Wukong can go for something like a Black Cleaver if you really need at some point too. So you can go, you know, max out your lethality on your stats, which you get from leveling up, and then you go towards a Collector, and you will do significant damage to everyone. There's no like hyper tank that's stacking armor on the other side, which means you get, you know, less value out of your well, less relative value out of it.
Just waited out that shield very well. Got a lot of that passive stats as well. Just like, that was quite nice. It's my first time really seeing Zahen, so I'm quite excited to see more of this.
Well, it's the first time we've seen it in pro. It wasn't available in Demacia in Casper Cup, so it's the first time we're actually seeing quote-unquote pro games for this. I understand that it's between, you know, a streamer team or whatever, but no, Arla played a game of it, as we were saying, and now we're seeing Harry playing. I think this is our third game in Demacia Cup. We had one game which was bad, where it was blind picked. Someone picked Malphite into it, and Arla got absolutely destroyed. The laning phase was bad, and the team fights weren't great either. Then we saw another
Black Cleaver in that matchup. I actually don't know.
Well, you went Triforce. I think basically the problem is basically if Malphite ever gets out of lane, Malphite is a very good champion, and he gets out of lane versus Zahin because he has to auto attack him, and actually Malphite's really good at trading auto attack for auto attack. Actually, weirdly. A lot of people don't realize how much...
reset and Malphite goes great.
Yeah, exactly. A lot of people don't realize quite how much damage that Malphite does when he just kind of like hits you with the crushing waves or whatever they're called. Yeah. No, not the ground slams, the auto attack, the crushing blows, whatever it is.
Is he? Okay, misses his dreaded return. He's got a Pat jungler coming up here. The bait is semi-failure because he still has to back away.
Yeah, Harry's really not having a good time here, actually. It was, yeah. Hollow's getting good shoving in the early game. Of course, he chose this matchup into the Zahin, I believe it was too. Yeah, he chose that one. He was on the other end of a losing. He was the Zahin in the losing Malphite matchup. So he got bodied a little bit there. He's chosen a bit of a different counter there. Fight between the jungles now over the Raptors. Dash over the Qs.
Those who have chosen chicken, says Saruman the White. All the while they're going to get the Warrior Trickster combo from the Aatrox, and you'd think early on that the Aatrox would have a good matchup into the Wukong with the ability for the Syndra to come on over, but it's looking pretty good right now for the Wukong, but the Smite Fire still goes the way of Ning.
Well, it's funny you mention that in terms of the Syndra being able to come over. That wasn't the case there. Like, Haicho was getting a little bit bodied before that, but Haicho had control of the wave at that point, so Fofo couldn't really leave the wave. I think there was like a full 6 stack of minions there about to go into turret. So risky, yeah. That's why Rayo decided to go in towards that. I don't know this jungler, by the way. I'm going to have to look him up in the back. There's one of the players which I don't know as much. As we're saying, you know, a lot of OMGs remain the same. Mid laner has changed. Haicho's come in from LNG, but Rayo's come in as well. So I'm going to have, you know what I'm going to do? So I'm going to go have a look at them in the background.
Do it. Dreaded return into an auto queue. The Dark Englaive, named after that big old spear sword thing he's wielding. That's a glaive, guys.
Sam, it's yeah.
I expect it's also why I suspect he'll be quite popular in China, because glaives are one of those weapons that are really associated with a lot of the sort of like Three Kingdoms heroes and stuff. It's a big thing in Dynasty Warriors and the like as well.
Guangzhou or something, because there's like one of the big heroes from like the Three Kings, which has yeah. I mean, if you think about, you know, Spear of Shojin, that kind of archetype of weapon, really, really cool. Of course, like, there are multiple cultures which have used kind of like spear swords to some degree. Japan has the Naginata. Obviously, we talked about the weapons from China as well. Europe had less like spear swords like that. Everywhere did big sharp things on a stick though. Halberds and stuff like that were very popular.
We had halberds and falchions with the two we had.
Falchions, and then oh, that was a sword actually. And then there were billhooks and stuff like that too. Pikes and billhooks. Yeah.
So falchion's kind of a billhooky kind of vibe, though it's kind of a little bit more axe heady.
Yeah. I went on a real binge on like medieval fighting formations which use pike and shot. Like Sam, like the Spanish tercio and the.
God be praised.
Is that? Wait, what's that from?
No, it's Kingdom Comes Deliverance.
That's the one. I thought it was. Oh man.
It's Henry's come to see us.
Henry of Scallops.
Angle. Actually, the Alice has come to see you, by the way. In comes the Duskwave into another little Binding Eclipse combo. The slows from the Gravitum's going to force the flash. Yunara and Lulu losing lane again.
Oh, they are, and it really feels like the Yunara lanes have not delivered that well here at Demacia Cup so far. Starry pops the Ghost, and I really like what he was doing there in terms of the early trades with Gravitum. Really nasty. They're going to look for the kill angle.
Oh, into the Binding Eclipse, and it's beautiful. We'll lose one on the retreat, but it's Lulu getting the kill versus the Aphelios. Flashes on in Israel, who did not quite get everything he was looking for. His Ning also flashes away. Cyclone Part 2, looking to try and steal these Krugs. How long until the Warrior Trickster, because he's stuck in here now, does get over the wall. Will not get the big Krug, and we'll end up just trading some summoners and ultimates.
Yeah, so it's flash ult from both junglers. But what it does do is buy the time of Ning, so we can't go interrupt someone like Harry's pushing into this top lane here, who's ended up getting a bit of a recovery in this early lane where he was struggling in the very first phases of it before he managed to get back into it. Lanes from OMG performing quite well, actually, and this is one of the problems that we have with the streamer teams, is that yes, they are pro players, but are they, actively scrimming, up to date on the matchups, especially when you've got new ones like the Zion coming in and whatever. Starry and Moam doing quite a good job down here, and Southwind on the other side of it. I think particularly he has struggled individually. Reminder, as ZSM weren't meant to be playing with Southwind. They were meant to be playing with iWonder. And look, Southwind is a player that was around for a while. The end of his career was quite dire. So, as much as it, look, as much as the end of the day...
We're the jailers keeping Rookie from Worlds, unfortunately, guys.
Oh, gosh, true. I don't want to be sat here as a hater, but like, you know, Southwood definitely had his struggle streaks.
I'm not a hater, but I am a
We're a realist. We're realists, you know. Gotta, you know, as I take on my role as the diplomat every so often. I try and smooth over the rough edges, but there are a lot of rough edges here, Sam.
Yeah, there's only so much sanding down you can do. And again, it's been a while, and we'll see how it all works out. Southwind, of course, at his peak, was not a bad player. Puff and Southwind at one point were very... I don't know, people were quite excited for them, and it just never really manifested, I think, in the way that they and everyone else who'd kind of invested in them kind of were hoping for, which is the way we'll put it for now. Grub's being started from Rayo. Harry is going to come on down and try and stop Arla from coming and interrupting that. Everything's on vision here. A couple wards there, ensuring that the Camille is a very known quantity.
He is going towards that phage. Likely will be the Triforce again. That seems to be the LPL build here. We have seen a couple of different builds. I know Harold was talking about it a little bit in chat yesterday. But again, if you get that sweet spot, it's a ton of damage, actually. But the big thing is, basically, if you ever get hit by enough stuff to give the passive, Zahan just wins. It's just, it takes a while to stack it up. It's something like, I want to say 10 auto attacks and abilities ends up getting you towards it. It gives you effectively a GA, and it gives you, like, even more stats than a Darius passive. Obviously, it's harder to activate, but oh my god, the stats are insane. Which is why, right here, he's, you know, trying to freeze that wave, get an extended rundown. Good trade here. That's the ult coming through.
Moonlight Vigil, look at the number of chakrams. Out comes the Wild Growth. They're turning onto the Nymaera as Southwind had to ult himself. Will end up burning some ults, but nothing more there on either side.
In fairness, you do not want to stand and deliver against Nephelios very often. Nephelios is one of the best DPS champions. He has the right weapons for the job right there. Ended up stacking up those chakrams, as you were saying. And Starry, as you were saying, this guy's got a good reputation. We like him here on our channel. He's been pretty good. You know, he is up there with the likes of your Leave and your 1xm, maybe behind the top cut there, but he's definitely a player which we've come to really appreciate for his work he's done at OMG. This is a guy that came in to replace Abel, of course. He was even changing, you know, trading some time with him at different points at the end of Abel's career. Sadly, Abel went on to go basically be a streamer instead. Which is really sad, actually, because I really enjoyed him as a player. But Star was damn good. In fact, he took a game off of BLG, I think, last year in 24. I think it was BLG. You know, the crazy roster. He got like a quadra kill against them or something like that in his first ever game. It's kind of insane. The guy's had some pretty high moments. This is that, you know, it has been on a struggling team, and I'm not going to say he's consistently had those moments either, you know, not all the time. But this is a guy which you have to keep your eyes on.
Agreed. And as you can see, if you keep your eye on that CS discrepancy, after the early dive, it went to about 20. It's just accelerated even further. That's a very early collector. And you're into things like the Aatrox, into things like the Lulu, can be very, very dangerous. That is going to be a nasty next combo. Yeah.
That's a 35-40 CS lead. There's I don't know if there's any wave being pushed into the rest of mid lane there. I think there is a little bit. Yeah, that was 40 CS lead at 12 minutes. And this is why, again, when we were assessing teams like ZSM or FRK, you know, these... Southwind, we were talking about how we weren't haters. We may have to revise that opinion.
You know, actually, Southwind, you're not really blowing, are you? It's not a gale, is it? It's an insipid breeze.
You know it's bad when Sam brings out the vocab book. Fucking getting started.
Do not make me get my thesaurus.
Yeah, that's like a fossilized dictionary, folks. Get it? 'Cause it's a thesaurus, Sam. Yeah, so OMG have 3 grubs and they have a dragon. Ain't that great for them?
Here we go. Remember, there's still the Unbreakable World, so you can't burn the CC too early. Moam goes in. The flash does not get them over it. And oh no! LSO, namely Fofo, goes down. Again, I am baited by the name on screen. You gotta love the Tournament Realm accounts.
Watch the names on the side, Sam. That's what I've learned from this one. Don't watch the big popper in the middle of the screen, because they're lying to you. They're using different accounts for Tournament Realm.
Years of hard trading has ruined this for me. And that's gonna be first turret as well, by the way.
Yeah. Hey, Brackish, how's it going in chat? Good to see one of the regulars going back in here too.
How British are you feeling, Brack?
Oh, Sam, I feel it. So you've caught me at a very Chinese time in my life, Sam. In fairness, the last 3 years of my life have been quite a Chinese League of Legends time in my life.
Thank you, Doklet, for that wonderful phrase, by the way.
Well, no, that phrase was far predates him. It's just he did it in all of his vlogs.
But he's the most recent.
Yeah, Sam, Sam, it's a thing which goes beyond our little envelope of League of Legends. It's just a meme in general. I'm sorry. League of Legends doesn't quite have the cultural impact to,
Grass is not a real substance. I don't believe in it.
Well, it wasn't for 4/5 of, Grasshopper's existence.
Yeah, exactly. I feel exactly, and that is really at that point, at least within the bounds of astrophysics, a statistical error. That's within error margins, Alex. In the grand scheme of things, I just don't think grass exists.
Why, Sam? Well, you know that typically trees don't like quote unquote exist. Like they're not like they're not like a group because too many things have evolved into different trees. That's probably a dead Southwind. Okay, no, he gets out with a flash.
It had to flash, but it's flash and heal down for just an exhaust. That's rough. And Moam just goes, great, I've burned my summoner spellbook, so I've got heal back. So how does that one feel?
Well, not great for the... It's feeling pretty worse there, Sam. What do you mean? He's just gone back. I can't believe that he's lived through that. I was wondering if Rare would just go and kill him, but I guess they think, well, we don't want to jump into like a Syndra or something.
Yeah, and the fairness, Aatrox was coming, so I think they might have struggled to kill
him. Oh my god, he's on Vision. I actually wonder if they could kill... Come on, please, someone. It would be very funny if they like did it to him 3 times in the same spot.
He's going to get the whole tower here. Maybe just about. They're going to try and think about unleashing some power. But no, save the turret, but only really for a wave. I don't think they'll be able to do much more than this. Keep your eye on the Camille, though. This might be a way to deal with Starry.
He's on the right side of the lane, though. He has flash and he's stood on the right side of the lane. Typically, Camille was one of the better answers into Aphelios back in the 22 meta. When it was all Jinx Aphelios. Camille was used to kind of force him into a point where even though he stands and fights, there's just way too much random burst dive onto him. That being said, it's just a little bit out of range. It's only the 1-item Camille right now, and not going to lie, 1-item Collector Aphelios is very, very scary. I'm not actually sure what the meta is with Aphelios level ups in terms of stats right now. I know there were some points where it was, you actually put some points into lethality early just because it was really efficient at points. Push around to Caliber and Graviton. Very high ammo on both of them, actually. Interesting. Oh, he steals it!
Oh, Ning! Can't pull him back over the wall with the shockwave. Won't be able to get to the eye, but that is still a win in terms of denying that, and that would have been a mid lane.
A mid lane what? You cut off there, friend. Oh my god, have we lost Sam? I think we might have lost Sam. Not only have we lost a mid lane, we've also lost to Sam. Don't know where he's gone.
Oh no, I'm here. Hello.
You're back. You said like he's lost it. You're back. Good job.
Okay. What I said was like, if they'd given up the Herald, that would have been mid lane turret as well, and then they'd all the outer turrets would have been disaster. Was where I was going with that.
Good, cool. Well, I'm glad you're back, Sam. Not exactly sure what happened there.
I heard you and could watch things the entire time, so I don't know what happened.
I don't know, whatever. Our network's still better than the tournament realm so far. Good at that.
True. I want to cast your eyes down towards this ADC discrepancy again.
Yes. That is now a 40 CS lead. Yeah. Oh, man, this is the thing. Often AD carry CS leads end up stabilizing in mid game because every team kind of ends up kind of like allocating the same resources to AD carries. But even here, you can see that Starry's just getting the extra, eking out a little bit of an extra advantage. Still there. It worries me when you go silent. Okay, just checking.
You talk!
Yeah, I know. Then I stopped like, oh, this feels like a moment where Sam will chime in with something. He's not chiming it. Sam,
one of my favorite casting moments of all time was during
the Dracos Cadril one? Yeah.
When Dracos pretended to...
Well, he actually DC'd.
Dropped out. He did, yeah, and then he faked it out the second time.
Yes. Oh, that was legendary.
It was very funny.
Oh, that was hilarious. That is one of my favorite ones too.
Violence, heal, Cyclone, Wild Growth. Cyclone Part 2. Aatrox will bring the world ending, but he's into his nemesis in Harry, potentially finding an angle on the other side, though, as he goes to get the shockwave. He's caught inside the Hextech ultimatum, though, and would be brought down by Arla's Camille. Now looking to get some more value. Moonlight Vigil Flash! Duskwave! Starry can't quite get both. It looked flashy, but it is still going to be a very dead AD carry, and ZSM are going to find a lot here, as finally up comes Harry Zahen looking to get some more value as the damage comes on through from the crushing blow slow, looking to go on forwards. With that Nimbus strike, they'll get another one. The shield, Arla can't secure the kill on the Wukong. It's a bloodbath top lane, and OMG just about come out on top.
Oh my word, the burst from that coming through. We have a pause. Okay. Not sure who's paused it. The camera's gone over to...
Southwind.
All right. Well, that could be a problem. Reminder, folks, it took a while for us to get into this one. Hang on, let me turn your volume. I had to mess around with your volume mid-fight there to combat the crispiness. I think we managed it. Well, because he went loud. You know, it's like going, yeah, it's the hype moment.
How crispy is it getting, Alex?
It's less crispy than it was, but it's still crispy enough to like impact, you know, the cast, you know.
Yeah.
You can listen back to it. We were live on YouTube. You might be able to scroll back on there and like listen for yourself, because I don't know what your settings are, but.
Well, I can't change it. I can't change anything here anyway.
Yeah, I know, but it's just like I know, but it's more like just giving you the information you need to fix stuff. Because then it will zero in on eventually. It's just trying to give you the right kind of feed, the right kind of like info at the right time. Okay, we're back into it. Luckily, not an extended pause. Ain't that nice? So, what's the grand total of the fight? 3 for 3. I want to say because Ning died first.
It was a 4 for 3.
4 for 3. OMG got more. Who was the other person they killed then? Did they get Southwind at the start of it too? No, because he died already earlier.
No, he didn't. He died.
Oh, yeah, because it was the LWX that died in the dive.
He was the one who survived, yeah.
Right. Okay, gotcha. Cool. So this is the play again, where Wukong kind of goes into the top river. If Lulu is the first person caught out, you've got a problem. Because now you've used your wild growth onto a target, which doesn't really want it. Lulu just never really wants to take damage like that. Mom almost saves the Orianna by punting the Camille out of her own ultimate, which would have allowed them to move. That is the burst damage that we come to expect from the fellows. Luckily, Fofo gets a good burst damage back, which means that it's not like a fellows gets the extra follow-up order to instant kill the Nymaera, forces the Wukong into going for like that last gas dive as well.
And then finally, Harry turns up. That was a 4v5, by the way, that OMG won, effectively.
No, it's insane. So now Dragon was taken just now. OMG took the first of the Chemtech Dragons on the Rift. So they're 2 up. So they get themselves feats of strength sometime. I can't remember if they got it from turret or whatever, or how long they had it for.
Kills and turrets was my assumption.
That makes sense. That makes sense. Cool. Getting to the point now where 2 items are going to start coming onto the board. Still have, you know, huge 80 carry lead. In fact, it's gone up again. This just keep every time I look at it, so it's just like an extra 10 CS added onto it. This is almost 60 CS lead. Now, there's going to be, I mean, is there a wave going to get collected?
It's not that long out of playing pro either, you know?
No. I mean, this guy was playing right the way up until last year, I want to say. Of course, he was on FPX for a long time, and then he ended up switching around the place. Maybe it was, I'm trying to remember if it was 23 or 24 when he ended up like being his last year in LPL so far. Infed's just brought up by Starry. This guy is on mega form. He's also going towards level 13, so he's about to get towards the point where he has like maxed out AD and lethality on both of his level up stats. Oh, Southwind.
Oh boy, nice combo from Moam, who finds a wonderful angle onto the little Lulu, who does not get to become a big Lulu even momentarily, and she just dies.
It happened in the same place, Sam. It happened in the same place. Southwind should just never step foot in that one bit around Raptors. That's going to lead towards the Adacant. I don't think ZSM can fight with that Lulu, really. The extra buffs and shields are too important. They're going to get zoned off. ZSM will lose the Adacant very easily after that.
Yes. This should probably die here nonetheless. Are we going to see Aatrox try and flash in? Ning already got a bit of a steal here. The shockwave on 2. Double headbutt pulverized. The Moonlight Vigil empowered with the Infernum. And everyone melts. Welcome to the barbecue. Starry will be the one ensuring everyone is feeling fed tonight.
Whoa. If you're melting your barbecue, you're overcooking, Sam. But I guess the overcooked ZSM. This is the point where it's like you've been turned into gruel.
See it.
What was it before? I don't know what it was. It's gruel now. It's just, it's been liquefied. There ain't much coherency left in that one. OMG, really big fight for them. Really like the way that Starry has been able to combo on into these fights. You know, the last couple of fights, we've seen the Moonlight Vigil come in. The Shockwave clumps people together for the combo and everything else comes into it. That Shockwave sets everything up for success. I think they were spacing fairly effectively. Just get caught on the wrong side of that Shockwave, get brought together, and everything goes to hell.
I mean, it's Shockwave into Headbutt Pulverize, into Grim Deliverance, into Moonlight Vigil. Like, all of the circles end up on top of 2 and they just disappear.
I have to say, this hasn't really been a game decided by top lane very much. I mean, Alice had a good ult or two, but not gonna lie, the Zahans felt like very much of a placeholder at this point. It has really been a game about the AD carries. Ghost was popped for Starry there, just for safety. Got himself out of range of that stun. I think it's always worth it as the Aphelios, particularly when you're without that flash as well. Folks, you don't have Gale Force anymore. You have to hang on to your mobility. You have to use your mobility quite liberally to survive some things. I appreciate him being defensive-minded there.
And again, you run Ghost on Aphelios where and when you can for a reason. It can be revalued with Flash is about to come back up as well. This is the LPL special where they go dark just before they come up. There you have it. That does freak me out sometimes.
Yeah.
About whether people have
Did he just use it, or is it coming up?
Exactly. And you never quite know. Schrodinger's summoner.
Yeah, but at that point, if you observe... No. At that point,
until you observe it.
No, again, if you observe it, technically it's meant to be one or the other at that point. The wave function collapses. Ala potentially on a flank.
The anti-Schrodinger's summoner. You can't observe it.
I don't know how much extra follow-up they have onto the Aphelios. And he does have Severum, so if he fires the ult out, he can heal off of that. Good ward over the wall. Sorry, he'll be safe from that. Has this flash too. He's a lot safer because of that.
Smite on the cannon helps get that down nice and quick. He'll be hit briefly with the Arc of Judgment. Not too much more there. The circles fly. And they will go towards clearing that top lane wall. And again, it is just a bit of a holding pattern here. ZSM, at least they got a couple items coming in now. I'm seeing 2 items on the Nymaera, hooray. 2 items on the Syndra, who's gone. Not the black Fire Cosmic Drive build, by the way. That is Sorkpan Boots, that is Shadow Flame, that is Ludens, that is I want to pop this Aphelios, please God.
And I think you need to be, I think just the person who Camille ult, Syndra, is then just kind of target, point and click, one shot. That's meant to be the idea. And Fofo's got a pretty good history on stuff like the Syndra. Camille's actually had teleported away from the top lane, understanding that there's actually a little bit of danger there. I think you could have gotten away because you're a Camille there. I'm surprised that he uses the teleport for that, but really wanted playing it safe. Now that tool's down though. This actually could be a flash shockwave angle, you know.
I see it. Also, they see Starry on vision here as well, so they are just saying we are standing well away from any potential dark corners, and that is wisely done.
Dragon up now, 3rd dragon for OMG if they take it, which I imagine they're going to do. They have full control over the bot side of the map. And of course, Arla's just used his teleport to get away from top lane, which is, not very useful. Fofo's now going to take up GT in top lane instead. He might actually be able to double up this solo lane, get the Azahna out from Fog of War, get the Camille ult into the Syndra ult. This is the combo we're just highlighting in terms of build path. Good defensive stance from Harry. Realizes he is on the weak side. If he had walked up to that brush, he would probably be dead. There are a lot of people in his top jungle too. Not quite sure how much information they have. They have that water going in towards River. That definitely helps them. Whatever the wall. Oh dear. This might be a catch on something. Can they catch Southwind out again, potentially? Alistair?
Certainly thinking about it. Maybe it'll be Ning instead who has to flash the shockwave. Apologies, that's LWX. For some reason I thought that was Aatrox, which says a lot about my ability to read that skin, but here we are. More valuable flash, honestly, all things said and done.
Yeah, and now suddenly you have the ability, flash Alistair combo or Cyclone, and then LWX is probably dead after that. I don't think we're at a point in the game where the Lulu is going to be saving you that effectively. 3,000 gold up in the AD carry roll. Some of the farm has been clawed back a little bit. It's now more like a 50 CS lead than a 60 CS lead, I suppose. But that's such a massive disadvantage. And that's even before you even take into account the kills, which has forced Starry into, over an item advantage pretty much at this point. Or, I guess, just about a single item advantage in terms of overall gold. Balance for Arla is nice. You do get that Ravenous Hydra for the... typically 2 to 3 items is where Camille starts to take over in a game if she does have an angle to. My problem is, it's just... if you ever get hit by a shockwave after you land, you ever jump into a Cyclone as it's being used defensively, or if the Moonlight Vigil comes through, I think Arla explodes before he can make full use of those 2 items. That'll be my worry.
Eyes on Starry's inventory as well, just coming into potential Baron plays. That is now the Lord Dominic's Regards coming on in. I'm assuming this is post the item change as well, which gave him, or gave it rather, the Giant Slayer pass.
No, this isn't on the preseason patch just yet. So this is still like the season 25 patches. So It's not into preseason just yet.
That's worth noting. Thank you for that one. There's a reason we phrased it that way, because it gave the opportunity for my color captain to correct things. In goes the headbutt pole, the shockwave back. Ning merciless with the engage, but they've still got some flashes, and Ning will survive. Pulling away while growth required. And everyone comes away more or less in one piece. The problem is, though, is that ZSM are going to have to come and do it all over again with the Baron being started.
Yeah, Ning the Merciless uses that flag. There's something about Ning the Merciless in there. Baron getting taken down. Good stun.
You saw where I was going with it. Oh boy, Flash, and I don't know about Gordon staying alive this time. The Alistair goes down, but the turnaround from Zahin, and of course the Aphelios from Starry is a little too much. Some grim deliverance, and a Hextech ultimatum is not enough to stop the Darkin doing his dirty work.
That'll lead to the Baron. I think they have the HP bars to stick around for this one. ZSM, they've managed to have, you know, some moments where they've ended up to slip the noose a little bit. Hasn't been enough. They have been behind in this game pretty much since the start. Ever since that bot lane 2v2 went wrong, it has been just takeoff from OMG around this Aphelios. And also around some of their extra engages. I thought that stun was a good one at first, but then they walk a little too far forwards, and you can see just the difference in coordination between these teams. Really good flash for the pullback from Zahin, and the game just falls apart, I think, at this fight. OMG massively in the driver's seat. Baron will go into the Dragon's Soul now if everything goes well for them.
So, where are we sitting right now in terms of game state? Baron on, 3 items are to complete. Worth noting, Harry's gone towards the Kempunk Chainsword into this team. I think when you're into the Aatrox and the Camille and the Lulu, I see the value there. Of course, not the best item anymore, where it used to be incredibly gold efficient.
Yeah, the stat stick was insane for a while.
Yeah, it's you're still getting grievous wounds off, and that'll have to do. Hex Flash and a headbutt and a Pulverize. And Yunara is a Yuna. Right. That one sucked.
Oh, man. LWX hits the ground 0-4. It has not been the best day for former world champion LWX. That is... hang on, folks. If you fight long enough, again, his passive is getting really scary here.
Grim Deliverance. Grim Deliverance is there. Can look to keep stepping on forwards with the Aureate Rush. There is an attempt to clear out this wave. The passive finally times out. I've still yet to see the full passive from Zahin, who is unkilled this game. We go towards the bot lane, where the power is unleashed, and the Cyclone is stopped in its tracks by someone throwing a lot of really big magic at it. Nice interrupt on the hook shot, by the way, Moam. I appreciate that with the headbutt. Just get some value there as the wild growth has
By the way,
to come on.
did you catch the combo that Harry and Hydra tried to pull off there? Because when he went in for the Zahin ult, he actually tried to bring the shockwave with him, and Ning ended up getting out of it. But they tried to use basically like, well, he can dash over here. We can use it as a ball delivery system. That might be a combo we have to pay attention to. The cooldown's not there just yet, but, you know, a little under a quarter left. Up in about 10 seconds. I wonder if they could go for it again. Okay, so they're not going to be able to get themselves the soul off of this. We said if everything went right, it would have been the Baron into the Dragon. Not quite able to do that, so some credit to them. They actually get an objective bounty off of that, and they stay alive, which is more than I gave them credit for. I thought that Baron would end the game. I guess they still got 40 seconds of it. Baron power play, about 2k. Not the craziest one out there, but... yeah, again, not game ending, so ZSM technically still alive.
Isn't it?
Yeah, kind of.
4th item, by the way, for Starry, so I don't know whether whatever or whoever you're praying to is that interested in answering them right now, because that is a mighty, mighty force arrayed against you. This Aphelios is monstrous. No other way around it.
He's going towards the GA last as well. He has the 4-item crazy damage core. He's got the Hurricane for the AoE craziness. Particularly... Not quite sure we've got a Scorpion show here in Demacia Cup.
We've got Cyclone from the jungle as well, so
that's
I'm
true.
The inclement
Rocky like
weather
a
is very
cyclone.
strong.
Yeah. I can see it.
Like a
the problem is,
jungle.
I don't know enough other songs by the Scorpions. I only know Rocky Like a Hurricane.
That's very true. It's the reason we know this, by the way, chat, is because when we
had
were
one
growing
album
up,
with that on it.
The album in the car was the best heavy metal album ever, which included Scorpion's Hurricane.
Yeah, it had, like, you know, Black Sabbath, Iron Maiden on it. Hang on a second, that's a lot of damage. Fofo. He's actually pretty... Okay, Fofo's the one guy that might be able to just delete someone. Speaking of that, Shockwave very nearly does that itself.
Flash required from LWX, who also has to burn the barrier. Does stay alive. Ning in the backside gets some healing, but not for long. There's only so much you can heal, and you can't cheat death. You're not the other Darkin against you. Oh, Moonlight Vigil. There's nothing to stand vigil over. It's an open grave, and they've all been shoved into it. OMG eviscerates NSM in their own base. There will be no further the defense in game 1 goes to oh my god.
First game over towards the LPL team. The streamer team not really finding much success here. They were coming in as underdogs in OMG, just showing that realistically, if you are a current practicing LPL team, even if these are players which haven't been out of the limelight for that long, but these players have at least been scrimming together, they're a bit more coordinated, and yeah, OMG, they got a lead through that bot lane, and things just never really looked back from there. This Aphelios was always this main character of that game. Right. So we took a long time for us to get into this series. We were worried that there were network issues or something again. It was a huge break before we, huge break before we even got into this one. I guess we'll see the post-game stats here. Decent damage by Fofo, but, I mean, Starry leads the damage chart, no surprise there. Not quite the 1.5k damage a minute from the Smolder earlier in the day, though. You good there, Sam?
I am. I need to get some more coffee, probably.
Yes, we probably do need to have another pass at the audio stuff again. Just seeing what we can do, you know. We'll figure it out as we go along, but yeah. Let's give it another pass if we can, because I think last time when you were doing like shouting into the mic last time, I actually don't think you were going hard enough, because you always go harder live, right?
Yeah.
But we couldn't tell it was crispy until we got into game, and then when you actually started getting high energy, then it started getting crispy again.
Right, let me go see whether I can resolve that issue then.
Yeah, if you go listen to Nexus call on this top lane fight, if you can go back on the VOD, you might be able to get like a good sounding post for what it sounded like.
The thing is, I know when it's happening. It's not necessarily like... The thing is, knowing what it sounds like doesn't change it that much, because I know because basically what it is it's distorting at the top at high energies.
Okay,
the question is how I stop that.
Well,
So the question is, Al, actually,
I think part of it,
entire call of the high energy or just the start of it?
What do you mean?
Was it crispy the entire high energy, or only right at the start of
it? It's when there's like a sudden jump up in volume. But Sam, that's why you should look at those timestamps, because I actually can't remember. I actually didn't. All I know is that when you started shouting, it got crispy. And look, obviously it was much worse earlier. It's like when you were singing earlier, like it got really crispy, for instance. But like obviously you've changed it. It's much better than it was there. But if you look at that top lane fight and the Nexus fight, it was getting crispy pretty much any time you jumped up in volume. 'Cause if there was a harsh jump up in volume, it would go like immediately crispy. Yeah, to the point where basically like when you're going high energy, I'm like manually turning your volume down to try and make sure that it's like bringing it back in line. So I'm like legit going to Discord and bringing it back down for the like Funnel Nexus call and stuff.
What do you mean bringing it in line? Is it too loud?
Or? It gets very loud as well. Yeah, it's not like standard volume. It is going very loud. Like I was taking it down because your sitting volume I'm putting about 100, but when you get loud I have to bring it down to like 60 or something. Just like I just have to like do it on the fly to try and save the save the call.
Compression ratio then, if that's the way it is.
Well, wait, support MVP? Damn. I'm trying to think who. Well, I'm surprised that it wasn't Starry. Starry was really good, but I guess Moem was the guy catching people up. That's fair. One of the bot laners makes sense. Right, I should do that thing where I get coffee as well, because I'm not gonna lie, I'm struggling here. First, we had a crazy break before this one. Hey, I'm gonna go get some coffee. We're gonna go try and sort out some audio stuff, folks, and we'll be right back.
I think the compressor just needs to come on faster by the sounds of it.
Yeah, but if we're gonna do like sound checks, actually like send it in the sound check, so because like it didn't come across in the sound check before.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's fair. All right. Let me go check. Let me go see what I can play with that a bit more.
Cool. Okay, let me put on some adverts.
你好，我叫斯莫德。哎，我叫米里欧，遇见你我很高兴。这是新的冰鞋吗？感觉真棒。骑士寒冬。
我曾经也和你一样，塞纳，游荡于世界之间，害怕迷失在自己过往的汪洋。
杰里祝你择日快乐。
Hello there. Gonna get some headphones on 1 second. How's that sounding? Is Alex there? He might not be actually. And I could use another coffee. Oh no. Oh, in fact, I'm gonna do that.
哎，好，欢迎回来。第一把比赛结束，也是30分钟出头，跟我们料想的差不太多。ZSM 并没有太好的还手机会，反正近2天的比赛看下来，主队
Hello, how's it going?
团战玩不了，然后对线尽可能的稳住。
You good, Sam?
限期的时候能多吃点多吃点，但大
Hello.
吃饱多少钱就要被
Sam
约
here,
了。
actually, I'm not sure.
所以说就是这把的话，我感觉
Oh, did Sam go to change something again?
把游戏简化吧，还是跟昨天的思路一样，就
Guess
是
so.
先把对线最好，就是拿着对线厉害的。
I think basically the last time Sam's like when he was doing like the shouting sound check, I actually just don't think he was doing which was setting it off before. He was going like whoa rather than like jumping up with like a brah, like a real blast.
实在不行回归硬辅打硬辅。
That happens, right?
我觉得软辅打硬辅反而对软辅的要求很高。
Sam came back, you weren't here and left again. Right, sorry, I was on toilet. That happens occasionally.
是的。
Yeah, you're going to game too soon, I guess. Should be up in draft soon. I think basically what we're seeing is like the streamer teams. I mean, they're not getting like blown out, but they're not at the same level of the LPL teams, really. Yeah, occasionally, unless it, and in fact, if you're not, you're a doctor. Oh man. Again, it's like been 4 hours. We've only done 3 games, folks, and this is meant to be the short days where basically, like, you know, the streamer teams get blown out, and then it'd be like a 6-game day rather than a 9-game day. But you know, nothing's easy in this life. I think I even have a compressor on my end for my desktop audio, so it probably helps a little bit on that end. But obviously, there's just like a crispiness on that side, which we've got to catch it somehow. Because you know, Sam wants to go high energy, and he absolutely should do, but it's just like audio settings is not supporting that right now. Wait, the Panda Pal Lux skin raised $3 million for the Riot Games Social Impact Fund. Before that, Elwood Dawn got 7 million. Sentinel Olaf got 5.8 million. Bargadi and Talia got 6 million. What do you mean a Lux skin raised less for charity than like Talia, Olaf, and Ornn? Are you kidding me? In what world does that skin not sell just like hotcakes? And Deluxe, surely there's people for that stuff. Was it a different percentage? Or does the skin not sell that well? Narrative.
新版本的话，上路兵线调速加上 TP， 你在边路，如果你优，你能吃很多额外经济。哎，而且有个重点打就是防御塔。现在防御塔的经济不再是爆破一次性提取，而是分阶段的提取。这2塔又镀层了。有的时候你推线，你不一定说要把这2塔凿了。
Yes, I have coffee bring. I have done compression things.
Cool.
So hopefully, I've upped the compression ratio. I was trying not to because it changes the color, but I think maybe it just needs to be done.
Well, yeah, it's like it's killing the audio. So yeah.
So the answer is it needs to go up. Yeah. So I've done what I can. We'll see where it is. I can play with it more. There's not a lot more I think I can do today. Otherwise.
Well, I think you can drop some gain in some places, right? And
but
I'm
literally at the minimum gain on my preamp. There is no lower the gain can go.
Yeah, but what's like your audio? So what's your audio on like your audio on Windows? For instance, like that. Is it like at 100 on that? Because I actually have mine at like 60 or 80 a lot of the time.
Right. Actually, no, I've not looked in a while.
There'll be another lever you can pull, Sam. It won't be the worst. Like there'll be
yeah, I mean, the thing is, when I was saying before, it was I look at my audio interface. The issue was I was seeing clipping in my audio interface, not in my PC. If that makes sense.
Okay,
It's already clipping earlier in the chain, which is the whole thing.
Wait, has your audio interface got issues?
No. I'm using.
Whatever.
Using my M track from a long time ago, which has been largely fine. But I don't know whether it's not.
Right, into draft 5 of
fabulous
series 5.
Vi.
Jace is permaban because Jace jungle is too strong. Legitimately, Jace jungle is just like destroying
Is it
games
that
right now.
strong?
Yeah, it's insanely good because you can go full lethality because you don't have to build any sort of beef to survive a lane matchup.
So what do you do first item then? Like Hubris or something?
No, like Umbral Glaive or Ghostblade. You just go like full lethality. No, you just go full lethality. You don't have to go towards anything anything defensive. Yeah, it's just you don't. Yeah, you can go towards lethality, but no, but that's not the item. I actually think that item is highly underrated in general. Okay, so Nico's out of the pool again. Oh, yeah, so if it goes to game 3, reminder, it's blind pick with no bans. Obviously not the case for this one.
That's cool.
Yeah, because the last game of every series is blind pick with no bans, which is insane. We have blind pick for the first time since the mid-season cup, and then obviously the old days of OGN season 2, 3, 4. That's Leah first pick. We still have Rise available, still have Cassiopeia. Don't really see as much Galio, but that's the kind of pick I'm expecting here from Haichao. Could be something like an Akali if you really want to do something different, but I doubt it. I mean, I guess it is Haichao, so he likes his Akali. Not great into Slayer, but, well, no, it can be fine. Anyway, whatever. Options. Varus locked in for Starry.
Can look to get something lane dominant alongside it. If you pick up the Karma or something here, that bot lane will be very oppressive. Ahri a consideration for Haichao, who is a big Ahri player. And Fofo, of course, was also an Ahri player, so it's a bit of a takeaway. You've now got double pick options, the Charm or the Chains of Corruption land, and you've got a good CC chain to work.
It's not a takeaway from Fofo in this case, because the Talia is already locked in, and Ursula goes to game, and if it goes to game 3, it'll be a blind pick with all bans reversed anyway, so... Okay, so yeah, no, Ahri Talia. I'm not gonna lie, towards summer in this year, it just felt like Ahri was just not a champion. I mean, 2024 really was Ahri's season. This season, just it felt like Ahri struggled to lane in the way that she did. Yeah, because a lot of what she used to offer was actually very solid early laning, where like her level 1 to 3 was very dominant against most of her laning matchups, and that just hasn't been the case in more recent patches. Not really sure why that's changed. There have been some buffs to her, but a lot of her base stats have really struggled to recover. I think maybe other champions have just been nerfed enough for her to come back into the meta. That's a massive combo from ZSM though. This Nautilus hits anyone, shove back from Talia, bullet time, that's a hell of a trio.
It's nasty, and there's no real option to tank up that hook right now. You can dodge it as the Ahri, you can try and stay away from it as the Varus by just being far away, but neither of them will survive the combo should a Dredge Sign or a Depth Charge hit on target. Braum, as a result, try and manage some of those waves of bullets and hooks, makes some sense, and Nautilus does not have a fun time into Braum in lane.
So now you have your option to actually tank it in the way that you're saying they didn't have before. Like that's like, okay, it's good matchup into Nautilus, and if someone gets hit, you put up the shield, and hopefully you survive. That is an option at least. We don't have any top laners or junglers locked in just yet. Long time. Oh man, it's been. You know, I was just thinking about. You know, is there any flex space to go into jungle? It's been a while since we've seen Talia jungle. Obviously, Talia for a while. For seasons, Talia was more of a jungler than a mid laner. Like I want to say from season like 9, 10, 11, really. Maybe up all the way up until like 22. Talia was just completely locked into jungle, and then they shoved her back into mid lane again and out of jungle. Although we did occasionally see, I think in 23, there's like 1 or 2 Talia. The flex space kind of been killed. So what's available in jungle? We have no Wukong, no Aatrox. Do we see any jungle champions visible already? No. Qiyana has been first pick, first ban actually for some teams this tournament, especially in Casper Cup 2. We're seeing Korean teams actually respect the Qiyana now in a way that they didn't before.
It's a Sejuani in the end though. They maybe wanted to look to lock it in themselves here for real.
Yeah, maybe. It's a little dangerous playing Qiyana into both Talia and Nautilus, who are both pretty good answers into high mobility champion who can just get locked down in just one shot.
Qiyana is fine until she can't move.
Qiyana's survivability is in that you can't hit her with anything. She's got like a million different ways to move around the map.
She's in the grass.
Yep. She goes invisible, she has 2 dashes, technically. And like her omnidirectional dash, effectively, because technically you dash towards terrain. Well, there's terrain everywhere. Good job.
So you can just dash where you want, yeah. Oh, hang on. I saw the Caitlyn hoppers. There's something weird happening.
Like realistically, you never do that as a blind pick. Maybe as like a if you see the champions, maybe you can see like a random Varus top matchup. But you don't do that. Pantheon's up and available too. That's better for the point and click. And one of the other things you can do that very good with Braum, because if you get the W stun onto someone with a Braum passive on them, if it's the empowered W, just instant pop of it's an instant proc of the Braum pass. Very powerful.
It does mean now that everyone is bringing very nasty pick CC. With the Ahri and the Pantheon, your roam game is very strong. You have that pair either turn up together to play through mid lane or look to punish a side lane. Very strong indeed. Considering an Neferi here was one of those AD skirmishes that played pretty well into things like the Xin Zhao and the Pantheon in the past. Gives Ning a carry option, a dive threat to follow up on the Nautilus of his own and can threaten things like the Varus pretty well. Can dodge out a lot of that pick CC with a good W. I think I see the vision there.
Sounds good.
Sion as a frontline option would be
This is a good draft. I like this. Look, ZSM have been drafting well. I think FRK, the other streamer team, maybe they've been a bit more ropey with it, but ZSM's problems have not been drafting. You know, they have great combo of, you know, Nautilus hook into just tons of follow-up. You have a front line that can go into it too now as well. You have mixed damage, fairly long-range carries with people to stand behind. So this is not a bad draft from ZSM. That's not been the problem for them. It's been about the coordination instead. I like the Ambassador here. You can kind of fly into the backline. If you ever ping Misfortune Italia, the fight's pretty much over. So OMG have their own options too. This should be a competitive game with these drafts. Or it would be with the drafts. We'll see if the play supports that.
I think whoever lands that first bit of CC from ONG will allow everyone else to hit theirs, and that is always really, really scary. If you are hit by that Pantheon W with a point-and-click bit, the charm will follow, the Chains of Corruption will follow, the public execution will follow, and your life is probably going to follow after that, let's be real. On the other hand, if it does come down to straight front-to-backs, you're quite single-target. You're quite 100-0 on one target focused, and if you do blow your whole arsenal on one target in that team fight, I think the AoE and the extended fight damage from the side of the streamer team's LSM should edge them out. At least that's my initial read. Al, where are you at on that one?
Yeah, I think that obviously the single target is kind of crazy from OMG. I mean, the consistent damage, if you get a reset from Ari and also just Ambessa once you get into melee range, is actually very good at cleaning up fights like that. I'm not as worried about them dealing with a whole team fight beyond the first pick, which, I mean, I think there is a worry if you struggle to get that first pick. On the other side, like, if it's a bad bullet time, I do actually worry for the damage profile of ZSM. Because, you know, you do have... The Nautilus and the Sion set up well for someone like, you know, a Neferi reset, but if the bullet time's not fantastic, or you forced to cancel it because Pantheon or Ambessa are just, like, on the same screen as you, I think ZSM could find some issues with that.
Keep our eyes on it as we get into game. Alex, I will return in 20 seconds because I'm going to pour the coffee I brewed earlier.
Hell yeah, all good. It's Poke Varus as well. Now, normally you'd say, well, you know, Poke Varus, not the best into tank champions like... the Sion could be a little problematic versus the Nautilus. Actually, I wonder if this is a Serpent's Fang game. No, it can help versus the Seraphs, it can help with the Bloodthirster, Seraphs, Sion Shield, Nautilus Shield. Yeah, I actually think this is a Serpent's Fang game from Poke Varus, you know. But at least you got some anti-tank value from the likes of Ambessa. Or like Ari's awful if you're the sole AP as well. Malignance and Leandries can be okay. Alright, let's get into the Rift. Rotating, hell yeah. That's normally where you put advertisements, folks, for the rotating banner. As you can see, they have not done that here.
他以前只是纯搞事，但有的时候也是能硬搞。在他早期大概22年的时候，
这把看一下他的野区规划了。这把至少从对线来说啊，下半区应该前面是容易拿到线的，对吧
？We've seen a lot of Ambassador Sion recent years. I say recent years. Ambassador's certainly been available for one. Oh, we saw Southwind have to blow Flash because of Braum. Alright, well, we missed that when we were loading in, so Southwind's down a Flash. I missed that too, I don't know why it did. Come back with full HP. Didn't blow any parts. Did blow the Flash though. ZSM are a streamer team, Maniac. So they're like, while the players and the name brand value aren't bad, they're not a team which is practiced together. They're not a team which has got high expectations anywhere really. Decent double up there actually from LWX. Managed to ping something off the wave. See what Harry's managing to do is managing to like dash in and dash out before the W shield actually gets the damage down. Good luck. Do that. Repudiation. Goes forward with shield.
All right,
I've seen
Alex,
a lot of
I'm
Twitch.
going to guess that Southwind has blown Flash already. He has!
Are you kidding me?
Oh my god!
Are you sick? Yes, Sam. He did blow Flash. He at level 1. He was in bot side jungle alone and he got Braum queued and he had to flash.
Oh.
That's a very good prediction, Sam.
Okay, well.
Good job. That's actually very funny.
Southwind or Nautilus, he's going to full send it and it's going to go wrong.
God, the dog was... Oh my god, don't remind me of... Like, I was speaking about this on Summoning Insight as well, where I feel like there's... I have a personal... Like, not vendetta, but I have some, like... A personal bone to pick with Doggo of, you know, he's pentakilled Faker internationally. Only, like, him and Caps have ever done that to Faker internationally before. And I have to cast him, you know, flashing at level 1 to like ruin a 1 game, or, you know, locking in Ram as Yunmi, or ending 0-0-0 on Draven in a game, basically, after not cashing in an entire game. Why do I get that version of Doggo? Unlike the, you know, the Tristana jumping in, feet first into hell. Exactly. Damn Rox in his angst mode.
I think it was Riku into Sora, wasn't it? Like, why do you get the Keyblade? In Kingdom Hearts 1 at Hollow Bastion.
Oh yeah, I was wondering if it was Roxas angst against, or Riku angst against Rock. Okay, you're probably right actually. Anyway,
no,
passive.
Yeah, you might be right actually.
Ow, nasty.
Shut up. You might be right actually. Yeah, you might be right. Either way, good damage there onto the bot lane.
Ooh, potential flash angle.
Starry and Moam have now not got to talk about that one because it's a really nice kill combo. Mid shove back. Is it going to be enough? Overcomes the Neferi. Good dodge on the spear. Should surely fall, but I think they've got enough time to trade the Ahri here as well. Not bad from Fofo to buy time for Ning to get involved.
I think Rayo could have just tapped the Q and it might have helped a little bit more there. Charged it up and just about missed it. I wonder if the Neferi wins this trade now. Red buff on both of them. This is getting damn close.
Oh, good stun.
Rayo ends up winning it with the Empower W coming through and afterwards. And that's just a bad calculation by Ning. I was wondering, you know, you get another Q through the heal. Ended up losing it out, and suddenly, you know, this Pantheon's coming back out onto the map 2-0. That's insane for him.
Massive stuff there. At first, I thought Fofo had done a good enough job there to survive the combo long enough. We'll see it here, because it's exactly what you want. Flash, flash.
No, it's a good play. It's the point and click. And then I think what happened was, look, Pantheon couldn't tap Q and hit there. I'm surprised he ended up, like, charging it up. If you tap Q, it probably just helps. You would be able to kill with that. It basically does the same damage. It's just the ranged value of holding it, which does more value. And right here, you can see that the Qs start hitting. But, you know, Pantheon manages to come around to stack the full Conqueror, gets the stun into the empowered Q, just about gets away with it. You know, one less mortal will stack and he dies there.
Yeah, agreed. It could have been a very different game. WX looking to come and roll swap, lane swap with the Scion. That's at level 6 though, maybe a bit of a dangerous one to just straight up face check, especially if you just sat in that bush. I don't know about this one.
Hang on.
Oh, there's 2 of them. That changes things around. The Scion hadn't actually finished the recall. Flash, hook, turn around with an attempted public execution, a few dashes. They can't quite get the kill, but the double up is there. And eventually secure Harry.
Yeah, and in the mid lane, Fofo dies as well. He was flashless. Didn't look like it. It was at level 6 of Ahri. Hit level 6 and immediately ulted forward. I think we can tell the story of that from the cooldowns. He did have a Dark Seal after that first skirmish as well, so he ends up getting a stack off of that. Good job there. Ahri should always be building a Dark Seal. Best item in the game for Ahri is, of course, that Medjai's. You want to make sure you can stack up for that one. Dragon now started. Neferi's coming over. I mean, there's a lot of low health members. I actually think they can fight this. Taliyah can ult them off as well.
Think about it. They go forward with the Eviscerate. Overcomes Harry, though, on the respawn. Nautilus and Scion looking to get involved. They've murdered Ning. So that's 1 down. Decent amount of healing on the Pantheon, who gets the Conqueror stacked, but will eventually fall 1 for 1. But that is a 4th kill for Rayo. Shutdown did get picked up, though.
Shotgun got picked up. That's quite important. But Rayo still had an insane E there. I think he immuned the Taliyah shove back and the Scion Q. So even then, he took a while to die. They get the Dragon out of that as well, so OMG walk away with the... I suppose the shutdown makes it more of an even trade than OMG would have liked, but they also get the Dragon out of that too, so they're not unhappy with that at least. I just realized that Fofo's going for Rod of Ages in the Seraphs. He's actually going for a full defensive build on the player.
Yeah.
Well, it will be harder to kill, but as sole AP, often you need to be pumping out good amounts of damage. Maybe he's just afraid of Mbessa ever catching ults on him. But my worry is, Rod of Ages and Seraphs, I don't think Mbessa cares. I think she still kills you anyway. It makes her do an extra rotation or an extra, like, skill. I don't think it changes that much about it, though.
Right now, I agree. Where are we at game state-wise? About 1,000 gold lead to OMG. Largely found in the jungle, to be fair. As in fairness to LWX, despite the early shove and the flash being blown by Southwind, is slightly ahead in gold, courtesy of that kill picked up topside with that clever little lane gank that worked out in their favor. Otherwise, it's a pretty even affair outside of the jungle.
And Bessa, you know, throwing the weight around a little bit. I mean, it really is just, okay, Rayo has an ult now. He hasn't used his Pantheon ult yet this game. He has 4 kills. He can spread that lead somewhere. Now, right here, you see, someone gets into the wrong place. Pantheon can ult behind them and open up the fight. I actually wonder if he should have done that here, actually. I think he could have maybe jumped onto one of those two there. LWX has just leveled up the bullet time. That's another factor to consider.
Jump on forward onto the Neferi, who doesn't want to use the call of the pack. Will eviscerate over the wall. That means they're not in here right now. Can potentially use the Hound's Pursuit to get involved. Dredgeline at max range. Door comes down, trying to keep the Ahri alive and does so. In goes Ning. Can't quite secure the kill. Flash, call of the pack. Finally gets the reset. Looking to get some more value as the E comes on out. The Aegis Assault is not enough, and they have forced that one too hard of OMG. And ZSM pounce and secure 2.
And they're going to get themselves grubs after that too. We're getting crispy again, Sam. So, I don't know, maybe just... I'm not exactly sure what we're going to do about that. But, yeah, it do be crisping. Harry on that bot side matchup again. So what the heck happened here? So it was... You know, I think there's a bit of just greedy positioning from Ahri here. Look, you have a Braum in front of you. You know, just stand close to your Braum. I guess really risky hanging out in that point of the Fog of War. The shield is good. You know, that's really good play from the shield to try and save things. But you give the reset over to the Neferi. That's one of the big dangers of this comp. Flash forward from the Misfortune. And my worry is that, you know, you've just given gold right back from this Pantheon. The Pantheon had 4 kills. And suddenly the Neferi's even in gold. 3 kills for them now too. Rayo should have really carried and walked away with this game. I think we were talking about options where, you know, he could throw the ult, maybe open up an extra angle. Didn't end up doing that. ZSM got to start the fight on their own terms, and I wonder whether OMG had an opportunity. They've wasted a bit there.
As it stands now down. Realistically, the first time in this series, actually, in terms of gold. A great early start to the game as well from Rayo in particular, who picked up all of that. And the kill involvement. Now, ZSM with a team that will be pretty annoying in those team fights, especially if that Neferi becomes a threat by themselves. Doesn't require as much setup, then the game becomes a lot more challenging. And I think those 3 kills coming on to Ning, who's now got the Eclipse, will certainly make a fairly decent step towards just that.
Seeing more of this Blackfire Ahri again. I'm surprised to see as much of that. We're seeing like Blackfire into Horizon Focus, which feels... I'm not gonna lie, I feel like that feels like that's the vegan build. You're not exactly as fast at playmaking, you don't have as much burst pressure against this comp. Oh, that's a bad miss. That's a bad miss. Come on, you're coming out of Fog of War. I guess Fofo had Flash. At least force him to use Flash, you know. Bad miss from Harry.
Yeah, he front steps, but even with the move speed increase from the Aegis Assault, can't get in range to get the W off, and so Fofo forced to burn very little there.
Well, I mean, Harry just doesn't hit the ult, you know. What else can you say? I mean, Rayo can walk out as much as he wants, but realistically, without Flash, Rayo can't start that off. Harry's got to hit the blind skill shot, really. Good combo onto the Braum. Here comes the Pantheon behind them.
Looking to get some value. The cleansing on the exhaust. Jumps over the wall with a shield vault. Aegis Assault comes on down. The exhaust denies some of the Pantheon damage. Flash over the wall. Ahri looking to get the kill. Charm prevents a dredge side angle. Redirects the Q with another Spirit Rush. Goes into the Dragon Pit. Overcomes the side of the Sign. Looking to get some more damage down onto the Ahri. Decimating smash. Good charm. Puts a lot more danger and pressure onto the backline. Talia now falls, and Fofo is no longer on this earth. Double knock up with the decimating smash. Flash away from Allah's Scion. Flash on forward, another charm, and that's the Misfortune gone, and the Scion as well. Double kill over to OMG.
Really good play around the resets as Ahri walks away with 8 Dark Seal stacks. Very good understanding that actually Southwind had separated too much from his team. That was a reset angle, and it would open up some extra ability to start skirmishing around the resets. Pantheon comes in with the ultimate. We're talking about the threat of that before. Opening up an extra angle onto the Misfortune is not really great at taking multi-angle fights. See that the Neferi's lost a lot of the HP too. And Ahri realizes, look, they've retreated in a less coordinated way, gets the backswing of the Qs in that last bit of the ultimate, and at that point, you think, well, okay, you've thrown your solo laners into the play, but, you know, the Neferi and the Misfortune are on the other side of the wall. They're not contributing to this. You get yourself the extra cooldowns through, and it just feels like, again, ZSM are not as coordinated a team. They are not an active LPL team, even though they have players who are effectively, you know, close to active LPL players. OMG, just a little bit more clinical about the way that they approach these fights.
Okay, eyes on inventories again now. That's OMG back in command of the game. To the mid lane we go. We'll be back on the screen rather than inventories, I guess. No chance to do some bookkeeping because ZSM would like to add another line into the ledgers. Can't quite secure the kill onto Starry, who does have to blow the barrier, and Bohem's burned the flash as well.
So I'm interested what Haichai's going to be building here, because he does have the Ether Wisp in inventory. He can go, I mean, you can go Lichbane Ari. I mean, it can be a fun one for that. Realistically, I think he should be slamming a Magi's. It's such a good game for the Magi's here as well. There isn't, you know, as long as you don't get hit by a Nautilus hook at that point, you're in a very happy spot. He's gone for the Sork Pen boots as well, not going for the double cooldown like we saw earlier, which I think really does cut a lot of your kill pressure. Gives you a lot of utility, yes, a lot more flashes and what have you. Really think Haichai's in a position where he can carry from this point though.
Could go for the Cosmic Drive if he wants to pick up the cooldown elsewhere. Gives you a bit more move speed as well to dodge those hooks.
Cosmic Drive just...
Out of the,
the problem with Cosmic Drive is
Cosmic build.
Sorry?
You know, we have seen it, I mean, over the year, like a lot of that kind of Black Flag Cosmic build on like a load of mages.
Yeah, Ari tends to go towards the Horizon focus if she's going to, because she's mobile enough that she doesn't need the Cosmic Drive move speed. Now, there was a point where you could go for like a very slow burn build, and you go like Liandry's Cosmic Drive when Liandry's was a mythic item. Like, you can go towards that. I think in this game... I mean, at that point, yeah, I mean, whatever. We'll see what it comes through to. At the end of the day, when it comes to Ari builds, you need to justify the build. With your playstyle. I think in this game, he should be looking to, again, get past the Scion. You shouldn't really be aiming to deal with the Scion. If you're going to deal with the Scion, deal damage to the Scion, you probably need Liandry's instead of something like the Blackfires. It tends to be much more efficient. If you're going to be dealing with someone like the Talia or someone like that, probably this build needs to be a bit more bursty. So we'll see what he gets in terms of his second and third items.
To play well in that last fight in particular, got a lot of rotations. Often the one thing the Blackfire does give you is a little bit more ability hits to work with, so has done a decent job there in getting at least a few kills and those stacks on the Dark Seal, as we've noticed. Over comes Ning. Good call of the pack required to avoid the charm. Hook goes wide. Nice sidestep there from Moam. Will land a Winter's Bite. We're going to see some more violence as Scion could look to ult here. Does indeed. Will charge into the Braum, who buffers well with the Glacial Fissure, turning around well. The bullet time comes on through. They will kill off the Braum, but it's traded for the Scion.
And then we've got the flank coming through. Charm landing.
Oh, superb angle. Haichai and Harry team up to find everyone in the backline. Flashed away from the turret shots. Out comes the Grand Starfall, and now Talia might well also be at threat. Ari from one side, Pantheon from the other. The Herald comes down as well. They can at least get this mid lane tier 1. Nice buffer through the shove by getting into the Herald. I appreciate that. Gets to jump on forwards by using the Herald's jump out to threaten the Talia. Can't get more than another 20% of the health bar, but I appreciate the style points.
And I'm just saying, if Ari had a Magi's, they'd be on like 20 stacks now. They have gone for the Cosmic Drive second, so they'll be going for like the slower burn build, getting a little bit more kiting potential. I think Braum has had such big value here. As soon as you saw like Talia, Nautilus, and the Misfortune, like, okay, you have to lock in that Braum. It makes it kind of like a little bit of a sacrificial lamb, but it'll take so much time and cooldowns that it'll buy options like this. You no longer have the bullet time and the depth charge to threaten the Ari and the Ambassador as they dive in, and they do a great job cleaning up what was, you know, an opportunity opened up by Moham actually buying that time in the front line.
Yeah, exactly. You buy the time, and it was rewarded really well. Of course, the flashy bit ended up being Harry and Haichai looking for those cool clean-up plays, but there's no chance you get away with that if the Braum doesn't do his work first. Speaking of, gets to say, "Stand behind me!" As he jumps away.
Behind Braum. Okay, Pantheon coming around from the flank, going on towards the Nautilus. Has the E charged up.
Throws out the Aegis Assault. Now's the Spirit Charge. Another charge to work with. Looking to get some more value as a flash away. The dogs get in the way, but not for long as they are put in the kennel. Looking to get another kill onto this Talia. The charm lands. Talia falls in love. And you know what they say about love and how it breaks hearts. Also faces if you hit them hard enough.
A single tear rolls down my face. I, once again, Rue, like 20 stacks of Magi's completely. You have it now! My dude, get the Magi's before you get the kills. You're now wasting. You would have literally had a 25 stack Magi's if you got it before the Cosmic Drive. And I'm not gonna lie, Cosmic Drive completion did not change the outcome of these fights. Magi's actually would have done. Hi, Chow. I love you, dude, but come on. This is something which RE players have been getting consistently wrong in pro play for like the last 3-4 years. It is a battle.
It winds you up a lot.
The thing is, I'm just like, makes your job easier, makes your life easier. Just having that critical eye for snowballing the way that Knight does on RE. It's not that hard. Just, you know, get the Magi's before the big fight.
Yeah, and then the thing is, once you get Magi's plus Cosmic Drive, your base move speed with your W active is ridiculous. You can just walk at people menacingly.
It's like you get 10%.
Everyone's backed. Is he? I think little flash, jump away. Depth charge comes on down. I think it's probably a dead brawl. That's probably a dead brawl, but they can't quite get in range for that seismic shove. Braum, despite the Richter scales starting to wobble, not go down, and the turnaround, but the temerity for attempting Braum's life. Jump over the wall, away from that seismic shove again, as Ari can look for something a little bit more over the wall here. We'll have some cooldowns to work with, but decides against going too deep.
Tao's going to be forfeit off of this. OMG have themselves, you know, 3 dragons. They just hit the one the minute before this as well. Like, OMG had, like, a stumble around this top side fight. They gave Ning a couple of resets. But beyond that, it has just been way more coordinated from OMG. You know, this team was... The core of this team got effectively relegated from LPL. And these ZSM players, I mean, they're decent players. You know, Fofo was playing in... LCP this year, you've got, you know, Arlo was playing on JDG this year and actually looked pretty good individually. Of course, he got removed from the team going into summer. But, you know, these aren't players which are kind of like, you know, nobodies or whatever. They're just not as coordinated as OMG. And you can, this is just, I think this is a great game and a great series to showcase this kind of talking point about League, which is just, League is so much of a team game now, even if you are a good individual player. It just doesn't outweigh team synergy and team coordination. It's so much more about how you play as a unit now than it was however many years ago. You good there, Sam? What's on your mind? You're thinking about Sam? You gone?
Just had to give Dad the garage keys.
Oh, right. That makes sense. I was like, oh. He's rushed off for an important emergency. Right, potential fight in the spot side jungle. Hook lands. I don't know if they want this entirely. Ari's around the flank, looking for a big charm.
Oh, good chunk, and it is going to get the kills. Surely the back end just about survives for a second to do the bullet time. Not bad this time around, but it's still not going to lead to anything valuable as Pantheon continues to just pump spears into the faces of ZSM, and they are left strewn across the battlefield in their own red side jungle.
It's just another just snowball skirmish from OMG. LWX puts up the bullet time, gets okay damage, and Ambassador just gets a free ult onto them. You are pinned in place, you don't get to avoid that very easily. It starts with, you know, trying to defensive teleport into their own jungle, and you think, oh, well, you know, it's their jungle, they can do whatever. No, you're too far behind at this point. Ari gets around the corner, gets an ult and a charm onto the Varus arrow target. Talia has, Seraphsen has Rod of Ages, and it just doesn't matter. This is a worry that we had about this build. It doesn't actually matter that you have a tankier build as the Talia. You're still dying if you get hit by anything, basically. Flash comes forwards afterwards. OMG clean up the rest of the kills. They'll be able to get themselves the dragon realistically in the next 2 minutes. They got the Atakan off the back of that too, I believe, too. Only 22 minutes in. Very short game so far.
Does seem that way, doesn't it? Maybe threaten this Neferi, but still got that call of the pack available. And at this point, I'm just looking at the various item breakpoints and going, I think this Hex Tech Dragon will be the death knell. Very hard to beat this team at this point in the game with these kind of items, especially when they start to pull the combo again. The double flash over the wall to try and get away. I just don't know if that's enough. Eventually eviscerates towards the Krug pit, but unfortunately, Ning, you are a dog and not a Krug, and therefore it's all too obvious what you are. Overcomes Fofo, Weaver's walls in. I don't know whether they want this. Gonna try and make the play regardless, buy their way out to safety, but fight they might, win they will not. Out comes the Sundering Slam to get that Seraph's shield, but the arrow comes on through and skewers the Talia. Flash on forwards as Starry decides the constellations are in his favor. Barriers and survives until the minion autos bring him down, but the prize is hard won indeed for ZSM.
OMG, have a little bit of flair at the end. This is an 80 carry for 80 carry trade. And yep, well, Highchai's got his 25 Magi stacks now. Starts off the play magnificently, almost towards his death cap. At that point, you have just reached maximum overdrive because Magi's at max stacks plus the death cap means that from a single item, you get about 200 AP from the Magi's at 25 stacks. Absolutely insane. And, you know, brings Zara into that full assassin mentality. We're once again fighting an enemy jungle, or rather allied jungle at this point. Well, don't teleport in there again, friend. 2v3. OMG, always there, just a little bit faster.
Your ability to get there so quickly is so nasty. The Comet Spear catches Neferi. Darkin Dog down. Winter's Bite beginning to get stacked alongside those concussive blows afterwards. The door comes up, and the bullet time is immaterial. Charm comes across, and Ari has just been breaking hearts left, right, and center. K-pop girls be dangerous, it turns out.
That's not even the K-pop skin, Sam. That's the faker one. There's no music here. If anything, it's a dirge. It's a funeral right here. OMG. Whatever. I think they'll play one last song here for ZSM. It'll be a 2-0 for OMG. They have clearly been the better overall unit here today.
Trying to clear the way of Azala, using what he can on the Scion to deny some stuff here. And actually, with the resets coming on through, maybe he's done a little bit of time to get Fofo and LWX back. Will it stop the game? I don't think so. But hey, OMG say, look, we're not going to end the game. We'll go and get the Hextech Soul instead.
Flashing up the old classic OMG emotes there. As yeah, it saves the game for now, but probably not for forever. OMG, they're just taking fight after fight. I can't remember the last time that ZSM actually had a good fight. It really has been that one slight reset fight up towards, I guess, was it around the Herald or was it around the Grubs? Either way, around the topside objectives a little bit earlier on. And it just hasn't been anything close to that since. Fofo's been sent to 1-6, 6,000 gold behind Highchai, who's almost at full build. Hasn't he actually upgraded his... Hang on, there's another... Sam, there's another fight. They can't go into their own jungle. There's nowhere safe for them on the map, Sam.
Every time they walk in, Pantheon ults on cooldown and just starts leaping at people. Oh, Ning. What do you do? It's not really his fault, this game. In fact, if anything, he was the one who nearly rescued it, but it has not been enough. Ning is being shown no mercy, which I suppose is ironic considering the Flash Gordon references I was making last time.
You know that one... Oh, hang on. That's not a bad pick. The hook lines as well. They just don't have the damage just yet. That's terrifying.
And the ults reset. The passive starts stacking and the essence is stolen. A thief in the night comes on into the enemy base and Scion will be mauled to death by absolutely everyone from OMG. Towards that mid lane inhibitor, OMG go, and they will proceed down into a victory march. This game is theirs. This series
will go with it. Charm onto the Neferi. Ning will go down as well as he has to look at his teammates. 0-6, 1-8, 2-8, 0-8. Yep, I think there's a Japanese VTuber. You might have a clip which is very relevant to that one. Poor Ning. Honestly, though, OMG, it's Demolition, isn't it? Demolition Derby. Not even close. OMG, much more coordinated. Highchai, very good game on that Ari as well. And that's, Sam, that's the second series done very quick. Hang on. Was that
we did have a big pause.
Hang on. Yeah, well, Sam, that's what I was going to say. Was the pause longer than the series?
I think it might have been.
It might be towards it.
I think it might have been.
Yeah. Alrighty. I guess we go on to a bit of a break and see what happens for our last series today. The last series today is our other streamer team, which is FRK versus LNG. LNG looked pretty ropey in the one game they played yesterday. That is a lot of damage. 1,000 DPM from both mid and jungle. And Sam, we're going to have another crack at the crispiness. I actually think it came out worse this game, by the way. Because it's like anytime just like medium energy is like, yeah.
Okay, I'll go chat with Dad, see what there's something we've done. I'm trying not to do it, it's not really working. Okay, I'll be back in a second then.
Yeah. All good. Appreciate Sam. I appreciate the effort you're putting in. I know it's like hard audio stuff to deal with, but yeah. Thank you. Wait, basically, folks, because Sam's casting from home, he's got some like he's actually got some pretty like from our parents' place. We've got some pretty advanced audio stuff there. It's just trying to work that into a setup for stream. It can be quite a hard thing to do. So apologies for some of the audio stuff. I'm trying to literally manually control Sam's volume as it goes into team fights. Basically, when we go into team fights, I'm dropping Sam from like 100 down to like 60 to hope that it saves the volume overall. Because at least how it happens in my... I don't know what's going out to stream, because obviously my headphones are slightly different what goes out to stream as well. But yeah, it's just trying to figure out audio on the fly, and it's... I'm actually getting a little bit, like, audio overload here, not gonna lie. A bit of a headache actually from it. Long day yesterday too, which probably doesn't help.
没法灌死对面的后排。其实你要是康布把接的挺好的了，但是你技能叫完了，对面中上就过来收割了。
哎呦这团！
然后这潘森开始游龙了呀，随便开，这就见面就做，无脑开，是吧 ？MVP 感觉中野，
那我们一人中一人野
可以
分个票，
对我们分个票吧，一人一票，都打得太好了。
哎呦！ 被虐了呀，宁哥们！主要这把宁哥们说自己玩的真挺尽力的，但是我觉得就是他是整体两边队伍在就是团战操作处理上面是有差距的。
但是就是永远有人年轻啊，对吧？就毕竟主播队年纪都上去了，曾经也都是超一线的职业选手。
皮这么大。
宁哥要说了呀，我在你们这个年纪的时候，
拿冠军了。
对呀。
追杀，追杀，
极限距离。潘森 R10， 好吧，也希望小伙能借着这个 MVP 啊，越打越好。确实今天整体的表现是完全 OK 的。
Alas, I cannot change the settings as the garage is in use.
Okay. We have to chill out then, Sam. I'm actually getting a bit audio overloaded. Like, yeah, it's getting really crispy. I don't know what's up with it, but yeah, because I'm having to like dip you down to like 60 volume mid-team fight and just hope that your volume stays stable enough that it like, yeah.
他20岁都不到。
对啊，就20岁以下或者20岁左右的，就这种小伙儿，然后多发挥，去拔高自己的上限。你看这把就是中野，对吧？就我就觉得中野就是打得最好的，很亮眼。
Appreciate you trying. Like it's hard audio stuff, and I understand that. It's just like it's a new setup, folks. It happens, you know.
吃点教训，后面也会变好的。
对，包括昨天的比赛，你看很多那些小将上来也是会在打出优势的时候做一些匪夷所思的行为，或者说莫名其妙先给一个，但这个就是你老选手都难以避免的事情。
但实际上这种事情就是因为给的很面，就是其实职业选手对你的要求是高的，你把这个录像给他自己看，他自己看都羞愧难当。
他确实知道自己问题出在哪儿，对吧？但是这种就属于你要花时间，就是你次数多了以后，你就会养成肌肉记忆。因为我觉得任何的职业的系统比的就是一个肌肉记忆。
是的。
因为你要知道，就是打比赛打久了以后，你可能会进入到一个麻木期，就是你会觉得哇，每一把进去怎么感觉有些内容都差的。
可能有的时候死了1、2波，不会有那种注意力，会觉得没什么，反正就死了就送了。
对，所以说就是。
I have a bit of a headache, so I might take a bit of a break.
我们也来开始我们的赛后采访，有请海超。Hello， 超哥，听得到吗？
可以。
好，给大家打个招呼。
大家好，我是 OMG 中南海超。
好，恭喜今天那个 OMG 拿下了比赛胜利啊！那先问一下超哥，此时此刻心情如何？然后又觉得自己来到 OMG 以后啊，现在跟队伍磨合的情况怎么样？
心情就还好吧，就第一场胜利嘛。然后磨合的话，其实最近才开始训练赛，还在慢慢磨合。
没问题。那超哥今天10分给自己打几分？
及格吧。
及格分是吧？6分，很谦虚了，对吧？那超哥对本届德玛西亚杯有什么展望吗？还是说有什么目标名次要去获取？
因为我们才刚开始训练嘛，就能赢一场是一场。
没问题，加油！对，挺好的，对，说的很实诚。那超哥觉得这个版本的中单跟之前有什么变化吗？还是说就是接下来这个大版本的改动以后，你觉得中单的象性会有什么改变？
大版本没有看过，我也不知道后续版本是什么情况。目前版本就沙皇发条吧。
没问题，
没问题
啊，言简意赅，好吧？也感谢超哥接受我们赛后采访，接下来比赛继续加油，辛苦了，拜拜，
拜拜。
选手好多其实也不会看那个前瞻。
啊，反正我现在要打的，我明天比赛打的跟那有什么关系呢？
因为他只用在意当下的事情，对吧？这个跟我们确实不一样，我们是那个第三方视角，
是，
就是我们需要去了解可能接下来的版本要发生什么样的变动，然后去做一些可能有的没的推测呀，或者我们是纯纸上谈兵，
就是他们只需要把大脑留在当前版本就行，
人家
因为他们要打呀，
打的是当下的比赛，他只用教练告诉他明天打的是什么版本，那就 OK 了。
是的，
其他的是分析师和教练组去准备的事情，对吧？因为就英雄对于他们来说。都是可以去练的这些东西，但是任何的前瞻工作需要教练组去做好努力，对吧？那我们这场比赛到这里就告一段落了，我们等待第3场比赛开始吧，一会儿见。
这维鲁斯帅还截止给一炮，然后打不了了。
宁王还是14级，来找17级的 AD 单挑。大爆炸果实走了，然后瑞兹开车过来了。宁王有草元素，但这个位置得让南风过来贴一下。南风得救驾，能救到吗？还在草元素里面，那汤圆的伤害太爆了，这直接 AOE 把宁王给炸死了。抬到了汤圆，汤圆是没有自保道具了，但是 AOE 死线是打了出来。萨西来了，闪现一剑1穿2，只剩下了阿乐。宁王被捆住了，但是推到了墙上。岩雀坐着自己的强慢来到了少爷的脸上，在一个沿途抬到洒身上，女枪一个大招，扫得不错，把杰斯给扫死了。汤圆过来帮忙挡了一下石川，但是石子儿到了，宁王直接被撞死了。而且南风过来帮忙抬了一下，但是对面是很肉的一个汤圆。
阿乐的一个
林伟翔被粘住了，林伟翔就差1下，要被烫死了吗？这10多人太肉了，汤圆已经绕了过来，拿下了双杀。这石子儿如战神一般，入无人之境。但是阿乐能不能做到？在库瑞斗大招压了个起身，汤圆交手闪吃到伤害，但他没有死，能复活。
就现在边路 Fairness 没有闪现，应该不敢去硬接这个线。现在是 Cube 可以先推，准备看情况靠正面了。
闪现踩，
哎，
逼出马哥一个闪，不容先举盾，先扛第1轮伤害，原地给一个救赎。
Cube 有焚天了 ，Cube 落的位置很激进，他的雅恒呢没事，大招50%的减伤，正面捆到一个 ，Cry 把人给投掉了，自己位置有点小危险，看怎么说后续。大招放下来，大手天被根本就没满，直接死了。发育了一整把，团战竟是如此结局，还有后续点2下About 还要做后续的收割，再点点，一的又刷好了吗？差一点。这个位置基哥没办法做更多了，剩下个瑞兹也被一枪收掉，这不 About 完成了战场的最后打法。
这个闪现在南风这个位置变成了小车，跑得不是很快，得交闪。就是在一吃 TP 了，不管了，知道这波不打，感觉也要走远了，必须得过来尝试一下。
还过得去吗？续了一个海闪过来，
被吸满了，4个人，这边直接开进去，兰博撒了个大招，大招配合的不是很好，但发条反手大招也空掉了。这对面的发条大招拉中了兰博呀，只剩林伟翔了，想想能不能换一个？林伟翔想换掉一个，尽力了但没用。
哎呦，这一把下来伤害拉闷了，
只要炮打得准，直接掉闪，
又闪没了。
南风想开了。开到边缘位置的发条，自己被反开3个，开太完美了！再接发条大招一起飞起来了，对面的大招拉到了，但伤害并不够啊！兰博的撒个大烤到了阿乐，阿乐是没闪现的，又只剩林伟翔了。林伟翔能背靠防御塔换上对面1个人。
只要不卡，什么都好说。
不卡了，4分钟你就在那上面，不打2分钟。
哎，看我，
上手！
顶到了。
我下踢了，可以打。
我可能死，我应该死了。
我也死了。我下踢了，可以打，看位置。
我顶到 AD 了。
随便杀，兄弟。你拉走。
我没有。
停了。
我炸去看一下。你就是没下面。看我。我在看。杀完。
我在炮。
他有大宝。没用。把现在处理完，你别死。
还有大宝。
拉一下，把他封了，就这样吧，别管他。
帮他一帽吧。
你是不是你刚的好一点？啊，压力好大哦。没事。他那个造型可能在的。
啊，有闪的，有闪。
啊，我死了。
就这样吧。
走。我去守。
看。啊，我死了。
没事。
两个闪，两个大。
好，没关系。还要死。
绕去在哪？能报吗？
这个尼克。
没闪。
赵健没漏。不闹。
我贴后面了，情况看一下。
我有点小远，看我位置。
OK， 看到我看一下。顶峡谷。
大到了。
别按尼克把前看尼克吧，慢慢看。老火，都挺大。
哎，看了我，看好看。
蓝波没闪，都没闪。
8条球在这。
可以慢，
往前追一下，看好看。
慢点。
8点没到，
追一下行吗
？8条肯定好了，8条有闪了，
结束了。
往地下追啊！
地下吧。拦一下。在这打吧，我黑你拦一下，反正他们开你。TP 了。我打完了，拦一下。这边在打了。
变人了。
拉一下。
我去。
你看我吗？我在打。
如没血。
下一个。都没镜头，看上面看阿里。
来看，我看你，有个的。我没技能。我一秒。什么情况？
我们上单掉了。
我也掉线了。什么情况？
上面写的重新点击了。我跟一下。
我来了。翻血。
看吧，这波能压掉。打往前搂，往前顶，我能看。
对他。我能看。
慢点。
没闪。
我下看。
翻血。变羊了，他的变羊了。nice。我跟你蹲。对，一波。
往下走，24，这个先不去。
OK。
看吗？
可以赶。
看。没血。
不是没什么等我打。
拉一下。
改天出现吧。辅助在这里想开，
雷子没闪。
辅助想开，辅助有闪。卢人。
没闪。这个也没闪。
一下。你们打支援吧。他推他。
这波可以打，我这位置还
可以打。
来顶呗。
我去顶。
可以看。
慢。看贴派。
没事。AD 死了，没闪。往前打呗。
往前顶。是啊，有闪。雷子。
大龙。我收了小龙吧。你去大龙。
Okay, back.
Hello.
OK， 看。
看到。
Oh dear.
Yeah.
他推。
一波。
Well, I guess we see how long it takes to. Yeah, I guess we see how long it takes.
Get to the next one, yeah.
If it takes like a ton of time, yeah. How long is the delay? I don't know at this point. Like, the break between series has been really horrendous.
Pretty extreme, yeah.
Like, this series, you'll notice that the, like, red team ended up using, like, observer accounts, presumably because there's a problem with their own accounts. People have been using different, like, whatever accounts are available, I guess. In the rebrand of shifters, of BDS to shifters.
Yes, I have. I'm not a fan.
I need to see how they build around it, you know. I mean, I've seen worse ones.
Yeah, true enough.
Like, I'm always interested in, like, the creative decision behind the branding, stuff like that.
That's fair.
The god of this. Yeah, I don't know why. Maybe it's just like like yesterday was a long day, having to sort out like whatever issues today, and then the delays does add up, you know. And also, I'm just like I'm not in the I'm not like in the zone. I'm not up to speed on stuff.
Yep. Yep.
And you know, throwing some audio overload on top of it. I'm like, okay. I'm pushing it a bit now on a personal level. Oh god. And I know it's absolutely like it's you're doing everything you can, right? It's just basically, folks, when you're playing around with new kit and new setups, there's just a lot of moving pieces. Sometimes you look into it, you're like, okay, cool, this is just working. Other times there's like this one issue and like, well, there's like a million different levers to pull. What do I pull? You know?
Yeah.
I don't know what's causing the I just don't know what's causing the Christmas then at that point. Playing around with it. Because have you listened back to any of the clips from the last game?
Yeah,
I actually think it got worse.
I've not listened to the one from the latest one, to be fair.
Whatever, we can't change it now because that studio's in use.
Yeah.
Whatever. Have to just be chill, I guess. For the I'm not gonna lie, Sam. LNG looked bad yesterday.
Bad.
They looked really quite bad, which is a shame because it's 1xN's new team. But this is the worry and the reservation I had about this team is like there are a lot of players here who are on downswings. Even 1xN was on a downswing after Baytron left this year because that whole team, like, one of the ramifications of all of the junglers switching around to BLG, blah blah blah, is, and I understand that junglers wanted to go there and whatever, it's basically the teams that they left behind were left in the lurch mid-split, and it's like, well, 1xN, a player who I think could genuinely be like a generational ADC talent, is having another shit year put on his career. What happens if that happens again this year? He should have had a better team this offseason. Yeah. Get worried, Sam.
Me too.
I really hope this too long.
It might, yeah.
What yap topics we got?
Good question. What yappenings can we do?
Damn, that's literally what I just asked.
No, I know. I know. I'm repeating the question because I'm.
I got so hopeful. I was like, what? Like, he sounds going to ask a question. He's got a topic. No. Mission failed. We'll get him next time. Oh,
what
Jesus.
is the most unremarkable League of Legends champion?
Well, what do you mean by unremarkable? Is it like one which just isn't memorable, or?
Yeah.
Let me have a think. There's one which doesn't do anything special, or one which is just forgettable. I mean, there are champions which I'm like, people never play them, and I don't think they're good champions, like Akshan. But he's still like an I mean, like his kit is very different. I just think the champion's a bit shit. Like there are like 3 mains of him, and he lane bullies a bit. But the champion, in lore, he was just awful. But that's me just saying he's bad, not unremarkable.
Yeah, I see you.
Rolling through.
And I also think like the problem is Akshan's whole thing in the end was that he was like supposed to be this grand what's the word, like what did I say, he was supposed to be like this cool part of the Ruination. It was part of this Ruination thing that was not great to begin with. It was the end of a visual novel that not everyone played through because people kind of got bored with it because it wasn't a great story. And he was basically just his MacGuffin and had like no redeeming value really.
Yeah, his only value is in the Redeemer weapon thing, which is just, by the way, this thing resurrects people. What?
Yeah.
You see, the thing is, though, Jonas, I was thinking about Garen, but there are too many people which have made content around Garen now. So I think actually in terms of like community sentiment, and also just in terms of like how iconic Garen is from the early years, I think there were some years you could have argued Garen does nothing, he just spins and does less damage than auto-attacking you. Okay, he's unremarkable. Sure. But he's like a big character. It's hard to say that about any 2009 champion which has had any significant stuff. I mean, pretty much every champion's had a moment at some point, right? Yeah, no, I agree. Garen, in terms of like, they've built him up a lot. The Katarina comic built him up a fair amount.
Because I feel like there's I would have said someone like Shinzao until recently.
Well, ever since like 22, he's been like perma-meta, hasn't he?
I'm also saying unremarkable because like I think there's a lore-wise thing as well. Like he's just a bit whatever.
Sadly, I wonder if Shen is in this kind of conversation now as a champion, which is like the funniest thing that's happened about Shen is like people like basically it's like, remember when Shen's one of those people that only built support items for a while.
Yeah.
Then just has the fun shit about proxying, even though he's super niche. Unremarkable. Well, that's the thing, isn't it? Unremarkable is a different qualifier.
Yes, I agree. Probably why I said it, to be honest.
Because the thing is, though, I like immerse myself so much in pro. I have to view it as like, what are they like in pro? I'm new to this. What am I watching? You're watching a delay right now.
Yeah.
You're watching a delay.
That's what you're watching.
Let me put the cams on. We are watching a delay because I said, okay, you're watching us, yap until something comes on. I miss old Shen. I mean, yeah, the WTF2 Shen. Oh my god. By the way, being able to like reminisce about WTF2 Shens with Doa and Monty on stream for World's Co-Stream Final.
Yeah.
Most unremarkable champ. Maybe I need to be more harsh. Because every champion has a main, because there's too many players of this game, so we'll just keep... Garen is actually a strong shout-out. It's just that he's just so, like... Yeah, he's someone which is just so entry-level, and, like, his design is basically... You're right, he is basically a big man with sword. With big sword.
Yeah.
And he's got Space Marine shoulder plates. You know? Giant pauldrons like World of Warcraft. Like, okay, cool.
Yeah, legit.
Hecarim's design is too cool. I think Hecarim's actually got a pretty cool design. There was a point where Graves was this, where it's like, wow, he's just power climbing, farming for forever. Alright. Yeah, I mean, folks, it's got to be another delay, right? I can't, yeah. I'm just going to put it on screen just so people stop asking. Ivan was that for a while. Oh, no, Ivan was just boring. I know that a lot of people are like, wow, Enchanter in the jungle, but I just find Ivan Gerard boring because he slows down the game. And I'm probably going to get murdered by analysts. Like Jamada and LS are going to come...
Come for your skull, yeah.
Yeah. You know what? Janna is probably up there. Janna is a champion whose main character design is I stop you from doing this thing. She does have lane bully stuff. Janna actually might be there. She is also just, her design is scantily clad elf woman. Which, let's be honest, that has been a mainstay. Yeah, I was about to say, that has been a... Is 1xN any good? 1xN is very good. But the problem is, I don't know if this team will allow him to show that, sadly. Janna might actually be up there.
He's one of my favorite AD carry players. I've loved this guy for ages. I think he's really, really cool.
Nocturne sometimes. At least Nocturne has, like... The thing about Nocturne is, like... If Nocturne is in your game, you know a lot about it. It's like... Oh, no, you know what? So in terms of unremarkable, I mean, it's got to be someone like Skarner, right? No? Play rate's gone down through the floor again. The only thing saving Skarner is that he had pro viability. But Skarner has got to be... His play rate has been... The rework has failed.
I hear you, yeah.
I also don't like Victor, by far my least favorite control mage. Now, the thing is, Victor is very satisfying to play when you actually get used to him. Because, like, he does actually fit that kind of, like, battle mage. He's got a different... I've enjoyed playing him. I don't disagree with him being... if you compare him to other control mages, I can understand how someone would walk over and be like, well, less exciting than, say, like, landing a shockwave. Or, like, Xerath full combo, I guess, or something like that. Yeah, someone like Skarner, actually. It may be the most unremarkable champion. I think it actually maybe has to be someone like Skarner. Like, right now, I would argue that Skarner is less iconic than he was as the Crystal Scorpion. I think he's just a generic kaiju. Like, it's just kaiju. And that's actually really sad, because the Crystal Scorpion part of it was the special bit. When, like, the color palette was different. I really actually quite liked it. I actually didn't mind the whole Bracken Crystal thing. I thought that was okay in terms of, you know, it's a decent allegory for, you know, the health of the planet, and then Piltover Zorn, or like Piltover, you know, much in the way that many quote-unquote progressive entrepreneurial nations are, blah, 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 end up kind of overusing resources of the planet. I mean, that's a Final Fantasy VII classic, you can argue as well.
Yeah.
Led's character's too funny. He's not unremarkable, although he's hardly ever played. Unless your name is Finn, League of Legends, you are not playing Kled. Or Doomby, I guess.
What's the timer at? Do we have one?
Oh. No timer, so.
There is no timer.
Oh, there you go. That's it. We're just on adverts, Sam.
Delicious. My favorite. My favorite.
Milio was a bit shit for a while. Milio's... No, I think Skarner's probably the least remarkable champion. Which is a shame, because I actually thought that his design, despite him being low play rate, was still actually quite good. Oh, actually, you know what? Someone like Neela has never really cracked, like, play rate.
Yeah, again, but it's another one of the Ruination champions.
Was Neela Ruination? I don't think she was.
I thought
she didn't have a Sentinel skin. No, she wasn't Ruination. She wasn't even part of that, I think.
I guess I kind of have her in that same sort of time period in my brain.
Yeah, it was. But, yeah. I even get... Yeah. Sounds about right. I will get hydrated. 1 NG. I do miss the sneaky stab kitty in pro play. Yeah, Rengar... Yeah, Rengar was so iconic for a while. Rengar's been... You know what? Rengar's actually on the shortlist. Because...
Yep.
That champion is just useless in the hands of someone who just is not, like, played a million games of him. And your team knows how to play around him sometimes, too. Neela I don't count as unremarkable because the kit's so unique. Yeah, I get that. But then the problem is you never see that kit, so actually do you interact with it at all? Rammus is unremarkable. Ever since I saw Rammus Yumi bot lane from Ultra Prime Doggo, sadly it's not been very remarkable for me. God, I don't want this series delayed any longer. Drink some chocolate. Shaco is actually up there. You know what? Oh my god, Shaco is actually up there because his lore is just, he has a dark and mysterious past. He was like the guy that has a dark and mysterious past. Shaco's on the shortlist, yeah. Like, that champion is like, again, unique character, having the clone and stuff, but... Like, Shaco is one of the least well-managed champions in the whole game. Now, the problem is, Shaco's really good in Arena, so I saw a fuck ton of him in there. Oh dear. Is Croco any good? He had a very, very, very bad game versus Ultra Prime yesterday. He went like 1-8. It was very bad. You've banned Shaco every game since 2015. There was a point where AD Shaco jungle was just destroying lanes for forever back then. Back in like season 4 or 5. Yeah. It was so annoying. That was when his Q duration was so high that even if you were playing safe in mid lane, he could hop over from like raptors and hit you like almost under your own tower. Wasn't this LNG game the game that got postponed? It wasn't postponed, Maniac. It was forfeit by Ultra Prime. It was... wow. It was forfeit. So Ultra Prime won game 1. And then they had like local area network issues. Some people were saying that it might have been maintenance on the Tournament Realm server or something like that too. It wasn't postponed. They had to forfeit the final 2 games of the series. So they ended up technically losing 2-1 because they had to forfeit the 2 games. Forfeit. I mean, no, it technically is a forfeit, Amber. It is. It shouldn't normally work like that, Maniac. It shouldn't. But, yeah. I actually don't think I like either AD Shaco or AP Shaco. AP Shaco boxes, very funny, terrible to play against. AD Shaco, shit. If you just get like randomly one-tapped by an auto attack, that's, again, fun. Is this just a 2-0 day? Well, this is a streamer team versus the weakest LPL team that we've seen so far, I think. So we'll see. I don't know whether they were just hyper, like, tilted or something coming off of the last, yeah. Well, the ad rolls will keep going around again, so...
Oh boy. It's never going to stop.
Sam, what do you think the worst design in League is?
Oh man.
The straight up worst design.
I had to think about that. I would have said someone like Garen, but I don't think that's actually true per se. It's just very binary.
This includes like just like aesthetics and stuff.
It doesn't appeal to me, which is different.
There are things that like if it
feel really clunky is the honest answer. So who's the
Oh, okay, here's another one. Here's another one as well then. What do you think the worst designed skill in
Oh, now there's a question.
I think it's Zoe Spellthief. I think that ability.
I disagree with you on that one because I think that's very well designed. I just think it's very obnoxious.
I think that it ends up breaking core gameplay balance things and in a way which is unsatisfying.
I think I've seen too many cool fights with the empowered autos for me to say.
Yes, but Sam, when you see someone get one shot with just her W because turns out someone else used a utility summon spell, like that's just fucking awful.
I hear you. I hear you.
Because it has 0 mana cost and like incredible damage and 0 cooldown. There is no choice. The problem with that ability is you just spam everything you find. There is no decision making about it. It's literally just, it doesn't matter if you use it well. You just use something, you get tons of damage. It's just terrible. I think Zoe Spell Thief is just I don't like the decision making at all. It just feels like, oh, things on the floor, bleh.
I'm trying to think what I really don't like.
Akshan is a good call again. Akshan is not a very well designed champion for sure.
Yeah, he's a bit weird. I mean, like, I like the going rogue idea is fun, but I don't think it's that exciting. The hook, either the hook swing or whatever it is. Because I keep wanting to call it a hook shot. It's not.
Yeah. Oh my god, I just remembered his Q is called Avenger Rang. Oh
yeah,
god, it's called Avenger Rang.
Yeah, it is.
Oh
That's
god. What do you mean they called an ability Avenger Rang?
It's not great, is it? It's not great. I think Zillion is very. I think Zillion is very clunky and very oppressive.
Did anything worthy of mention happen thus far? Well, we've had like a million delays for each series to the point where I'm thinking, I'd like,
You know what? I think I might go with Zillion, Al.
Zillion is a champion of all time, and the problem is Zillion is actually very, very strong, and
yes,
and people just don't like him enough to make people realize how strong he is.
That's kind of my issue. Like that's kind of like he's an ugly-looking champ with really clunky abilities that are both game warping and obnoxious, like the 90% perma-slow, the double stuns, the revive, basically taking his power budget. He lanes really weirdly, so he's not actually fun to play until he gets to a point where he's utterly obnoxious. Like, there's not a lot there that is feeling good.
Base Varus design is pretty bad. The thing is, Varus is so well executed on a simple design, in terms of satisfaction, I don't think it matters. His auto attacks are maybe some of the most like tactile auto attacks in the game, especially from the era that he was made. We have a minute. We can finally get back into it, I think. But yeah, I think that like all of his skills feel satisfying to use. Now, there's a problem when it becomes like too non-interactive, when it becomes about, well, what's it call it? Like, oh, well, he's just like standing at a million range away and we can't do shit. Which is why they really changed him to be like, well, you have to have stacks on people to do damage X, Y, Z. But yeah, I think Varus is actually, I don't have issues with Varus champion design. I think it's actually one of the better ones. In terms of like better executed ones, even if it's not crazy, you know. Like Purple Archer dude is, you know, it's not like the craziest thing out there, but sure. Okay, well, I guess our, guess this is a good start then. I don't see any, like, notifications on screen, so I guess we're just getting into it. Long break again though, man. It must be taking ages to set up lobbies or something. What do you think of Croco in LNG? The guy is very, very bad from behind. If he ever takes a knock, this guy is a lost condition. This is what happened because he was on Anyone's Legend last time with an LPL, and it was not dissimilar to that, actually. Real question is, what is the best champion released in the last 3 years? That's really last 3 years, if I'm honest. We had Smolder. Wait, when was Zeri? Zeri is 22. Are we talking like 22 to 25? Oh, we had Zeri. Yeah, so we had Zeri, we had Smolder. What else do we have? When was Briar? Briar was in there. We had Ambessa. You know what? I actually think Ambessa is quite a well-designed champion. I actually quite like Ambessa. I mean, she was too strong on release, but actually I know she has a million dashes, but I feel like at least she has to go melee and she has to pay the price for that. It takes a while for her to scale into the game as well. Ambessa feels very satisfying to play, and from playing against her, I don't think, because her dashes aren't insanely fast, you can still react to her. There are some very slick combos, but I think Ambessa's up there. terms of best champions released in the last. Mel, no. Oh, Mel W might be one of the worst, like, stylistic abilities in the game. I think they might need to do, like, a switch around, like Diana Time Kench, with her W and ult, like a reflect becomes her ult. Because that skill is too much for their power budget, and it's basically an ultimate level. It's like a minor ultimate level cooldown on a basic ability. How did LNG win against Ultra Prime? Because it was forfeit. It was forfeit. What else was even released? Was 22. Milio was like 21 or something, so he was... Wait, was Milio 20... Wait, no, Milio was recent years, but I wouldn't say better than that. Also, like, for an energy champion, the first one released since, like, 2013, unless you count the rework of Akali in 2018. That was pretty successful reintroduction of energy, and, like, the energy regen mechanic of, like, Spellblade, basically.
应该就是比谁坚持的久。但昨天其实2场看下来，感觉就是前面打的还可以，对吧？他
Seraphine was 21, I think.
我觉得就是这个队啊，他的前期
And the theory was... Oh, this is the Stream Team FRK. So again, a lot of these, like, ex-LPL players. And then we saw LNG play yesterday, and it was... Don't lie.
也是输了嘛，赢了，但打的那场输了。 结果赢了。
昨天是那个。
Oh, and there's Nymaera as well, unless you. Yeah, I mean.
如赢，但分还是实在的加上了。但是对 LNG 来说，心里是憋了一口气的呀。啊，同样 ，Miss 现在赛前有话要告诉大家。
德杯2支非职业队也是以前一些选手吧，然后。
Oh, Nymaera is an okay design. I just ban that champion and never want to think about it and turn off voice lines whenever I see that champion in the game. You know. For valid reasons.
不能再跌了。好。 主要就是今年的怎么说呢
I permaban, you know, for reasons. Hui is an interesting one. I don't... Yeah, Hui's not bad. Yeah, you know what? Fair enough. Hui's actually fairly legit answer.
Now, I quite like Hui.
Yeah, Hui's a fairly legit answer. That one's pretty good. Would you say that LNG can lose to this team? I mean, if there's going to be an... Well, the problem is, I think this is the worst of the streamer teams. FRK did, like, they didn't impress me much. But LNG are the worst of the LPL teams we've seen so far, so... That Cryan? Yeah, the MSI champion Cryan.
然后就打输了，跟观众朋友们，我尽力了，对吧？
你不像对吧？各个队伍的职业选手，你打输了，可能明年工作不稳。
你如果真的输了，可能下半就是明年一来啊，那个首发名单都上不去，真有可能。
Best thing for Hui for me was that he was perhaps the only champion that integrated seamlessly into the game and pro play. Yeah, he didn't like. He wasn't like super OP. They did have to nerf some of his numbers. Like 24 had some pretty ridiculous games from him, but I don't think Hui wasn't ridiculous, but he also was playable. You're right, he was actually pretty well integrated. Isn't missing one of the best supports? Why did he go on LNG? So he was good in 2023 and before, but after that he took a bit of a nosedive really. 24 was quite bad from him and 25 was worse. So that's why he's on LNG after LNG had a very poor year. So we're into draft now.
Fantastic news.
Jace gone, Kiana gone, we still have Aatrox, we still have, I guess, Zahin. Orianna is up there. We have basically, Orianna's the big one, Orianna, Nymaera, I guess Aatrox. Nico's gone. Hey, AJ, how's it going?
Big bans in general, I think. Nico in particular, I think, always a powerful one if you don't want to deal with that lane. Of course, missing returning, which theoretically should be very exciting, right? Like, you look at this team from LNG and you're going, oh my days. 1xN against Missing, who's returning, having, obviously been one of the best supports in the LPL in 2023, and kind of falling away this year, looking to come back to glory. Sheer, of course, another one of those top laners who was supposed to be the next great carry top and struggled a little bit with versatility and consistency. But you sort of see the idea of some of these two players with upside and potential who needed a bit of rounding out. And by the sounds of it, the last time just wasn't very good. Go to the other side, Hacker. He of the great Herald Escape.
Yeah, there was a great clip of Hacker in 24 of Hacker doing this ridiculous Herald Escape. Aatrox first pick, Nymaera not picked, interestingly, actually. I would have thought that would get snapped up. 1xN played it yesterday. Go on.
Was SMLZ a big Samira player? Was that just Abel? I feel like, I can't remember what symbols
He hasn't played since 2022. I can't remember, but either way, Samir is not really playable with the amount of random interrupts right now.
For, obviously, he's a big streamer. I was like, what does he play that?
Ryze early lock-in. Ryze Wukong's a pretty strong combo. Like, Ryze is just pretty strong in general. Bulldog, yeah, I don't quite get the blind Zahen, and I don't really like it with the Aatrox. Because they're both kind of like AD disruptors that want to kind of split up fights, but neither of them split up fights by themselves. We have the double Darken team, I guess. It's fun.
Is there I guess there's a world where you're saying, look, you've already got a Ryze and a Wukong, you're going to be close enough range for us to at least threaten without needing to blow absolutely everything. But you really do need like an Alistar or a Nautilus or something to give you a little bit more oomph.
You need something to split the team. You need to find like isolated 1v1s or 1v2s. And, you know, both Aatrox and Zahen find that pretty good. I think that Cassante doesn't love Zahen, actually. I'm surprised that was picked into it. I mean, what we saw last time was, again, we saw like Malphite locked into it. It was just unplayable. In fact, I would have locked it in right here because you're against double AD already. Double AD fights, I think Malphite would have been insane. And you're against a Talia, which is a mobile backliner. I think that would have been pretty keen, actually. I would have liked that. You had Wukong and Malphite to kind of, Wukong and Ryze to help kind of roam towards top side as well. I think that's quite impactful. Bot lane completely untouched though, so yet to be picked up. They'll have Nymaera again. Misfortune been very popular in this tournament for lane prior.
Yeah, very true actually. Wonder why MF's come back so hard. I guess there's been some nerfs to some of the bot lanes, but interesting to see her priority shoot up. Maybe Gumayusi just having that insane game. World has convinced people to play it again. Like he's going for that skin prestige option. Must be locking in here. How's a ban? Continuing to focus towards those AD carries. Both bot lanes yet to be picked, so got to be a little bit careful about narrowing too much. Getting rid of the Alistar themselves, because Wink, famously big Alistar play. No, of course, things like the Nautilus is still up and available, so maybe we'll just look at that.
I just realized that both these players played on JDG this year. Wink missing.
Yeah.
Both these guys were part of the JDG revolving door of supports. Oh, SMLZ did play the Smolder yesterday, and then got jumped on by Karis Akali, and got like he got to a load of stacks very quickly, and then just completely got destroyed and
got blasted.
Yeah. I will say actually, thinking about it, FRK's, and by the way, I need to not say RFK because I said that yesterday, and I was like, let's probably got too much meaning for some people.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah. Vaccinate this. But yeah, FRK's early game was actually pretty good on the whole.
There's the Nautilus we were thinking about.
Yeah, and honestly, just having Nautilus and Talia on the same team really, really helps. Dinara comes in, 1xN's been pretty confident on it. Now, this is going to be a very dangerous lane. I guess you can... Well, you don't have that much engage. You might Leona actually instead. Oh, fantastic. Maybe you do just Braum. Just Braum and be like, well, it helps the lane, even if it doesn't help your engage. Yeah.
Good call.
It doesn't help your engage, but it helps you survive against Nymaera Nautilus.
Yeah, and in fairness, you can just play to say, look, we're going to have Smolder as a win condition, we just need to keep him alive, and that's more valuable than having a go button per se. And you've got one or two bits, right? Like the Wukong, the Cassante, the Ryze W. Braum can get there. You've got enough tools that by their weight combined you'll be able to get something, but it's not as guaranteed as an Alistar or Nautilus or whatever.
Well, I'm not gonna lie. I don't think either team got exactly one they wanted from draft. I think that there's not a crazy amount of engage on red side. Blue side has decent skirmish potential if you split up teams, and they've got a lot of individual agency with Nymaera, Zahen, Aatrox, but I don't think they're set up for fantastically well. The Nautilus helps a bit, but I don't know if that will be enough actually. So it's a little bit more individuality on the one side. On the other side, it's more of a group team fight, but they don't have the engage to necessarily make things stick very easily. I'm a little bit worried actually for both teams' identity.
Not the cleanest ever.
表现的话，那就没那么看好。
但我觉得今天还是得看一下 RNG 这个新中野这个成色。昨天说实话那一把没验
Okay, well, there are your runes. Grasp on both top laners. On Aatrox. Nothing particularly interesting in the runes, really. Both the spellbook supports. Yeah, nothing crazy, though. I guess the one thing is that you have Shield Bash and no Demolish on Cassante, but then again, I guess in lanes like this, it's not like Cassante's getting too much wave control anyway. You don't really want to walk in extended lanes versus Zohan.
No.
Okay, I'm gonna get myself a drink real quick, Sim. Go back.
Go for it. I've got you. Alright, so I think early on, eyes will be on that bot lane. Can Smolder survive the Nymaera lane? Or will 1xN get rolling on that very lane dominant champion, even if it does feel of late that the Nymaera has been a little bit more punishable in lane. Seen a couple times now. That hasn't worked out as expected. LNG with their new look roster looked a bit shaky the other day against Demacia Cup. People aren't necessarily ready, but I had a bit of hope for this roster. I quite like the look of a lot of these players. Bot lane in particular was one I was a big fan of. Of course, you playing Nautilus into Braum. Very possible you overplay that early level and mess up the attempted engage and just get stunned up with the concussive blows. Get a bit of a headache.
Do you wonder whether...
Croco? 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 Oh, he's just gonna die for this and just say that's fine?
What?
Fearness flashed for that? What?
Is
that when he full sent it? He just went, screw it, I'm here. Is that worth? I don't. This is either a strategy I don't know, or it was an imp.
He does steal enemy
To my
raptors.
eye, that looked like... Gets a flash off Cassante too.
The thing is,
I don't want to...
yesterday he was so poor, and like he was just tilted out of his mind. He's going in for another invade.
It's just, well, I mean, in fairness, Hack is still level 2.
He spotted heading towards bot
They know he's
side.
coming, and Wukong, I don't
He
think
has
wins
smite
this
coming
one.
up, like in a second or two. If you can just buy one more second for it. Okay, so he manages to get a wolves. Now this one's good. So now he's stolen raptors and wolves. Can he protect his own camps is the problem now.
The thing is, they've got to be a bit careful bots. Yes, they're giving priority over, right? But there is this world where the Wukong just says, screw it, I'll come and play for you down here. All right, well, very aggressive moves. I guess if you're going for this kind of play, Croco just has to double down. You can't afford to just give up one and done. Fairness ended up having the wave crashed in, and because of all those shenanigans, it's also meant that the lanes from LNG could just play very far up everywhere.
Yeah, and Hacker didn't get the kill in the individual matchup. And also just in terms of XP, there's more available for Croco now. Now, Hacker needs to make sure that he... Well, I do wonder whether Hacker can look towards something like a double scuttle. Because the problem is Croco has a lot of camps up. He won't be able to clear all of them in time. Yeah, Croco wants to make sure that he at least gets one scuttle. He might even be able to get 2. Bulldog's teleporting back in. He'll be able to... help on the, well, help kind of contain the rise a little bit. So that's bot scuttle down. His red buff, he still hasn't taken his red buff. Is he going to go for double scuttle? I think he is. I think he really wants to fight for double scuttle.
He's got priority everywhere. And he's just saying, like, Hacker, you don't win this right now.
Yeah, Cryan's
Let's go.
Lost a little. Yeah, this could be a double scuttle take.
Dark Blade part 1 goes wide, but here comes the Infernal Chain. Seismic shoved the wrong direction.
Well, it wouldn't have ended up going into the minefield anyway, but it might have been able to combo into the Q3. Croco might... Hang on. He does have smite. Is he going to smite contest the big raptor?
He's gonna try and fight it. Yeah, he is. Yeah, he is.
He gets it. He gets it. And he gets the small raptors too. Everyone but one.
Oh, no.
Okay, so the first one, I think, was a bit intish, folks. The fact that he's getting wolves, and he's going to get double scuttle, and he's stolen second raptor spawn, that's actually where you go, okay, he's got so many extra camps available. He's going to start, at the end of his clear, he's going to be very far ahead.
To interrupt, because Alex is making a really valid point there about Croco's very aggressive invades, but bot side, because of all the priority on the jungler, it's allowed these lanes to play isolated. They know exactly where the roaming volatile factors are, and it means they can burn those extra summons. SMLZ down that flash. Wink now in danger. Might be closing both eyes, but gets away with it.
The shield going up meant that he was pretty safe just at the end there. He did have... Actually, no, his flash, I think, was still just down, maybe? Not sure if that... I mean, okay, or maybe I'm reading the screen wrong, but... I think very close to dying there, but he managed to get out safely. See that SMLZ has teleport if he wants to get one free reset in. Okay, so the big thing is, right, champions like Aatrox, they don't clear super quick, right? So even though he has a lot of camps available, he can't necessarily clear through everything available and like massively outpace the way that, you know, Zyra always gets all of her camps down all the time. You can already see though, as he's cleaning through the camps available, doesn't matter that he's not as fast as XYZ champion. He will have just more available, and Hacker's now ran out of camps to take. Now, can he go and invade onto blue buff? I don't think he can, because there's a level 6 Talia. I don't think he can. Red buff going to be taken by Croco. I guess Talia's recalling. Maybe he can, with the pink ward set up on top side, think about going towards it and get something back finally. Yeah, he might be able to. I think he gets it.
Yeah. He'll get blue buff, but it's going to be traded for Dragon, because basically Croco's saying, look, I know that he'll be going over there. I don't have control. We'll take Dragon instead. And that's a more than worthy trade.
Yeah. Aatrox doesn't care about blue buff that much. He doesn't care about it too much. Croco's, you know, good damage. I didn't quite realize that jungle Aatrox did so much damage to jungle camps, actually. Is that level 1 worth it? Like, I think actually, in retrospect now, the level 1's worth it. Let's see if we can get the kill here. Just about makes it out safely. Ultimate flash down.
Actually, throw Finners just burn the E. Sorry, I thought that was a flash following, but it was just footwork either way. Sheer gets out, did have to burn that extra summoner though.
I guess the honey fruit.
Honey fruit, so might be able to stick around. Yeah.
Yeah, he can now. Yeah, especially with there's a realm walk coming topside. No level 6 on Wukong.
Massive stacks. Can he get it off the wave? Here we go. I think that's just sheer dead, isn't it?
Yeah, passive stacks sadly only work on champions. That's not bad.
Oh, that massive pullback. Dread return doing some huge damage. Forces the flash out of Cry. Not bad from Sheer.
Well, and of course you got double globals in mid because Talia's got it too. So Duldog comes up, gets the flash out of Fairness, as you were saying just at the end. Yeah, so you only get passive stacks from champion damage. It's not from minion damage. So yeah, getting that damage onto both people really helps dive on bot side.
There we go. SMLZ pulled out of the wall. Arc of Ruin goes through the door. And they bring down one. Wink left low. 1xN still rolling with the Unleash. Gets another. That's 2-0 for the Nymaera.
Yeah. 2 kills towards 1xN. Very competent on the champion. Good damage there. Got the Cullen too. He's going to be really popping up soon.
Crocco's got level 6, by the way. The world begins to end, and Hacker may need to look to find some cheats because he's getting eviscerated. As the Darkin Blade comes crashing down on the Monkey King.
And he's going to get the arguably insult to injury too. Gets the red buff after. It's another camp steal. No, Hagen's gotten one camp. Sorry, what was that?
I said and grubs.
Oh, okay, cool. Right. Yes, grubs afterwards as well. So he gets the red buff and he gets the grubs. So the level 1, not great from Croco in terms of like dying in quite a visibly poor way. But he got the raptors and then he goes back out onto the map, gets the wolves, gets a double scuttle. He's got an enemy red buff again. He got the second raptor spawns earlier as well. He must be something like 5 enemy camps up at this point. Maybe 4.
Yeah.
Hacker only taking enemy blue buff the ones. And then of course that was when Croco was taking dragon. Like, credit to Croco, he has actually just like found very good opportunity to fight everything. Hacker needs to get some camps back. He's a full level down, which is obviously very difficult. Croco's here to contest.
Wink and Missing trading out. This will be a smite fight. Can look to try and get that one down. That one's won by Hacker. Needs to start running away. Slow down. Seismic Shove has to backstep it. Croco still trading. Flash away from Hacker. Croco went looking himself with that flash. But now Wink's in danger. Has to stand behind himself to get out to safety. Puts up the door. But unfortunately, that presence looking like it's about to get torn open. Does have to flash as well. They get the Raptor camps, but it's costing a lot there.
Yeah, Croco didn't have smite for that. It was down, which meant it was a free take for Hacker in terms of actually securing it. The question was really if anyone would die for it. No, not quite. SMLZ. He doesn't have flash. He needs to get a good E here, and he doesn't get it. Reads the front step. Gets the hook onto him. That'll be a dead Smolder, and it's a 3rd kill for the Nymaera.
Part of the problem with having Missing roam up and have to flash and run away is it allowed that very free roam towards the bot side. And that poor Smolder was immediately turned into a pelt. This Nymaera is a menace now. Can we look topside though? Hacker looking to find some value onto Sheer. Does not have the flash, does have that ult.
He's going to get his passive, I think.
Way out. Will do. He's going to get it very high. Grim descent.
He can kill here. He can kill.
Actually, Hacker's in danger. Has to Nimbus Strike and Warrior Trickster away. Still got that passive rolling. The Dread return. Can look to get some more glaive stacks going on forward. Got that second charge. Aureate Rush. Not quite in range to get the knock-up, but forces the retreats, and SMLZ's forced off his turret as well. LNG, the aggro, the aggression is paying off here.
Yeah, no, yesterday, the one game we saw from LNG was abysmal. Croco went something like 1-8 or something. It was truly awful from him, and I was wondering, okay, well, that first level 1, maybe he's just mentally boomed. But no, the guy has come out with an insane early game. Credit to him, it's been dynamic. We've seen Hack, get a camp here too now, but he is effectively still a full level down. And LNG had been responding very well to Croco, and we were saying, look, okay, FLK, not the best team, maybe the worst team at the events. They are a streamer team, a team which doesn't practice together, XYZ. A lot of players who've not been active for a long time. SMLZ, I don't think he's played professional since 2022, I want to say. Whereas LNG, we thought, okay roster, a good roster on paper compared to what they showed this year, I suppose. But they've not been on good form. And then we saw yesterday against Ultra Prime, the one game which they actually ended up playing, the level of play wasn't great. I was thinking, okay, well, if there is an LPL team that's going to drop really to one of these stream teams, maybe it'd be LNG, but I couldn't have been further from the truth than this one. They have been just out-muscling FRK. Passes up again.
Yeah, I know. He gets a big chunk there on Fairness. You can see the sort of similarities to the Shinzao there, using that E with the Q2 available to get that immediate knock-up. Good Pathmaker there denies that knock-up, but there's the Infernal Chains. Hackers pull back. Missing's on the other side, waiting for the Warrior Trickster. And now Hacker's in danger. Dredgeline ensures that he's dragged out from the oceans and into the nets of Bulldog.
Oh, poor Hacker. He's down 30 CS in jungle. Yeah, we all worry about the faceplant. He's probably earned one or two. Gets another Raptors for himself too. Honestly, this is just an absolute schooling by LNG. FRK, they've been ran about. They're clearly not as good at supporting their jungler in their aggressive actions. LNG have had too much prio. I think this the Cassante pick into the Zahen is just not good. I don't think that Cassante does enough into the Zahen in extended trades. I think actually even with All Out, maybe the first All Out the game works out, but I think beyond that, if you ever let this champion get passive, it's a problem. Hacker even loses the Gromp there as well. Crocker gets another camp away.
Hacker and Wink. See the camps go down. Can't really do much about it. The dragon has spawned. Are we looking at a star here from LNG? Doesn't look... 2-level lead, by the way, in the jungle, if that's not been noted, alongside a Sundered Sky complete for this Aatrox. He is a menace. That first auto Q is going to... Well, not sure I can say those words on broadcast.
Yeah, so Croco made sure he went back for his Raptors point. He wants to make sure that he's still farming at a good pace. So he takes one camp that goes back towards the dragon. Hacker's going to jump out. Doesn't have the Cyclone, doesn't have Flash. This should be taken down very quickly. And even if you do jump into that river, 1xN is also really fed. He has an even larger lead in bot side because he's had 3 kills there. And SMLZ is now 30 CS down as well as those 3 kills.
Again, they drafted the scaling lane and then got bullied, dove under turret, 2 kills for 1xN. They left SMLZ alone trying to defend the jungle invade, and then they give up another one. Like, it has been a pretty comprehensively good game, and we're looking at Sheer right now as well. Yeah, they know everything. Big line straight on through, and yeah, I mean, it's hard, isn't it?
Well, I mean, you can see that Croco actually could have taken some of his bot side camps. Hang on, there's a realm up into mid lane. I just don't think it does enough. Swing and a miss. Top lane Skull's been taken. Croco's taking another red buff, by the way. So Hacker's losing even more camps. He's going to go... Hang on. He's going to get seen coming in here as well. 2-level lead re-established. Hacker might just die here again. His flash is back up. He's going to immediately lose it, no?
Yeah, that's rough. Overcomes crying. I don't know whether they win the 1v2 here, guys. You're giving more things for him to heal off. There's another auto. Flashing. Pulled back by the Infernal Chains, and Dark in Blade Part 3 is enough for a sequel. And Cryan needs to run away. But a flash will not find that
another Raptor camp.
Return.
He does another Raptor camp. What do you mean? This is like his 4th Raptor camp of the game. He's doubled the CS in the jungle. He's doubled it. This is ridiculous. Poor Hacker, man. Poor Hacker.
Feast or famine.
This is probably going to have to flash out as well. No, he fails with the flash ult. No.
Sheer gets that one, finally donated something, and even the 1 gold lead they had disappears. That's tough to see.
What am I watching?
Actually does a decent job of healing himself back up there. Could potentially threaten. The Bulldog's going to need to flash. Does so. Wink could look to follow, actually, here. Flash Q. Heal. Looking to get some more work done. Gets over the minefield. Shoved back. Shield comes on up. SMLC low, but the stun comes on forward. Should get the kill, and Smolder gets something. That's not bad.
Okay, it gets something. It requires a lot of people, and it's going to require them losing mid lane turret. 1xn's been pushing this the whole time, so even then, it's not a free trade is what it looks like, because they've called so many people down towards bot lane that it doesn't end up, it means they have nothing to defend mid.
Rocker now coming on over. Wink low. Dread return doesn't quite, or Infernal Change doesn't quite land. Missing now looking for a Dredge line himself, and Wink's had to go the wrong way around. There's the hook. Hacker in danger. TP coming on down. Missing will now see it. How aggressive do they want to play? Very is the answer. Both the clone and the regular one hit by the Q of Croco. TP's flying. They want this fight. Redemption's in. Gromp being fought over. Croco
no, Sam, Croco wants this Gromp.
He gets it.
Croco, they don't want this fight. They want their enemy jungle camps. Have you not watched this game?
Exhaust. The Infernal Chains come on down. Oh! Flash on in front of the Darkin. Blade of the Dragon is eviscerated by the World Ender. Reset after reset. And Nymaera is praying to someone who's listening as the Arc of Ruin catches another. 4-0 in their own jungle. FRK are obliterated.
Sam, we might get to the point where Croco gets a jungle Flame Horizon. We legitimately might see a Flame Horizon from jungle. That so rarely happens in this meta, especially between these champions. It's not like Aatrox is like a massive power farmer, but dude, he's got a full set of camps up. Yeah, there are going to be. Oh, but he's not even going to his own ones. He wants to contest on next Raptor respawns.
Of course he does.
Of course he is. He's going to be spotted on the minis. Croco, yeah, you throw up that about. He knows what he's doing. He knows exactly what he's doing. He's taking to the Raptor camp.
He's 4 levels up. 4 levels up. He's level 12. It's level 12.
But like, did you see the notification in the middle there? I'm pretty sure. Sam, did you see the notification in the middle of the screen? It said hacker has disconnected in the middle of the screen. He steals another one.
Oh, ladies and gentlemen, anyone else who's in attendance, we are here today to celebrate the very short life and continual deaths of Hacker.
I can't believe this. This is, okay, right the way from the start of the game, you could tell the priority of what Croco wanted to do. It was, he wanted some jungle camps. He gets the Gromp there, and he has just obliterated this jungle matchup. 3 levels lead at the time of this, 4 afterwards. 1xn gets the last snipe there too. What a great Nymaera game he's had. Run walk forwards. Don't think it's going to lead to anything though.
Oh, they can't catch him. Nice escape from 1xn. Requires the flash. But we come out of the replay to a failed pick from FRK, and nothing's working for them. They've got 3 kills this game. And the gold lead. Ooh, avert your eyes. 8,000
oh, shit,
gold.
Sam. It's a one-shot. A genuine one-shot. Croco has been on the map. Croco has been on the map so long. Folks, you might have heard of the one-shot before. Welcome to the one-shop. From 0 components, Croco has full bought a 3,200 gold item of Shojin, or however many gold it is. Over 3,000 gold.
Before this? Because I think he got boots as well.
He got tier 1 boots, so he got boots at the same time. That is just... this man is rich. This man is very, very rich.
The goal, he's still 4 levels up in the jungle.
He's stealing another camp. He's stealing another camp. That's another wolf camp. He knows when the Raptors are going to respawn.
The other side of map.
Sam, Hacker has to steal away enemy blue buff because he realizes he can't take his own camps. They've just traded sides of the map in terms of jungle camps. What?
But you've got Herald and a shove into mid lane. That's looking pretty challenging, and your jungler's not there. Not that he'd be that much value. His missing line's another hook. Depth charge on 2, and now Wink's in danger. Throws up the door. I'm not sure it'll mean that much. Well, listen, actually left kind of low. Redemption, heal, survives. Fearless, looking for his Hacker to the backline. But again, he's not that squishy. Finally brings one down. 1xn's going to go low. This is actually not bad from FRK. Punishing well. Sheer finally turns up, and Croco begins to donate some damage into the backline of Hacker. Here, have a gift. My sword to your neck. Wink now left low. They finally get something.
Quick, take
but
the Raptors!
Problem was the people you don't care about.
Quick, take the Raptors. The double. He pulls back a double for sheer. But I want to know what's happening with the jungle camps. Who gives a damn about these champions? It's all about what's happening with the Krugs and the Raptor respawn.
Oh, Bulldogs there. They'll donate that one over. You lost 1xn. You lost missing. And everyone else dies.
Even Sheer's taking enemy camp. He's onto the Raptors. He's onto the Raptors. I think we are genuinely going to see a jungle flame horizon. I mean, if Hacker doesn't get a camp to like in the next 15 seconds, by the time we come out of this replay, I believe we will have witnessed one of the first jungle flame horizons I've seen this year. It just doesn't happen between AD skirmishing champions. It just doesn't happen.
Do it on Kiana. That's it.
Yeah, you have in this meta you're going to see like 1 a year, 1 or 2 a year. It just doesn't happen like this. I need to get out of replay. We need to get out of replay, folks. What's happening with this jungle CS? It's a great fight. Don't get me wrong. Overpush, flanking coming from behind. Sure, that's all great. These Raptors. That's what I'm interested about, Sam.
I mean, Hacker managed to pick up like a level and a half purely off experience there. Crying can't quite escape a flash. And the dread return brings him right back where he came.
Hang on. With this camp taken, jungle flame horizon. Croco is over 100 farm ahead of his opposing number. Hacker has been obliterated.
I don't know what hacks he's put into the game, but I don't think they've been pleasant ones. He's downloaded malware into his PC, apparently. It's not looking great. And Croco, look, he's always been feast or famine, all the way back to his sandbox days. He was the definition of a coin flip. We saw the tail side of it the other day. Today, yeah, it started with the over-aggressive play, but we see the mentality of this player, and it is raw aggression. And when it works, I mean, what do you do? Lane priority everywhere. An Aatrox that feels like he can take any 1v2, and honestly, he can.
He may well be able to survive a 1v5 and take someone with him. He actually might be able to do that. He dodges out of the Brawmal. Oh, it's just insult to injury.
I do not know what you do as FRK. Lose in peace.
Yeah, you think about game 2, I guess. Or, like, I don't know. What are you going to get for dinner at this point? The Bulldog can ult out. Will do. Realm Warp, not quite in time.
A missing state around as well. Crab Rave. Where's my team gone? By safety, the present goes wide. He's back on the Raptors. He's back on the Raptors!
This must be his 7th camp, like 7th Raptor camp taken. And he just comes straight out of the fog of war into it. I mean, 1v3!
Oh, my lord. Death Charge Shears here as well. There's more than one Darkin. As the glaive comes on through alongside the blade, all of it is named Darkin. When they stack him up a few more times, Infernal Chains will drag Santa Brawn back. Unfortunately, Christmas is cancelled, guys. Aatrox has murdered the father.
I cannot believe that Hacker has been kept to 86 farm at 22 minutes. One saying he's going for his fitness. Yeah, you can't stand there, friend. That's the W trying to go and stop a little bit of tankiness, but he has to waddle his way back towards the fountain. Inhib broken at 22.5 minutes.
Mark of Ruin, Inhibitor falls. Again, you look at that AD carry difference, by the way. 60 CS up, 3 items done. Yeah, you're a smaller, but you're not even at stacks yet, I don't think.
208 right now. 210. So he's so he's a little bit behind that 225. And even if he did have it, it's just, I don't think it's relevant at this point. I don't think it's relevant. Next time Aatrox goes back to base, again, he'll probably be walking. Okay, finally, Hacker gets himself a camp. He finally gets a camp. Congratulations, Hacker. You get to, I don't know, have a piece of bread tonight.
And this is still not the biggest jungle lead I've seen this year. It's the second biggest.
I don't know, Sam.
I solo cast Kanavi getting a 150 CS lead and a 5 level advantage in the jungle.
Wow, that is insane, actually, yeah. Kanavi is something else when he's on his game. Okay, big fight coming through. Crocker losing some decent HP. Ult's off cooldown, on cooldown now.
Oh my god. Oh no. I don't really have any more words, just exclamations of horror. It is a massacre. 1xM flashes away and doesn't even die. AD carries 1v1ing Casantes. What year is it?
It's 2025, Sam, the end of it. And perhaps the year to come could be one of better fortunes for 1xN and crew. And Sam, you'll be pleased to know it is the 5-level jungle lead for Croco over Hacker. 4-1 and 12 and over 100 CS advantage over his opposing number. That is just not okay.
You know what? Ridiculous. I take it back. That was the most ridiculous jungle diff I've seen all year. I take it back. That was... What do you do?
And by the way, this is the same guy that went 1-8 yesterday and looked trash. Like, Croco was so shit yesterday. He was getting solo killed on cooldown by Luo Yoyi rather. Like, new jungler coming in on Kiana and just got solo killed on cooldown. It was just not okay.
I mean, as I kind of called out in game over, do you remember his sandbox days?
Yep.
This is nothing new, guys. We know what he can be like. Sometimes he looks like the best jungler ever, and other times it's a very different story. It's not the highest damage numbers ever for the Aatrox, but that's not the point. A lot of those damage numbers were into a Wukong who was only running with about 1500 HP at max. And every time he played, look, it's the discrepancy in the jungles that matters. That Wukong did almost less damage than the bloody Brawl.
Well, and I'd also okay, putting these in perspective, this was like a 25-minute game, and they still almost did 1,000 damage per minute across most roles.
Yeah.
If you think about it like that, there was basically one big late-game team fight. One. And they still ended up doing that much damage. But again, that's not really what I wanted to look at. There are sometimes stats such as effectively enemy jungle control. The enemy jungle control in this game is going to be one of the highest you'll ever see. Because I don't think Hacker got a camp for maybe 5 to 6 minutes solid in this game. Every time he walked forwards, he died. Every time. It started around about here. I mean, obviously it started before this point. He got the kill onto Croco at level 1, but I guess this is the power of the Aatrox. I didn't quite realize that Aatrox is this strong. Maybe this is why Aatrox has been so pick banned in terms of jungle. Because he can just somehow out-duel every AD skirmishing jungler. I don't know whether that applies to the AD kind of the lethality ones. I don't know whether that will work against, you know, Jace, who clears very quickly, or the Kiana as well, who's so slippery, something like that. But Aatrox is definitely up there in terms of top-tier junglers right now, from what we've seen when he starts getting ahead.
Aatrox has always been a great matchup into fighters. So things like your Xin Zhaos, your Wukongs, it's like thematically not a great matchup. At least in my brain, right? But out of how that champion plays. And if we do start seeing Aatrox more readily, maybe we do start having an answer into some of those other fighters that have often felt so unbeatable. Things like the Xin Zhao felt like he won every duel at level 1, 2, 3.
Yeah.
Things like the Wukong able to clear for free.
Like they've added in a bunch of like extra monster damage to a few champions, and I think what people forget is that a lot of the jungles which are meta eventually get like camped down over time. They get a couple of nerfs. Pantheon got some pretty heavy nerfs. You know, Wukong got some nerfs. Pretty sure Xin Zhao got some nerfs too. You know, all of the priority junglers eventually get hit. So when one of the champion comes into the meta, they do just end up getting to the point where they haven't been nerfed out of that role. So all of these other champions think, oh, we should win that. And you think, actually, well, should they actually at this point? Because they've been nerfed quite a lot. And then someone like the Aatrox, he has to out-duel you. What a play from 1xM, by the way. Just about surviving. Very rare that an AD carry gets to survive against an ulting Cassandra and melee range.
No surprise. No surprise to see that particular person become your MVP.
Ridiculous.
He's only on 2 items there, guys, because again, he just didn't.
He didn't go back to base.
One shopping.
So, yeah, he was out on the map until, you know, he died the first time. He was out on the map until he got basically Sundered Sky, and then he stayed out on the map until he could go back one more time for Shojin. He must have only based 3 or 4 times that entire game. That is nuts. That is nuts. Ridiculous. So we've only got, you know, we're getting towards the end of the day now, luckily. It's been quite dragging in terms of getting the game started, but once they've actually got into it, it's been fairly quick games today. I think it's, not going to lie, it's probably heading towards a 6-game day, to a 3-2-0s. You good?
Get a little bit fried and been running back and forth when I thought the microphone and stuff, so it's all been a bit.
Yeah.
Been a lot. Been a lot.
Yes, yes it has.
Isn't purely at 100% yet. I've had managed to get myself some tracheitis, which was lovely after a bout of flu I caught. So not being able to talk properly without coughing for about a week and a half. But fortunately, guys, we're largely back in one piece.
Yeah. Okay, should I get myself one last coffee? I need to put some adverts on anyway.
Do that. I'm also going to get myself coffee. So this is your chance, chat. Go make it happen.
The games have been pretty short on the whole. I actually do think we might get to a point where the pauses and delays are longer than any time we spend in game.
我曾经也和你一样，塞纳，游荡于世界之间，害怕迷失在自己过往的汪洋。
Actually, not sure what the prize pool is for Demacia Cup. Not sure. Do you think League would benefit from an open circuit? There are some benefits that would come from that, yes, but the League is not set up for it. And when you have like a more consistent League calendar, it's much harder to fit those kind of those tournaments in without them feeling superfluous. And also for the top teams, which you realistically want at those events, it would feel like it's just a drain on their energy and their puts even more onto their overburdened schedule. Thank you, Ram. First two series combined were 130 minutes, 2 hours and 10 minutes. Game one of this series under 25 minutes. We're 2 hours 35 minutes a game, 6 hour stream. Are you kidding me? Yeah, we're well under, you know, half our stream being games.
上一把不出所料 ，LNG 先下一城。那对于 FRK 来说，或者说对于两支主国队来说吧，现在我就好奇谁能先拿1分？
什么意思？
就正经打的时候拿1分。
咱也不是拿完1分了。
正经打的时候拿1分，对吧？
行。
就是确实想看，就是这老一辈的选手们，这努瓦利对吧？再冲一次。
就反正先定个小目标，对吧？先拿下
就
小局，
一个小局。那我们姑且算宁王他们队拿过一个小局，这个队 FRK 拿。
我只能说宁王确实在赛前那个宣传片说的很对，好吧，确实有挑战，
太大了，这对吧？挑战有点像大高山翻不过去那种。现在属于挑战者还没上山呢，就是都没到山脚，还没上山呢，还在走在路上。
就第一天看的时候，然后单看前面10分钟，感觉大家还是有一些那种幻想空间的。然后现在越打到第2天，感觉差距越大。
最宁幻想，最嗨幻想。啊，确实没办法，真打不了。人家那个天天高强度的排位又训练的，
而且就昨天的2场是属于那种前面对线都能稳住，就到了今天是看到对线都开始出问题了。
对。而且我感觉得选，就是不能再想当然的选英雄。如果真想赢，不能想当然的选英雄。
我感觉就选点那种前期，
你至少对线你先稳住，
有点战斗力的阵容，你前期至少说能把架打起来。
是的，
对吧？
选点那种前期能对抗的东西，咱至少说前20分钟游戏内容是正常的，可能最后团还是打不过。
对，主要你选点这种小火龙、葵桑提，你拖到后面确实也厉害，但是你拖不住。
就你的对线基本功达不到你要拖住的那个要求，
就中期就爆了。感觉今天打 FRK 这 LNG 的表情都不一样了，
太轻松了。
这游戏内也是各种表情什么的给你亮起来。
对，小标一亮。Crying， 沟通一下吧，这把换点英雄。哎，实在不行让 Crying 玩那种，就是对线玩点什么维克托，那种刷一点的。然后其他位置下路玩点维鲁斯，打野来个什么赵信。我感觉这种阵容说不定还适合他们一点。
真能玩维克托吧？感觉玩维克托还不如玩中路玩点狐狸这种。
但是维克
狐狸赵信，
维克托至少对线厉害啊，那东西拿出来你对线一定是舒服的。他们现在需要的是什么？需要的是有一条稳固的线权。他们现在是属于没有线权，3条路都没线。要不就下路来，但马哥好像又不想玩维鲁斯，把办维鲁斯，就既不想玩也不想碰到。那马哥毕竟就玩镜呗。招牌英雄，又是他爱玩的。
你别说，镜还真行。
是啊，然后这样辅助的选择空间也挺大的。
主要现在有个问题就是下路永远
Open close towards the craft, running out of energy a little bit, and been very long breaks and
打野还
stuff.
能选比你打野厉害的英雄，感觉没招了呀。中路也没线。
Is it selfish if I hope this is a great game?
往年都是那个主播队都是各种那种绝活哥来，其实那些绝活哥对线真玩的还不错。
Come back to watch your man
因为
get
他就是
patted by a
常年打英
panda.
雄联盟，他就只玩那么1-2个英雄，而且每天都在玩。咱们很多退役选手其实都没有每天在英雄联盟上打排位啊，或者去打一些组排什么的。
起码说就是大家 rank 状态保持的还是比较好。主要。昨天看他们那些切片，就是一打比赛，然后才发现哦，杰斯好像这么猛
啊！对，
之前没玩过，然后互相之间打这个训练赛也是，就是没人玩这英雄。
是的，就是他们根本就没有去可能考虑版本更新之类的问题，就是他们也不会去管，就是这版本到底什么厉害，因为他们已经不需要去打那种高强度的排位了。结果一打上现在这种职业队，就发现哦不对劲。
而且
游戏理解完全不一样。
对，一是游戏理解不一样，二是你现在练来不及了，对吧？你这职业选手练英雄快，你也不可能说当天就练出来。然后咱们这比赛也不歇的，对吧？都是连着打。
是的。而且就是也没那么多精力吧，就可能今天打完比赛还要继续。
Oh, I'm ready to go have a nap, Sam. Well, we're into drafts. We'll do that first. Like, you know, do that first.
啊，还是不想玩维鲁斯。
Okay, so very dominant game one from LNG. Despite the fact that they were awful yesterday, genuinely, it was very poor. They've been doing very well.
After level 1, I thought was a Giga in. Like
I'm not going to lie.
2 people at Raptors.
Put it this way, like when it happened to that level 1, after the context of him playing so poorly yesterday, I'm like, is he actually actually mental boomed? Has he actually just done something incredibly stupid for his career and just ran it down? But it wasn't. I think we can clearly say that it wasn't. You got a 5-level jungle lead, jungle Flame Horizon. I think he stopped enemy jungle from taking a camp for 5 minutes or more. Ridiculous. Back into this game, Orianna's available. Pretty obvious first pick here, I guess. Is Kiana? No, Kiana's gone. So it's probably Orianna's probably the easy one.
Yeah, I said you could Shin's out if you just want to get something comfortable. Orianna, as you said, I think was probably the obvious choice, right? Don't have the Talia into it. What the Azir's gone as well. You can Syndra, we've seen a bit of that.
Also, in fairness, like, oh, by the way, just a quick note on that. Talia is actually really bad into Orianna right now. So unless you're going to play, like... I mean, Syndra's fine. I think Syndra's the answer at this tournament. It's just that Orianna has been the strongest champion in lane for mid lane the entire year. In fact, actually, probably for the last, like, couple of years, actually.
Because the thing is, the things that used to answer her were things like the AD carries, your Tristanas and the like, and they've really gone out of meta. Because basically anyone who she actually couldn't win the auto trades with.
And then also stuff like Akali who can... Well, Akali could at some points. Occasionally you'd have stuff like Galio, but Orianna's very strong. Oh, we get the Nocturne Orianna too. Oh, now that's a problem.
Okay.
So the Orianna gets locked in. Syndra's like, ooh, I can lane against this Orianna. That's actually good. I can deny the laning power. Nocturne's locked in. Suddenly you're in a mobile, squishy mage. It often doesn't go towards stuff like the Zhonya's. Well, at least you can't go Zhonya's too quickly, right? Of course, right? And isn't even a Seraph builder. You are going to get obliterated by an Orianna Nocturne if you step out of position. So I actually don't mind that from FRK. Now, if they can... Now the question is, can they pull that off? Because I don't think their aggressive angles have been good enough to really tangle with these LPL teams. But I don't mind the draft.
Also, I think Sion makes some sense. You go in and immediately have a Decimating Smash come collapsing down your head. Crescent Guard can also be a bit annoying to split off attempted divers. Because again, FLK with the Orianna Shockwave on the Nocturne, with the Corki diving in, it's good early priority, it's good burst damage on those ult pulls. So being able to try and add some disruption in there does make some sense to me. I think the Ambessa ban is probably wise. You turn the lights off, it's a lot harder to dodge the Ambessa, who would be a great dive buddy for the Nocturne, who is at the minute a little bit isolated on the way in. For all they'll have an Orianna ball on top of them.
Yeah, and now the problem is, if you do go and you do get isolated, the damage is just absurd, right? So now, because you have that Sion who can just kind of plonk himself between the first target and the rest of the enemy team, it's a pretty effective way to just say, all right, you're not getting anything beyond this first dive. If you don't get anything with the big ultimate combo, that's it. So Shin's out, also approach that too. Yeah, the Corki Nami was
consideration.
No, because Corki's there.
Oh no, the Corki's in. Yeah, sorry. Yeah.
No, it's more of
Wink is an army player.
It's the Corki Nami lane that we saw at Worlds.
Who was playing that again? Remind me.
DFO. And then a couple of LPL teams as well.
Kai Wing's Nami, that's the one.
Yeah. Dire ban away from 1xN. Yeah, just need to ban away some like disengage picks.
I feel like this will just be a missing Rakan if he gets a choice here as well. Of course, missing Rakan was pretty damn strong.
Oh, please give us 1xN Aphelios. It's not a good game for it, but he's one of the best Aphelioses in the world. I actually said this on Summoning Insight. I think there's actually a world in which 1xN is the best Aphelios in the world. He's just so absurdly good at that champion. Even if his stats aren't the best on it.
His win rate on that champion is ridiculous, but there's very few people who've eye tested in the way that he has on Aphelios. I think he'd need to do some work to earn that truly, because there are a lot of very, very good Aphelioses out there who have found a lot of success. Ezreal's a choice. 1xN's Ezreal's always been clean. You can look for Karma, you can look for Rakan if you want to roam out of it. You have got some choices. Fairness debating something to go into the Sion, and it will be the Fiora.
Okay, alright. So now he's going to have a Nocturne coming into his lane. It doesn't really fit the composition, though, I'm not going to lie. It deals with the Sion a bit, but outside of that, I'll also say, it's not like Sion can't even lane into you either. Sion is surprisingly good, especially early game at getting control of lanes. So you're going to have to wait until Fiora gets like 2 items, really, before they start to really become an issue. I don't mind the Bard, because if you throw the Bard ultimate at a target which is getting jumped at, your Nocturne Orianna combo gets immune.
I saw the Yuumi hover, I got nervous, and I agree that I think the Tempered Fate is a very strong option there. It's a good roaming pick to match the Rakan. You can trust the Ezreal, the Corki to kind of just trade out while those two supports go gallivanting off. And I'm looking at a potentially volatile mid lane, a potentially volatile top lane with a Nocturne who'll look to try and force those uneven fights into two solo lanes that can really either use a support or offer support to him going in. You can see the thought process here, at least from FRK.
Nymaera, what's your rank? I actually haven't played ranked in years now. When I was ranked, I was high diamond. Yeah. I tell you what, the only ranked I played was arena. I was rank 1 in arena. And I've been top 100 in every arena set that that's been out.
Oh yeah.
But no,
fact. Guess I was playing Clash on the weekend. Guess who I was playing Clash with?
I don't know.
Don Lossi.
Oh damn! Oh, long time no see. Huh, how was that?
Playing top lane. He was very sweet. He was just like, please don't judge my jungle path. He's like, nah, you're good, bro. I was like, thank you.
Yeah, Don Lossi was cool. Was he on London United? Was
London Esports? Oh, London United. Yep. London United.
So I mean, I'm not gonna lie. I've put thousands of hours into this damn league. If I don't have occasional good nuggets of analysis, I think I've done something really wrong. I think I've probably been quite an unwise amount of time. Like investment of time with that.
It's been an unwise amount of time. It's true.
Yeah, I did rank for arena. I only played when it first came out. If you got high enough points, Hertzer, in arena before they removed like the ranked mode, the ranked mode, not ranked, but you could turn up on the leaderboards. So if you got high enough points, you would show up on a leaderboard. And I reached top 1. I got onto that leaderboard every set. I did that in PBE and on live. So I was doing that on 200 ping to PBE, and I also did that to, or like 120 ping, I guess. And then I did that on EUS in every time that it was live there too. And then the last set they had ranked, I did briefly peak at rank 1. And part of that's just because, you know, I found strong champions and I was comfortable on them. Stuff like Zyra, I was really good at. Victor, Brand, stuff like that. But then the other part of it as well is that I just really had a good read on how to break champions with certain item and organ combinations. I don't think there's anything correct. Oh, it's Lethal Tempo Ezreal. That's the one interesting rune. So it's Lethal Tempo gives you some really nasty ability to chase after the extra auto attacks and stuff. I mean, most Ezreal runes give him just kind of this extra kind of ramping damage over time. I guess he built Fleet very occasionally, but stuff like Conqueror, Lethal Tempo give you just such incredible ability to just keep on chasing for those extended trades, which are really good for you.
I think the Lethal Tempo as well is quite an interesting one on the Ezreal, in the fact that obviously the more you auto, the more you hit your Qs, the lower your E cooldown gets, which is massive for Ezreal. So you just get to hit more autos faster. It can be actually quite a good defensive rune, ironically, in longer fights.
Autos don't reduce your E cooldown, no. No, it's a... Well,
is it just Q hits?
Okay, pop quiz. Yeah, pop quiz. What is the... What does reduce cooldowns on Ezreal and by how much?
Hitting, I thought it was hitting skills and...
So your pop quiz, Sam. What reduces cooldowns on Ezreal's cooldown?
Well, hitting Qs and the rest of your ability.
It is hitting Q. Nothing else. It's only hitting Q which removes this. You know how much it's by?
Okay. It's 2 seconds.
1.5 seconds per Q hit. So it's not percentage hits, it's flat cooldown reduction. But yeah, so auto attacks don't reduce your cooldowns, neither do your W and stuff like that. But your Q will reduce all of them, including your ult cooldown as well. So basically, you want to let Ezreal hit Q if you want to, you know, be more mobile and stuff.
Do things.
Yeah. So yes, your Q, but however, your Q does also count as an auto attack. So it will stack your lethal tempo and apply your lethal tempo as well. So level 1 invade, again, this time it's by Hacker and by Croco. But Croco spots Hacker on the other side. They cleared a ward on the way into. So both teams know what's up here. They both know that that's happening. Strong side LNG bot lane, because Croco is now on that side of the map. We'll see exactly what he does. He can't really contest any of his own camps on top side here.
Sheer playing against one of his classic champions in the Fiora here as well. Slightly aggrieved at that, I'm sure. Here on Scion duty, when he was learning to play tanks, this was his tank of choice. Often is for top laners.
And he's been pretty good at it. No, he took to it pretty well. You know, he did come in as really the duelist guy. You know, stuff like the Jax. Ooh, dodging out on the Rakan, that Q, that's you. If that Rakan Q had hit, SMLZ would feel a little bit happier about soaking this wave. Because to one extent gets beyond and starts actually applying that lethal tempo, because he ended up stacking it up. Great damage from him.
think she is going to be a little too high HP with the Door and Shield, with the Biscuit and Infantry to really consider the dive here. Mid lane, Cryan eats a little bit of a chunk there from Bulldog, but the level 3 will help mitigate that somewhat. Still, Cryan being warded away from that last minion.
That was close. He also timed that just as the shield timed out as well, so it was a very efficient trade there from Bulldog. You can see that the early lane, Syndra does actually deal with Orianna in a way that no other champion really did in meta. That's quite an important thing to learn. So we didn't see much of it throughout this year, the Syndra. It was, I think, deemed too risky, and even though you do have a strong laning phase, it didn't feel like it had the payoff compared to others. But if they feel like it does now, maybe that could change things in the meta coming up. Although, obviously, we're going to get so much changes.
It's just a full split map. It's been a long time since I've seen a map properly split.
Well, it's because camps got so much...
Not been a regular thing for a while.
Because remember that camps got harder to kill on the enemy side of the jungle. They tried to nerf counter jungling to be like, well, you have to actually like have a concession to counter jungling. But it stopped some situations like this where... Oh, hang on. If you can get a good chunk on him, that's a problem.
He's got a stacked Q. No, more just timed out.
His E was on cooldown for like another 5 seconds, sadly, so didn't have enough to do that.
Hang on. Level 2. Bulldog's going to spot Cryan, can walk towards his own shins out. He sees Hacker now, puts the ward down, gets a Dark Sphere, Force of Will for the slow. Duskbringer comes across and gets a little bit of a chunk, but still not that great.
Ooh, fighting over Raptor respawn.
Back here again.
I swear,
I think LNG win this with the shins out, don't they?
So, hang on, what they can do? They can just, well, they can just do that. Oh, that's a mistake. I think they could have smited that for free.
Flash out, breaks the fear tether. Missing needs to get through the wall and does, but now Wink's joined. Don't know about this one. Dark Sphere comes on down again. Little bit awkward.
That was
a... Rocco ends up having to burn his flash.
Yeah, that was a huge mistake from Bulldog, who could have W'd, held on until everyone had their cooldowns back, and then WQ'd. He didn't commit anything else to it, which meant that Croco couldn't get the big Raptor steal cleanly. I think basically because Bulldog was a little bit either miscoordinated or a little bit too quick on pulling the trigger on putting the W down before cooldowns were ready.
Well, this time around, at least FRK have learned some of their lessons from game 1 and defended the Raptors well. Comes at the cost of the flash from Croco as an additional prize there. Cryan, though, still having the most fun in this lane. It has been good stuff from Bulldog, who has been hitting a lot of those skill shots when we've seen them. And again, Orianna, it's great when she can outrange you, use that ball to poke you through the wave, get some of those empowered clockwork autos down, but doesn't like being outranged herself.
Ooh, good dodge.
Wink eats a lot of damage there from 1xN, who has been feeling it.
I think he can actually take this trade really heavily now. One more Q and hits. If he hits one more Q there, if he'd hit that... Oh.
Stun onto Wink.
Ooh, threads the needle there again, and now he's actually within like E. If he ends up getting the E flash, where you E flash midway through your animation, basically what you end up doing, folks, the mechanic for that, because it feels a little strange, is basically if you if you have your cursor very far into the distance on Ezreal outside of your E range, if you E then flash, it will actually take you to where your cursor is. You can kind of buffer your E from the new location, basically. And it means that you can get like these crazy long-range E-snipes getting close to a target. So obviously target's closest target, whoever has the W on them. You can get like some very good burst combos. It was Gango in LGL who was very good at that. Back in like 2020, 21. Probably a player you'll never hear anywhere else outside of
Gango. Was
the
he
contest.
Sengoku Gaming, wasn't he?
He was on CGA for a while. And then, yeah. Remember, it was Yutori Miyashi on Sengoku. So it was CGA for Gango.
Yeah, it was. I thought Gango moved over for a bit to Sengoku, but no.
I remember that actually. Maybe it Loken they had for a little while. Dragon taken by LNG. No smite steal that.
Nicely done.
At least this time Hacker's been able to hold on to his camps a little better this time. No crazy jungle leads gone.
Grand challenge comes on down. Still got 2 vitals to proc, and Sheer will just back away from the wave. The next one procs towards the wave as well. That's rough from Sheer. Means he's going to have a little bit of a moment there before he can clear out that wave. Can't stop it from crashing.
He's trying to keep the wave away from the tower so he can kind of make sure that the Fiora will take aggro or something like that. Bramble Vest means that you can means you can actually damage the wave when they auto-attack you. It means it's harder to freeze it, though, because he has the Bramble Vest. It means he can't freeze the wave as effectively there, sadly, for himself. Not that Fairness would care too much. He would be able to cover it in somewhat anyway.
Does look like it. Either way, holding on right now is the Scion. Does take a little while for the Fiora to really come online as a tank killer. The early levels are very strong, and then you start getting those early armor buys, your Bramble Vests, your Tabbies and whatever. And it just becomes a little bit harder until you get an item or two to your name. Missing walking forwards. Hacker is around with level 6, but won't pull the trigger. Was there just in case. Now Croco topside though. This might get a little different. Remember, Fairness does not have the ult, does have the flash, does have the riposte.
Okay, W lands as well. Needs to be able to riposte this. Alright, flash away. Fairness now down a lot of HP. We'll have to reset. A little bit of inopportune timing. And Ghost, thank you so much for the sub. Appreciate you. 34 months. Wow, that's almost a year. Grub started up here by LNG. Hacker's coming in. They do have the Nocturne Orianna combo, so the Knock Wave is online. 1xn.
SMLZ. He's still got a barrier. Ooh, 2-shot just wide as well. Okay, SMLZ holds the line.
Close run stuff. 1xn. I still think he can dive there because the barrier is actually on cooldown now. I think that SMLZ has got to be quite careful. Rates back well enough though. Should be able to survive, get a reset now.
Just about alive there. 1xn nearly gets his own dangerous work done. They're actually on very similar items here. Still, big CS lead again for this young prodigy. Chunk there onto Wink, missing level 6 here. Tempered Fate angle actually. If someone oversteps, the Orianna in particular, possibility could blow her flash quite easily. One of the better options into her is things like the Bard, because she doesn't really have a dash.
Hey, welcome in, Dr. Gravespot. Yeah, I think LPL English are also doing some Demacia Cup coverage. Now, we won't be able to do all of the days because it's coming around to the holiday period and we've got some family plans and whatever, but, you know, while we've got the time to do so. It's a lot of games a day, and we've also covered literally like 1,000 LPL games this year, so we also need a break after a very long year. It's very cool to do what we can do. You know, we enjoy what we can. Having said, I have to say, first couple of days, we're only 2 days into it, and the days have been littered with pauses. We've had, you know, something like 4 hours of delays yesterday. Today's also had significant pauses between the games. It's been a bit trying, but yeah. Bulldog's going towards the Blackfire Torch build on Syndra this time, which makes sense. You know, there's a lot of squishies where Blackfire Torch can damage quite well, as opposed to going towards something more like, well, actually no, I think she always goes towards that. These things differently. 1xn.
Tempered Fate, that's going to be a nice little catch. Decimating Smash comes on through, knocks the Fiora up, and 1xn will be allowed to knock her down.
Oh, really good play there from LNG. The Magical Journey, allowing them to extend the range with the gank into the lane. You're absolutely right. Sometimes you do a bit of something which would get you cancelled from a casino. That cooldown counting. Watch the riposte go off, and then easy as you like, isn't it?
Nicely done indeed, and then Sheer teleports towards the bot side, so gets to catch that crashed wave, and that means plates over towards this Ezreal, who's now up 800 odd gold, courtesy of the kill and the additional crockery acquired. Why turrets are your cupboards for your meal times, I don't know, but here we are.
It's just different culture, you know, here in Summoner's Rift. Ooh, Finnis has that ult.
Hang on. Quokka's coming, he's baiting. It's all a bait! Misses the riposte over the wall! In comes Hacker, tries to gain range, flash over the wall, survives! Crocco now here as well, but Wink's now coming on down. It's a 3v1, I just don't think they have it. Overcomes Mink. Can't quite do it. Crocco actually survived. What? Exhaust. Shockwave pulls back onto Missing. Who gets through the wall? They're all alive. I do not believe it.
I do not believe it.
Well. I think this Corky has to flash.
Oh my god. I have no idea how he survives that. That is proper Houdini action. That is ridiculous. That is absolutely insane. That's genuinely Houdini action there. I mean, initially I thought, well, is it really... I actually don't think this was a bait. I think he was trying to reset the wave, and I think it just so happened that, you know, he could retreat towards him when he realized he was in trouble. I don't think they predicted, like, all of the stuff which came after. The ward being put down gave vision towards the Nocturne so close to killing. That is a split second off of killing. Couldn't quite find the Q on the end of it. And Crocco ends up putting the ults in. That's ridiculous. How did they end up walking away with ult? That's nuts. It's illegal.
Knock up, smite, Conqueror. It's just ridiculous. I feel for Fairness there. Doesn't quite get the Ezreal, doesn't quite get Croco. It's a 3v1, by the way, but that shit at the end. They threw a quickness in there at a grand entrance. That's pretty traumatic, I think it has to be said. Now onto the red buff. Croco does so love his invades. Dragon, 4.5 minutes away. The second one was picked up by LNG during the replay, I will note. Therefore, really stacking towards those feats of strength. Hacker on the Krogs below us. Really want to contest this. I just don't know without the Paranoia, I think, on cooldown. Difficult to tell, actually, with the little bit of darkness.
It's a pretty long cooldown at first one, but I think it's back.
I'm seeing the head change.
Cool. All right. Well, we'll just take that. Well, yeah. There you go. That's the easy bit when you see that there. So with the darker icon, sometimes it's a little bit unclear. Right. So LNG have actually quite a sizable advantage. Basically just from lane, you know, the 2 kills are part of it, but realistically 2 kills are 800 gold-ish. So there's like another 1 and a bit thousand coming through just from laning advantages. 20-ish CS lead in top lane. Fairly even in mid, and then bot lane there's a 10-15 CS lead there too. So LNG just showing again they're just a little bit more coordinated than these streamer teams. Well, not even a little bit. They're more coordinated than these streamer teams, and on the whole, I think really when it comes, the big difference is that kind of that killer instinct and coordination in team fights as it comes to it. Oh, bloody hell, that's a lot of good damage.
I think he's in danger. Gonna keep throwing out Qs and Ws, and just with these Blackfire Torch build you're going towards, you just get more rotations off. Croco will blast come the other direction. Still gonna be afraid of the riposte.
Wasn't Cryan on a pro team. He was an MSI winner on RNG 21, actually. Going in towards the Nocturne combo now.
Paranoia buffers through the fear with the Crescent Guard. Shockwave on down. Croco in danger, but there's no flash. Flash over. Cryan gets some healing as Croco does his best to get out of that one. I can't quite. SMLZ Valkyrieing forwards. No way out for missing any more who burned the magical journey. Too far this time from LNG, and a nice punish from FRK.
A bit of a messy fight from FRK, but they do pick up the kills. Suddenly they get the 2 back now. There was a shockwave into the Crescent Guard. Cryan didn't get any damage onto Croco from that. But it's still an overextension. 1xN has Shea around the corner. Doesn't have that ult. Good damage from 1xN, but he steps onto the Valkyrie.
Two-shot barrage! Try to read the flash or the barrier or something. Gets the kill. Nicely done. That step forwards onto the Valkyrie was bold, but the fried eggs, just additional breakfast of 1xN at the end of it all.
1xN is having an absolute field day. You can tell he's having a good time here, folks. He is jumping forwards aggressively, and he's largely judged them very well. 201 hasn't died yet, despite that aggressive nature. And yeah, that ult was a little bit off to the side, maybe assuming there was a flash when it was on cooldown, but hey, whatever. We'll forgive him one of them, you know. LNG coming out with some really creative, fun gameplay here today. Croco in game 1 was the absolute hero, of course, coming away with a 5-level lead and a jungle flame horizon. 1xN, I think he's set up to really do some damage here, as long as he doesn't get caught out by that knockwave combo. If he does get zeroed in by that, Ezreal's not great at surviving that. Your arcane shift will not get you far enough away.
And Hacker, with that Hexplate build, with his experience on this champion, will certainly be able to find the right angles you would hope if you're an FRK fan. Of course, note that Fairness finally at that 1 item start becoming that additional threat as the game goes on. People kind of sometimes forget about Fiora after she falls behind, but do have to just keep your eyes on that inventory for 10 minutes, and suddenly this champion is a very different creature.
SMLZ, now that's a name I haven't heard in a long while. It's a player which I, before now, have not had the pleasure of casting, because he his last year in LPL was 2022. I started in 2023, so it's been a while since he's been in the pro scene. Of course, this is one of those streamer teams. Hacker on full vision here. Oh, good tracking. Still level 10, not the extended ult range of level 11. They should. Okay, there's the knockwave. Come on, you knew he was there.
Oh, they do get the kill. Now Hacker taking low but not down. Looking for the stun, can't quite find it. Winky looks at the quickness, does flash on forwards. Croco flashes out. The Tempered Fate denies the follow-up. Missing. True Shot Barrage comes across. Only catches one because Hacker flashes.
So, Bulldog has flash, dies. Missing is literally around the corner. And one of the things we said is, well, I mean, if you just use that ultimate, you'll stop the engage. They could have gone for the disengage there. Bad communication by LNG, despite having the information to work their way into that. I'm actually a little bit disappointed in that one. I felt like they had all the tools to problem solve that.
May still be able to go towards his Herald because of all the cooldowns burned. Missing left low, but not down. Wink gets a bit of a heal, does go down as Fearness. Flash on forward doesn't get the kill though. One XN hits for the grand challenge. That gauntlet being thrown down is pretty scary. In comes Sheer, who is unstoppable for a moment or two, but the train is now leaving the station going back the way it came. One else dies, but missing, but it will delay and stop the Herald for now. And LNG, another slight fumble.
A little bit rough there. They do end up losing the extra kill. Ooh, stun landing onto SLC. That's the ultimate. Oh my god! He's just gone! Syndra Ezreal, the one-item spike. Yeah, pretty strong. SMLZ has had a pretty torrid time of it. Said it's been a while since he's been into LPL proper. Well, welcome back to facing up against the new crew. Sam, one of the new AD carries on the block, and he's been damn good. He can actually... Ooh, damn. That was taken by Bulldog because the smite was a little early there from Croco. Dragon is up and available. Shit, now having to deal with Fearness, who's 0-2 on the Fiora, but, you know, still a Fiora at the one item. Has the Ravenous Hydra just continually heal up off a wave, so he's never really going to be able to leave a lane now.
Be hard to, I agree. Keep your eyes on things like the Paranoia, not quite off cooldown yet, but it is a Hexplate Nocturne. Will not be long to go. There it is. Paranoia popped, goes in with the shockwave. Quickness after. Dragon still secured by Croco somehow, some way. Hacker is exploded as Syndra unleashes the power, and 1xN says, I can do just that as well. Mystic shots come crashing into Oriana's head, and the Dancer falls.
Well, the Knockwave combo went into a Crescent Guard. That definitely doesn't help. The Shockwave did no damage. It didn't catch Bulldog. The Syndra was completely undamaged. Croco stays alive, gets the smite. LNG get the play. FRK are frankly just not coordinated enough to pull off these aggressive combos. We saw this on their first set of games, and we're seeing it a little bit again here. Now, watch this again. They try and catch out the Syndra, and the Shockwave doesn't catch them. It does no damage. The Shockwave does no damage. This is the second time where Cryan's thrown that into a Crescent Guard. It's good to extra a little bit disengage from the Bard Tempered Fade as well. To get the Dragon, get the kills. Easy team fight for LNG.
So Cryan gets nothing with the Shockwave. It's immediately Tempered Fated. Comes out of the Tempered Fate into an immediate Cosmic Binding. And it's blasted. Like, that Oriana got to do nothing. Nothing!
Back out onto the map. Kills are fairly even, but, you know, 4,000 gold lead towards LNG. Fearness, sadly, not actually has it. Doesn't have any sort of individual lead himself, really. Most of the lead in the entire game, though, is on that Ezreal. Now, the thing is, LNG have been playing well around the Knockwave combo for now. All it takes is one mistake where, you know, Bulldog and 1xN stand together and they both get ulted. This game can still turn around from FRK. The draft allows for that. See whether LNG notice the danger and plan accordingly.
So, the next step for LNG is, from their perspective, we need to look as they're the ones very much in the driver's seat. Couple minutes till the Dragon, that will be sold for them if they can get to it. They can summon the Herald in mid, drop that one down. Suddenly SMLZ's job gets a lot harder, and again for the poor Nocturne on the other side, all these turrets still being up makes his life very tricky in terms of finding extended lanes to punish. That's a Khan angle. There's a ward here. They'll know it's happening, and you have got a Nocturne.
A lot of resets. A lot of resets coming in from FRK, though. They're not going to be here completely in time. Sheer could teleport up to the plate. I think they're going to peel off of it, realizing that, okay, there is a chance that they come through. They're pulling it towards the top side of the river. They want it to be in slightly better terrain. I think there will be enough time for a contest, though, from FRK. They do have the Knockwave combo. Let's see where it lands.
In they go. On to 1xN, but not enough to kill him. Fight over the Atacon, and it's one by Croco. The flip goes wrong. Wink caught by the Tempered Fate. Cryan has to flash it. Wink, however, is stripped of his wings, pulled from the sky. SMLZ had a couple of extra Zeds to the end of that one because he's sleeping with the fishes in the river. Fearness doesn't even get the mid lane turret. It just goes from bad to worse.
They don't have the damage to kill the Ezreal. That is terrifying for them. There was a tunneler in inventory for Ezreal, had a little bit of extra HP. That doesn't even make the distance either. Could have been, you know, he had so much HP left. He was still over half HP. Cryan has a Blackfire Torch. He's not exactly the most bursty build there. So sure, it's okay damage, I suppose, but it's not something like a Ludens for that more crazy burst. So where was this damage? Yeah, I mean, he's over half HP. I mean, I guess there's Bard healing him by the side of it. There's a Redemption there too. Knockwave combo looks like it wasn't even used if you look at the HP bars. Then Hacker's left isolated. We talked about the risks of that. Nocturne in the draft. If you don't land that killer blow, yeah, you're left alone after that point. Not everyone can be owner on this champion, who makes it look really easy to win these kind of team fights. It's very, very risky. FRK pull the trigger, they miss the target, they lose the fight.
Shout out to Missing as well, got the full hash cosmic binding onto SMLZ to get that additional kill. Worth noting as well, 1xn, 100% KP. We've been singing his praises all game. He's certainly been involved, that's for sure.
Okay, so Fiesta Strength starting to get built up now too. 1xn has the upgraded Ionian boots. Sheer is starting to eat the worst parts of these kind of trades. There is a Grand Challenge available from Fearness if it goes poorly enough, but no, hang on a second. Ah, now they have a Zhonya's. That makes things a little more problematic. Still gonna die though. Bulldog goes down.
Rocco, Crescent Guard, everyone's 1xn and missing. Okanaki to turn this around. Temper Fate on 3.
Oh, 1xn!
Here we go. True Shot Barrage flies across the team. Oh, it's all skill, baby. And 1xn is bleeding skill shots. Absolutely obscene. 3 for him. Maybe he'll get a 4th, but no. Croco says, come on, at least give me 1. They pick off Bulldog, but the rest of the team finds that an affront.
Very few things are as satisfying to watch as an Ezreal that just pops the fuck off. Oh my god, 1xn just nails them. It's set up by Missing. Missing gets the triple ultimate, which allows this just straight down the line broadside from the True Shot Barrage. It's an ensemble effort, but everything after that, 1xn just continuing to pull the trigger going forwards. Very exciting to watch this guy get that lead and start to leverage it. The hard part was getting the lead. Now the fun part is he gets to use it over and over. Missing's on the roam again. What a great game he's had on the Bard.
Grand Challenge comes on down, Riposte goes wide, and Sheer has his Soul Furnace explode and take Fiora with them. Cryan's TP'd in, Wink is here as well. I don't know whether you win this, guys. They'll get the kill onto Missing, that's something. Decimating Smash comes on through, but there's the Scout of the Week on 2. Could begin to unleash the power, execute not quite there, but it means he's leaving, and Cryan is doing just that. Oh dear, who knew robots could cry electric tears? Bulldog looking for another Scout of the Week, Wink just front steps it, but there's a control ball, gets the grand entrance, SMLZ is here, Redemption comes on down from beyond the grave, 1xn is here, and the horrors continue. Finally not 100% kill participation because of the plays towards the top side, but will ameliorate his tears at losing that by getting another kill. Croco, knocker,
wow,
kill, and a True Shot Barrage. Won't quite claim Hacker's life, but will certainly leave him going home limping.
Yeah, well, I wonder how many of those members of FRK will be dreaming of Electric Sheep in the long, long sleep. LNG have been running along the blade's edge, really, in this game. Playing very, very aggressively. 1xn has been my favorite player to watch during this. But in terms of actual MVP, I suppose, considerations, I actually wonder whether you do throw it over to someone like Missing. Yeah, he's got a couple of deaths in the column, but the ultimates and the cosmic bindings have been absolutely crucial to LNG's success. Comparing again today and yesterday, LNG got... I cannot stress enough. They only played one game against Ultra Prime. It was after a 2-hour delay. There's a lot of caveats to it, but they got exploded. Ultra Prime looked like clearly the better team than LNG in that game 1. Night and day difference. LNG looks so much better today. I guess it's against the streamer team too, lots of caveats, but good to see LNG at least giving us a window into what could be in games to come.
Sheer goes choo-choo, misses Cryan, but gets behind him nonetheless, and this poor Oriana once again finds herself in the scrap heap. Redemption comes on down, Missing can't quite catch him. Anyone on the recalls there was wondering whether someone was hanging around where they shouldn't be, but it's still going to be delayed resets, and that means a free shove towards that top lane as they continue to catch people like Hacker.
Oh dear.
Oh no, Croco is once again 3 levels plus up on his opposite number. With Fearness coming on down, but I'm not sure they win the 2v3 that end easily. Grand entrance comes on through, Fearness looking for something more. Miss
Croco! The game's ending, by the way.
Slowing the Fiora, lunges forward. The empowered autos.
The game is ending!
SMLZ is here. They're trying to get kills! Oh, the wind becomes lightning. Audacious charge over the wall on SMLZ. Is SML XD at this point. Croco gets another. They finally bring one down, but it's a triple goal to the jungler as the game ends in LNG. Aggressive, relentless, 2-0 against FRK.
It'll be a 6-game day, folks. A short one in terms of game time, a long one in terms of actual, broadcast length. Folks, I am pretty wrecked after the last couple of days, and it's basically off of hours of pauses.
Yeah.
However, it has been fun to watch some of these players play their trade. This series is actually one of the more fun ones once we guys got into it. Croco in game 1 with the Jungle Flame Horizon, 1xn with an absolute classic classic Ezreal performance from himself. Hopefully you get to remember that one and take that forwards with. I want 1xN to have a good team. I want this team to be good. LNG, they have a lot of players that need to bounce back. We'll see exactly where their ceiling lies. Right here, we saw some great stuff from them. And that is a massive amount of damage. That's 1,000 DPM from the Ezreal.
Oh,
or
yes,
near enough
is.
to it. Oh my god.
Ezreal game.
That's almost bang on 1,000 DPM. And again, folks, this is a 26 going on 27-minute game. You don't get 1,000 DPM games easily in very short games like that. Because people don't have the HP bars to take that kind of damage. If you're hitting... Okay, it's a little bit different to say if you're like laning as like Vayne into Sion, Vayne into Galio or something like that. When you're playing against a largely squishy team in a short game, you very rarely get the ability to get that kind of damage score. Great stuff from 1xN.
Well, Alex, it's been a pleasure. I'll have a play around with this audio setup.
Yeah, it was still getting a bit crispy, and yeah, it's been very cool. It's been very cool to see if we can try the remote setup and stuff. We have audio stuff we need to figure out, folks. Bluntly, we'll do what we can with it. You know, it's a new setup. We will defeat the crispiness once and for all.
Well, the gear is good enough, so that we'll get there eventually. It's just about getting it.
Let's figure out how to set up the gear.
Stress test is happening. So I'm not even joking. I spent a solid 2 hours yesterday with Dad trying to get it set up. We had it all prepared. And alas, I clearly didn't go hard enough.
Yeah, I have to say, when you did the mic check earlier, I'm like, you're going to be louder than that. You're always louder than that live. There is a real skill to actually doing a mic check as the same as you do live. It's a problem with all walks live, really.
Normally I do, but I just didn't do 1 to 10. I was just 6 in the morning, so I was just a bit tired. I'm not gonna lie.
Okay, all right. Okay, folks, we're gonna leave it there. Thank you everyone for joining us. I'm actually gonna head off now. Yeah, it's been a long day again. Had like 8-hour stream, 5-hour podcast yesterday, another 7-hour stream today. Despite it being a 6-game day, it's just so many pauses, folks. All right, folks. Thank you, Sam, so much for joining me, and thank you everyone for your subscribed, followed, liked, all that stuff. It really helps us keep doing what we're doing. If you do press the buttons on various social media and whatever you're watching this, you know, if you enjoy what we're doing, you know, give a little support over. It means a lot to us. All right, folks. See you around. We'll see you next time.
Yep. Bye.
See you soon.
场中期的应该更多的去找对面打架的，对，找对面中路的麻烦，尤其是至少得先把他闪打掉。
Okay, folks. Right, yeah, I'm gonna do that thing where I head off. Bye-bye, folks.